What would it be like if you knew the apocalypse was coming in advance? Our protagonist Han Feng in the story will tell you about it. Before that, we need to go back in time a bit, when the entire world had already entered the Ice Age era. Global temperatures were continuously dropping with no signs of any positive change whatsoever. Han Feng was at home when he heard a knock at the door. It was none other than Hui Na, the girl he had been pursuing for years now. Just as he opened the door, before Han Feng could understand what was, Hui Na rushed forward, showering him with passionate kisses, said that only now had she realized Han Feng was truly a good person. Adversity reveals true feelings, and only he dared to love her unconditionally. Hui Na deliberately pressed herself close to Han Feng's body, whispered that right now she could do anything for him. Hearing, Han Feng was overjoyed, excited to the point of nearly losing control of his third leg. Well, before freezing to death in the apocalypse, getting such a response from his crush could be considered fulfilling. Life is not like dreams, and nothing good ever happens without reason. So Han Feng wasn't paying attention. Still mesmerized by young Hui, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared from behind holding a blunt weapon, struck Han Feng hard on the head, blood to flow immediately as Han Feng collapsed on the spot. Revealed from the beginning, Hui Na had only used it as an excuse to distract Han Feng so her boyfriend could easily strike, with absolutely no intention of romance at all. This harsh world where rules had long ceased to exist. One less life wouldn't catch anyone's attention. Watching the silhouettes of that despicable couple enter his home to ransack his supplies, Han Feng finally realized he had been murdered. People say dying for a woman is a numb death. Yet this first experience of dying left Han Feng feeling bitterly pained. If there was a next life, he would never be a fool for women again. The moment he was about to dissolve into nothing, Han Feng suddenly saw strange light particles flying toward him. Reached out to catch those lights, feeling a warmth never before experienced in this world. Suddenly Han Feng's body began to react violently, and though he didn't know why, he felt extreme pain and a period of struggling and Han Feng miraculously resurrected and returned to the world. And an hour passed, but Han Feng finally believed he had come back to life, and checking the time, he learned it was now June 28th, about 2 weeks before the apocalypse. This time after rebirth, Han Feng's body exhibited a strange symptom. His right hand had been continuously surrounded by a red light since awakening. Aside from feeling slightly warm, the light didn't cause him any harm, nor did it have any notable function. So at first he thought he was hallucinating. Suddenly Han Feng sneezed. The red light on his hand suddenly turned blue, even grew larger. Han Feng truly unable to understand what this strange light meant or where it came from. But at a moment the light immediately shrank back to fit his hand. Suddenly Han Feng felt his body become ethereal and what on earth is this thing? And at this, Han Feng's mind was racing. Could it be that after rebirth he would be like those protagonists? Strange supernatural abilities like some cheat code. Han Feng grabbed a knife to test. There seemed to be no reaction whatsoever, and as abilities he saw none, only feeling his stomach boiling with hunger. So, to the refrigerator, he saw it was whiter than laundry detergent. Not even a grain of rice, and without food now he'd faint sooner or later. Fortunately there was a box of soy sauce on the table. Though it couldn't fill him up, he'd just eat something to stave off hunger. Then, moment Han Feng tossed a peanut into his, suddenly exploded. A plant sprout grew from his mouth. Han Feng pulled it out and inside it was exactly like a tree with roots and all. Feeling of fatigue in his body from earlier also suddenly vanished completely. Blue light on his hand from before also disappeared. Han Feng took a test step, peeled it open to see inside was a genuine soybean plant from the source. Surely no one else in the world has such a bizarre ability. Anyway, it was a very interesting discovery, so he decided to save it for when he had the chance to research it thoroughly. Most important thing now was to collect sufficient supplies before the apocalypse occurred. Han Feng went to the bustling marketplace filled with people coming and going, and as he walked, he pondered and reflected on the things that had happened from morning until now. Nothing was normal, and concentrating on his thoughts, Han Feng heard someone calling his name and saw it. None other than Li Hui, the goddess Han Feng had painstakingly pursued for 3 whole years. Whatever she wanted, Han Feng would try his best to provide, despite her only seeing him as a spare tire. It was also thanks to her that Han Feng had the opportunity to live twice. Debt to her he would never forget even if beaten to death. So Han Feng clenched his fist, trying to stay calm. Now was not yet the time for revenge. First he had to solve the supply problem to survive the apocalypse. Lost in thought, Han Feng didn't notice Hui Na had been calling him this whole time, forced himself to show a friendly smile, explaining that seeing her so suddenly made him a bit dazed. Truly, men's tongues are very good at flattery. Hui Na leaned in, suggesting they go shopping together with that gentle, graceful manner and goddess-level beauty that if this were the previous life, Han Feng would have happily agreed immediately. Now he had enough life experience and wisdom, so naturally he wouldn't fall into the trap again. Han Feng directly refused outright, leaving Hui Na frozen for a few seconds. Going with her would only mean being the one who spends money like water for her free shopping with little benefit. And a while, Han Feng arrived at the Walmart of City A, the largest supermarket with the most goods in the urban area. When the Ice Age apocalypse struck, somehow all the supermarket's goods were cleared out in just one night, and to this day no one knows who did it. Taking advantage of these days before the apocalypse, Han Feng needed to stockpile as many supplies as possible. First of all, where would the money come from? With just this meager amount of money, he could barely afford anything. Right at that moment, his phone rang with a notification, an advertisement message from the bank about loans. Han Feng's loan limit had increased to 168,800 yuan, and Han Feng's mind started racing. There might be a shortage of everything else, but loan places here were abundant. Anyway, when the apocalypse happened, no one would care about these loans anymore, so there'd be no need to repay them. Meanwhile, Hui Na was walking down the street feeling annoyed at being rejected by Han Feng earlier. He's just a poor ghost without even a car. Don't think I'll give you a good look. Right then, a car approached from behind Hui Na, none other than Han Feng's car, just acquired a few hours ago, and Han Feng immediately boasted that his father had been doing business abroad these past 2 years and made quite a bit, so he gave him some money. Had just finished seeing him off at the airport. Hearing Hui Na naturally believed completely, then bowed her head, trembling slightly as she spoke in a weak, pitiful voice, saying, "So today you were seeing your father off at the airport. I didn't even know, and I asked you to take me shopping. You were so cold earlier I thought you were going to abandon this friend." Seeing Hui Na start performing her 3 acts of weakness to gain sympathy again, Han Feng chuckled softly, played along with her, saying how could he possibly abandon someone so important in his heart. Hearing Hui Na smiled sweetly. Her big fish was about to take the bait, so she continued pretending, saying actually in her heart he always held a special place, and could today perhaps. Before Hui Na could finish her sentence, she turned to find Han Feng's figure had disappeared. This moment Han Feng had gone to the back of the car where the boxes were, deliberately pointing at them and appearing busy. Hui Na, seeing him buy so many things, couldn't help but wonder, so now Han Feng couldn't reveal his true purpose. So he said these were just some of his hobby items, added that there was even a birthday gift for Hui Na. Hearing Hui Na's eyes lit up brightly, thinking she could easily control Han Feng in the palm of her hand, not knowing who was the chicken and who was the grain, and Hui Na left. Han Feng broke into a cunning smile. These goods were supplies for surviving the apocalypse, and debt from the previous life would have to wait until that time to be settled, and he'd catch that scumbag boyfriend who killed him with her too. Han Feng feels somewhat excited inside, eagerly anticipating the apocalypse day. July 15th the snow would begin to fall, marking the opening of the apocalypse, and temperatures would drop sharply to -20 degrees. 1 month later, temperatures would gradually drop to -70 degrees, the world covered in white snow with no way to go outside, and the current food supply seemed generally quite adequate. Additionally, Han Feng also needed to install sealed containers to prevent people in the area from discovering his large food stockpile. Han Feng also had some sensitive supplies that required him to transport them personally at night when no one was around. And after the apocalypse the power supply system would be extremely unstable. Han Feng had built an entire generator and stored enough fuel to last a year. Simultaneously, when the apocalypse came, the heating systems would stop working, so Han Feng also renovated an independent heating system for the house, conveniently renovating the rooms and reinforcing the doors for security. As a precaution, Han Feng even set aside a separate room specifically for storing supplies. Everything was done. It was already the 14th, just 1 day away from the temperature drop. Next would be when Han Feng would handle the most important matter. Han Feng looked at the sink full of messy items and couldn't help but sigh, knowing that to survive the coming ice and snow apocalypse, relying solely on stockpiled supplies wasn't enough. Gazed at the plate of food before him, thinking this ability to turn soybeans into plants would be his hope for survival, with on the table a plate of stir-fried soybeans and a cup of milky white soy milk. Han Feng's expression seemed reluctant as he scooped up a spoonful of soybeans, knowing these soybeans were created by his own ability, and called his foolish appearance before, but this ability appeared very randomly, and he still didn't understand the activation mechanism. Han Feng trembled as he brought the spoon closer to his mouth, knowing first he needed to confirm whether it was edible, and a while only half the soybeans on the plate remained, and the soy milk cup had also diminished somewhat. Chewed and pondered, thinking indeed it was edible, which at least proved this ability could create food. Han Feng recalled his 2 hands emitting blue and red light, realizing next he needed to research how to use this ability. Walked to the refrigerator, thinking now he had only tested one type of food, soybeans. Han Feng opened the refrigerator door to look at the food packed inside, knowing he also needed to test whether this ability worked on other types of food. This time outside, the sky was still bright with white clouds drifting lazily across the sky, and quickly passed to dusk, with birds hurrying back to their warm nests, and before eyes was only darkness as Han Feng struggled to open his eyes, initially seeing only a thin ray of light, and saw the blurry image of a broccoli in his hand, wondering if this meant he had fainted. Surrounded by scattered objects, Han Feng clutched his head that felt like it was being hammered, moaning that his head hurt terribly too. Rolled his eyes, concluding that apparently this ability had very severe side effects on the body and mind. Han Feng sat back at the table and scooped up a spoonful of stir-fried soybeans, and chewed and thought, he realized that finally he had gained a basic understanding of this ability. Han Feng recalled that before fainting he had tested many types of food, tried various foods in sequence but some showed no reaction. There were also times when Han Feng joyfully looked at rice plants in his hand, as some would be like soybeans, developing from seed form into mature plants. There were also times when he fell sitting on the ground as occasionally they would explode. Han Feng calmly sat down to observe the object in his hand, finding that after exploding, it became something black very similar to charcoal but very light, and he muttered to himself, "What the hell is this?" Tried putting it in an iron stove and discovered these black things could burn. Han Feng almost cried with joy feeling the warmth radiating out, thinking now he didn't have to worry about heating energy anymore. Continuously waved his arms, saying then he tried many more times but still couldn't succeed. Han Feng sat seriously, his mind focused on his hand emitting blue light, telling himself internally to concentrate his mind and regulate his breathing. After, was amazed to see a broccoli both green and large in his hand. Han Feng lowered his head and sighed heavily, realizing the success rate was also very random. Propped his chin with one hand while rotating the broccoli with the other, his mind confused, thinking there was absolutely no pattern to discern, but there must be some operating. After a long while, Han Feng placed the broccoli on the table, but at least he had grasped the activation conditions of the. Then he sat cross-legged on the chair again to calm his mind. The key point lay in his conscience. His mind brought Han Feng to a forest full of trees and wild beasts, his body without a single piece of cloth merging with nature, imagining himself as being in the natural. Han Feng walked step by step on the lush green. The melodious chirping of birds rang out beside his. Han Feng harmonized with the animals here. He also realized his body and spirit were part of his eyes, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened, green light radiating on his. Han Feng joyfully looked at his hand emitting light. It indeed had something to do with conscience. At this moment on the table were all kinds of meat and fish arranged. He placed his hand emitting green light on a piece of meat. Now let's try various types. Seeing no change, Han Feng was somewhat disappointed. The meat had no reaction. Could it only work on? Still not discouraged, he lifted the piece of meat and closed his eyes to concentrate his mind. With diligent effort iron can be ground into. When Han Feng opened his eyes and saw everything still the same, he sighed. Still didn't carefully analyze the situation, but he could clearly sense the existence of two colors when concentrating. He hadn't tried the red color, he saw it. Han Feng closed his eyes, muttering in his head, "Red." Then he finally concentrated his mind on the piece of meat in his. Red light on Han Feng's fingers gradually. Then it spread across the entire piece of meat. He called out in a low voice, "The red light." However, before he could be happy for long, the piece of meat in Han Feng's hand had become horrifyingly unbearable. He threw the thing in his hand down hard and shouted, "So not." Then after that Han Feng again stuck his finger into the piece. He picked up the piece of meat to observe and drew a conclusion. The meat reacted to red light, but it was like a kind of. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he made a guess. The effect of red light is. He looked at his hand emitting green light again. No, the feeling wasn't simply just ordinary. Han Feng looked at the piece of meat in his hand and assessed, more like a process of matter decomposition. Thinking of a hypothesis, his pupils suddenly contracted in shock. Could it? Han Feng made a decision, bent down and scooped up a handful of soy. One hand held soybeans, the other hand held the piece of meat. He muttered in his head, if green light symbolizes the evolution of matter, then red light symbolizes decomposition. Pop, the objects in both hands touched each other. If the two lights are. Han Feng roared in amazement looking at the scene before his. Seeing the piece of meat in his hand several times larger than the original, he was so surprised he stuttered, the meat got. Han Feng looked at his empty hand and spoke up. The soybeans in his hand also disappeared. Could they have merged? Touched it and then smelled the piece of meat. The quality was very fresh, had the texture and aroma. Han Feng at that moment surged with extreme excitement and decided, try. However, life wasn't like a dream. He knelt pounding his hands in frustration. Everything around charred black beyond recognition. Han Feng cried out miserably. Why is it like this? Why did everything? After a while he regained his spirit, sat up and sighed. Forget it. Leave it to research. Han Feng listed the rice plant, broccoli and the piece of meat. Anyway today still had. He broke into a cunning smile. As long as he researches this ability thoroughly, he will be the man standing at the peak of the apocalypse. Han Feng imagined himself wearing a red robe standing atop a mountain peak. And he suddenly awoke thinking of a gun. Wait, just food alone won't do. There's no self-defense. Han Feng quickly picked up the food and put it in the cardboard box. Cleaned up quickly then go outside. Before the temperature drops must get weapons. He raised his head to look at the scene outside. Seeing snowflakes falling down he realized. Its delicate snowflakes fell all over the city. It finally. At this moment Han Feng was walking on the road. The temperature will drop to -45 degrees within a week. Must have a gun as soon as possible, but buying and selling guns is illegal. Without channels to buy guns Suddenly there was a voice that caught his attention. The person raised their voice loudly. I'm handling a project with tens of millions in investment. Turned out to be Li Zi. He was bragging to someone. Do you know old Wang from Shijiang Luda Corporation? That boss is my good big brother. Han Feng thought silently. Seems like I have some impression of this. Around Z's neck was a heavy bright gold chain. Streets. He pulled out a cigarette and asked, "Wanna smoke?" This cigarette was also given by my dear big brother. Z's heel continuously tapped on the ground, making an annoying. He held the cigarette in his mouth and raised his eyebrows, asking, "Why so polite? Try one, what, not giving me face?" Z had no idea that everyone in the neighborhood called him that. According to what Han Feng knew, Li Z, everyone called him Brother Li, lived in the same neighborhood as me, heard he was in charge of helping others contract construction projects, quite well known in this. A man pulled out a pack of cigarettes in front of him invitingly. "Hey Brother Li, take one." Z waved his hand, refusing. "No need, I only smoke Huazi. Smoking other brands makes me cough." The other man curiously asked, "Where are you going, brother?" He sighed and answered, "I helped a good brother finish a project. Said he wants to take me to the sauna to." Z was someone without any proper job but gave people the feeling he was very busy. He walked on the road, deliberately raising his voice, speaking into the phone to attract the attention of people around. "Brother, the order you wanted me to do is finished. That's right, that 20 million order. What, another 10 million order that need?" Han Feng in warm clothes walked in the cold. Who knows, he might have a way to get. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Z jump. "Brother Li, long time no." Han Feng waved his hand with what he thought was a friendly. Saw the unfamiliar face and asked doubtfully, "Do we know?" He laughed and reminded, "It's me, Xiao Han. We greeted each other before. Brother Li wouldn't have forgotten, right?" Although Z didn't remember who it was, he still performed, Xiao Han. "Recently the construction site has been quite busy. Memory hasn't been too good. Don't blame me, okay? What's..." Han Feng didn't answer but looked left and right as if being very calm. He leaned close to Z's ear and whispered, "Actually it's..." He also nodded. Just hearing the name of that object, Z shouted quietly, What are you betting? Why does the kid need the..." Han Feng's face turned pale, probably because he pointed the fashionable bag toward him gravely. "Little brother, I'll tell you clearly, illegal matters I don't do. Even if I have wide connections, I can't break the law." Han Feng raised his hand to stop the bag. Brother, don't get excited, you He avoided eye contact and scratched his cheek, explaining, "Actually there's a bit of personal grudge, wanna hold it for self." Han Feng recounted everything. That day, riding a bicycle to work, encountered an uncle who liked to spit randomly on. He was walking behind and unfortunately it landed right on his. Even more infuriating, when he went to talk to the man, unexpectedly he spat at him. Too angry, Han Feng used violence. Afterward he beat the people around, sneered watching him get beaten miserably. When leaving he said he wanted revenge. Han Feng didn't expect that the next day. He brought people to the intersection to beat him up, and said from now on whenever he sees me he'll. The clothes on him were tattered. His whole body covered in wounds large and small. Han Feng felt confused. Would he really have to endure humiliation like this? So he wanted a weapon for self. He ended the story. The matter is roughly like that. Z's face turned red with anger. Damn. Nauseating. How can someone spit randomly like that? Such an uneducated. On Han Feng's face was all awkwardness. The focus got shifted. Suddenly a hand placed on his shoulder. A voice rang out. "What is it?" Little Z put his arm around Han Feng's shoulder, saying, "Brother Li will help you with this. I'll contact good brothers right away. Let's go." He smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, bro." He scratched his head. "So let's take the bus. If it weren't for my Panamera being taken for maintenance, I would have..." Han Feng squeezed the keys in his hand. The two car lights flashed. His voice rang out, suggesting, "Brother, take my car. The snow is quite on the road." Z, sitting in the car, curiously asked, "This car of yours looks good, you know. What's the price?" Han Feng drove while answering, "About 700,000. He nodded and commented, Not bad. Quite." Z took out his phone to take a selfie, then told Han Feng. At the intersection ahead, turn. After that, the account Handsome Guy Fighting Sourness posted a photo with a status. "This newly bought Velar sits a bit." On the sidewalk, several people were sitting around a fire discussing, "This devilish weather is also too from summer suddenly becoming like winter." A car suddenly stopped by the roadside. The man, seeing someone arrive, spoke up. Someone. Seeing Z step out from inside the car, they came over and asked, "Oh, it's Lao Li, why did you come?" He sighed and answered, "I'm looking for Boss Lu to discuss something." "Brother, come have a few smokes, smoke Huazi." The man in yellow couldn't help being curious, asking, "Oh my, isn't this a Velar? Did you buy it? What's the price?" Z frankly answered, "Not much, just about 700. Han Feng, hearing this, laughed inwardly. In front of the car owner, yet still brazenly saying it's. After that, the two were led to Boss Lu. In the room, a man with a face full of scars and body full of tattoos named Boss Lu spoke up, asking, "Li Big Mouth, what the hell are you looking for me so late for?" Z handed him a pack of cigarettes, gesturing, "Boss Lu, Huazi." Boss Lu cut him off. "Dare to be quick." Z could only point at Han Feng standing beside him, gesturing. "My little brother asked me to find you to buy some goods. He wants a gun." He spoke up in a heavy tone, asking again. Hearing this tone, his face turned. He said nothing, just took a puff of the cigarette and then Boss Lu pursed his lips with a cold smile. "Coming to me just to buy a gun. I thought it was something." Turned his head, calling, "Chong Z." Chang Zi standing beside reached his hand into his shirt while answering. A gun was thrown on the table along with the number 6. Feeling unsatisfied, Han Feng gestured. Boss Lu, what I want is a bit. He made his thumb and index finger into a circle in front of his eyes, the kind with a. Boss Lu's face gradually turned red. He angrily roared loudly. Little Han Feng hearing this immediately shut up, his lips pressed tight, not making any more. Boss Lu slammed the table angrily shouting. Damn kid is saying sniper rifle. What the hell does the damn kid want to do? The kid says he wants it, huh? Damn it, the short, do you want it? B standing nearby at this moment just smiled and explained. Boss Lu, there's a reason for this. This matter must start from 5 years ago. Outside, the snow fell more and more heavily. The wind also blew stronger, and after hearing Z recount the beginning and end of the story while omitting the middle part, he slammed the table, standing up cursing. Damn it, nauseating, humph, how come all 3 children aren't mine? Nauseating. As for Han Feng, he could only hold back laughter, thinking silently. The story brotherly made up is also too. Boss Lu changed his attitude when speaking with Han Feng. It's not just a sniper rifle, right? Brother Lu will help you with this. Just need to wait a few days. Hearing this, he nodded gratefully. Then thank you, boss. He instructed his subordinate, Chang Zi, arrange to see if it can be made semi-automatic. Make the bullets more plentiful too. Chang Zi, while recording the requirements in a notebook, answered yes. Zi standing beside said with a proud voice. See, little brother, what did I tell you? A few minutes and Boss Lu picked up the pistol and held it up, then opened his mouth. Han Feng was somewhat flustered answering. This. He didn't give him the right to refuse, speaking gravely. Take it. It's a. Hearing that tone, Han Feng was briefly silent as if thinking about. While Boss Lu was using his phone, he spoke up calling Boss. Han Feng released some information. A colleague of mine working in the government leaked news. Due to the recent weather conditions, material procurement will be limited soon, so it's best to stock up on supplies with everyone in advance. Lu Zong's eyes narrowed slightly, seeming to ponder Han Feng's word. Han Feng looked back at Lu Zong with equally serious. After a moment, Lu Zong nodded lightly and replied, Having achieved their purpose for coming here, the two prepared to leave and Z waved goodbye. Well then, we'll head out first, Lu Zong. To which he responded with a dismissive tone. Get lost quickly, get lost quickly. This old man is annoyed. Just as they walked, Z spoke up. How's that for what your big brother did for you? Pretty good, right? If this good brother of mine is in a good mood, I could even get you a cannon. Han Feng laughed in reply. Thank you, brotherly, for the help. I'll buy you some tobacco leaves to take with you. He sighed, thinking now that both supplies and weapons were fully prepared, at least he could guarantee living safely and comfortably before the apocalypse. Next was to focus on researching his ability. If he could completely solve the food problem, then his survival rate in the apocalypse would be even. Suddenly, Han Feng's foot. He lost his balance and fell headfirst, one shoe flying off as well. Han Feng's voice rang out angrily. Z asked worriedly. Little brother, are you? Han Feng's entire body trembled as he clutched his leg and groaned. Ugh, my. He felt waves of pain rising as he called out. It seems like my leg is. Han Feng endured the pain and handed his car keys to Z. Brother, could you please take me to the. Z scratched his head awkwardly and replied. Huh? I don't have a driver's license either. No, I mean I didn't bring my driver's license. Can't drive without a license. As a result, Z supported Han Feng with one arm, holding the fallen shoe in the other hand, walking while panting heavily. I've got an idea. I'll help you walk there. Try to hold on tight. Han Feng whispered. Let's take a taxi, brother. I have. In the end, he was taken to the This was the office area. A woman bid farewell to her colleague. I'm heading out first, she ran. Good luck with the night shift. Stay. He looked outside and sighed. The snow is falling even harder. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. As soon as she picked up, an urgent voice came from the other end. Head nurse, please come to the main hall. We're short-staffed. Jiran immediately stood up and replied. All right. I'll be right. After the examination, Han Feng sat dejectedly as the doctor looked at the x-ray and said, This is a fracture that needs to be immobilized. After I set it for you, stay at the hospital for observation for another hour, then get your medication. He felt utterly dejected. I really did break my leg, and it had to happen at this. He sat on a bench along the corridor, staring blankly at the x-ray in his hands, when suddenly someone called out, Sir? Little Z seemed rushed as he said to Han Feng, I need to head out first. There are some business matters to discuss. If anything comes up, call me. Han Feng could only smile and reply, Take it easy. Watching him leave, Han Feng was left alone and could only. Han Feng observed the crowded scene and the hurried expressions of the staff working. Due to the sudden temperature drop and snowstorm, incidents had surged, and emergency beds were being added outside the emergency. Looked around, thinking, how long would he have to wait to get his medic? Suddenly, a figure with a hurried demeanor walking past caught Han Feng's. Ji Ran entered one of the examination beds to treat a patient. The nurse standing beside her reported the situation. Head nurse Jean, The wound on bed number 5 has been treated. Please. She put on gloves, nodded, and replied, all right. After examining the patient, she instructed, stable now. In another 10 minutes, administer the glucose. Ji-ran moved to another patient bed, and after checking the readings on the machines, she instructed the nurse, if it drops below 80, give her. Watching this, Han Feng blushed and sighed admiringly. So impressive. So young and already had. He saw Ji-ran joking cheerfully with an injured child and thought to himself, outstanding ability, and such a good attitude toward patient. Looking again at her demeanor and gentle smile, he quietly assessed, and suddenly, his gaze drifted to her lower region, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Very beautiful. In Han Feng's mind spun. Only not well guarded. Suddenly, the man sitting next to him raised his hand and called out, Miss Head. Ji-ran turned her head and immediately replied, coming right. She bent down slightly and said, I'm sorry, we're currently short-staffed. Would it be all right if I took a bit longer to help you, sir? He touched his waist and cried out, ow, my waist is hurting. One of his hands held a phone set to recording mode, positioned under Ji-ran's skirt, while his mouth kept talking. It's been feeling worse since earlier. Could you take a look and see what the cause might? She, completely unguarded, smiled warmly. I'm sorry, but for this situation, we need to take an X-ray first before determining the. He continued to plead. Ah, come on, just take a look at me first. His hands grabbed Ji-ran's waist, gesturing, here, right here, was so frightened that tears welled up as she stammered, I am sorry. I'm scared. Please wait for the attending physician to examine you. He didn't respond but revealed a slice. His hands moved down lower on Ji-ran's body. Sorry, it seems to be a bit lower. Suddenly, a whooshing sound cut through. The man fell down, his whole body trembling. At his feet was a crutch, and the phone in his hand had also dropped. Ji-ran asked worriedly, oh no, sir, are you?
Han Feng bled over awkwardly. Sorry.
First time using crutches and I threw it too. Bent down to pick up the phone, feigning innocence as he asked, your phone didn't break when it fell, did it? The man cried out in fear. Don't touch my. Seeing Han Feng look at the phone, he shouted loudly, you little brat. Give it back to me. Han Feng said, let me make this clear for you. Just as Han Feng showed the images on the phone and whispered to him, sir, you're quite bold. You dare secretly record a hospital nurse and even grope her? If you don't want to be caught by hospital security and taken to the police station, you'd better get lost. He said righteously, of course, I can't return the phone to you. Next time, if I catch you again, I'll expose you on social. The man fell silent, his entire body trembling with. Then he ran off while cursing. Damn it. Ji-ran didn't understand why he had already run away and called after him. She felt puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to have back pain? How was he running so fast? Meanwhile, Han Feng was speechless, unable to believe there were still such innocent people in this. He pointed at the phone screen and said, just now that pervert was secretly recording up your skirt. Hearing this, Ji-ran gasped and covered her mouth. Ah, really? How did I not know? Han Feng returned the phone to her. Here, whether you delete it all or report it to the police is up to you. In the future, be a bit more cautious of perverts. Don't let them take advantage. She clasped her hands in gratitude and asked, thank you. I wanted to ask earlier. Did you injure your... At the mention of this, the pain surged, and Han Feng's voice echoed throughout the hospital. Ow, 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 ow. A moment later, one foot was placed between Ji-ran's legs. She tied a bow, completing the bandaging process. Ji-ran looked up and smiled at Han Feng. Hey, all done. It doesn't hurt much, does it? He sat on the chair, nodded, and replied, thank you, miss. Doesn't hurt. She pumped her fist enthusiastically. I should be the one thanking you. I won't let those bad people succeed in their schemes anymore. Han Feng blushed slightly and reminded her. Well, you need to be more careful from. His gaze drifted downward again, and he could only sigh inwardly. She's not paying attention. A nurse from behind called out, head nurse, could you come here for a moment? Hearing this, Ji-ran turned and replied. She stood up, not forgetting to remind Han Feng. Remember to come back in a week to change the dressing, okay? He nodded and waved. Han Feng stared blankly, thinking to himself, a week. His hand gripped the crutch as he slowly. Han Feng hobbled out on his crutch alone, thinking to himself, we probably won't meet. Time passed to the next day. Outside, the wind and snow grew increasingly. Voice rang out from the screen, broadcasting urgent news. All regions of China will experience an exceptionally large snowstorm and temperature drop in the next 24 hours. Screen showed images from various countries. According to reports from our foreign correspondents, temperatures around the world are currently dropping sharply. Chinese experts along with representatives from 46 other countries are urgently gathering at the United Nations to discuss the. In the room, the heater was working at full speed. The voice from the TV continued. However, Experts have responded that this weather pattern will not last too long. But please pay attention to natural disaster warnings and arrangements from police and local authorities. Han Feng sat relaxed, listening to the news. We hope everyone will not be afraid, will not believe or spread rumors. Even more importantly, do not hoard supplies. This disaster will pass very quickly. He swirled the wine glass in his hand and sighed. The government always conceals the truth, using fake news to pacify the public. If I hadn't died once before, I would have believed. He was satisfied with his preparations. In summary, this time I fully stocked up on supplies, reinforced the room, and completed the heating equipment. Han Feng showed a satisfied smile, preparing to take a sip of wine. Fully prepared. For now, I won't need to worry about this issue anymore. Suddenly, a message notification. The screen was a series of messages from the Happiness Community Group. Did everyone see the news? It's snowing in Egypt. So scary. First time I've seen snow in June. So cold I can't go outside. The snow is so thick. Damn. The snow is almost up to my calves. Just got a notice. Too much snow working from home. The snow keeps getting deeper. I see it's about to hit -15 degrees. Han Feng read the messages and sighed. Wow. The neighbors in the community are starting to He scrolled down to the messages below. The snow is falling harder and harder. I see it's about to drop to -15 degrees. Everyone, listen. This major snowstorm isn't caused by weather but by something inside the earth. Remember this well. This isn't a disaster from an ordinary snowstorm, but the extreme cold. It's Han Feng stared blankly at the message from the user, suburban resident, wondering, but what? Extreme cold? Who is this person? How do they know about the extreme? Han Feng looked at the received message and wearily rubbed his head. This person called suburban resident. I need to pay a series of messages flooded in with complaints. Can the property management clear some of the snow in the community? Cars can't even get out. Property management, still rushing to the supermarket to buy some food. We've all paid our maintenance fees, haven't we? Property management, hurry up. The road in front of the community entrance needs to be cleared too. Otherwise, the supermarket will be sold out. With snow piled up like this, you all still want to drive? Even if you get out of the community, you won't be able to go anywhere. Then what should we do? It's already -20 degrees now. Are we supposed to walk? Exactly. Who knows how long the snow will keep falling? I heard everyone is hoarding supplies. If we don't go, we might be too. Many people were gathering in the. A cat wearing a red number 1 jersey led the shouting. Where's the property manager? Come out here. Give us an answer. The property manager, hearing this, became furious. Meanwhile, the staff looked embarrassed. We sincerely apologize, dear residents. The snow is truly too heavy. Our current manpower is. Hearing this, the others flew into a rage. Then what are we paying you property managers for? You can't even handle something like this. Refund our maintenance fees. That's right. Give us our money. Han Feng, mixed in with the crowd, quietly assessed. This argument is completely meaningless. This snowfall is fundamentally beyond human capacity to. Suddenly, someone spoke up to interrupt. Everyone, stop. The owner of the voice was the resident of 611,204. He slowly stepped forward with a calm demeanor. Fellow residents, think about it. With snow falling this heavily, even if we cleared it, it would be covered again in a few hours. Everyone present turned their attention. Instead of wasting time arguing, why don't we all work together to clear the snow? The sooner we clear it, the sooner we can get out. Property managers are people too. Facing a natural disaster like this, there's nothing they can do either. He tried his best to meet, but instead of listening to his suggestion, the others lost their composure and cursed wildly. Who the hell are you to dare lecture us? And furthermore, aren't you just using them to vent? Really? Are you a homeowner? Why are you speaking on their behalf? The spectacled, refined homeowner shrugged. That's right. Are you working for the property man? He laughed heartily. Everyone. I'm not speaking for the property management. I'm just stating my own perspective. Right now, pressuring the property management has no meaning. The problem can't be solved, and we won't get the results we want. Hearing this, the others questioned, then what do you suggest? He replied that it was true because they couldn't just wait there and starve to death, since driving to the supermarket was impossible even if the residential roads were clear. Han Feng only thought to himself while suggesting they walk there, offering that if they were willing, he could go down and help the property manager clear the path. As he spoke, Ming Yang seemed to have a slight impression of this man named Jiang. Suddenly, another person who had just logged in appeared. Remembering how before his rebirth this person was always very energetic. Wait, this matter is a bit too complicated, he said while furrowing his brow. As soon as he appeared, he hurriedly waved goodbye, leaving the others confused while saying that if they wanted to go out, they should clear the snow or otherwise shut up. As soon as his words fell, the entire lobby fell into a deathly silence. Then a black cat with a carefree gait also stepped forward, remarking that clearing snow was making too much noise all day and it was annoying, so it would help too. Han Feng felt helpless and urged everyone to clear the road quickly, because he still had to discuss a business deal worth tens of millions with his big brother. Everyone began to make a fuss, thinking the voice sounded like someone they knew, and as they agreed to go, the messages started jumping up incessantly. Another girl also raised her hand to volunteer, saying she would go even though she was a bit weak, while she emitted a radiance that made people nearby cover their eyes. Hina feigned a shy expression with a blushing face, asking to be counted in since the food at home was running out and she needed to buy more. Han Feng saw the situation becoming more positive and felt relieved, saying that although he had a cold for 2 days, since Brother Jiang set an example, he would help too. 2 men quickly ran over to flatter Huina, saying that with such good men here, there was no need for her to come down since she should just rest and recover. Other men also surrounded her to flirt, but she still pretended to be humble and thanked them, leaving the cleaning to them while the women hated their lickspittle behavior. Han Feng was an exception because even though he was a man, he didn't like her pretentious act and thought to himself that Huina really had her way. Suddenly, his phone vibrated a few times. It was a message from Li Huina asking, Han Feng, what have you been busy with these days? You agreed to contact me and I'm still waiting for you. By the way, when you come to see me, conveniently go to the supermarket and buy a lot of food. Then Han Feng noticed she had sent a picture. In the photo, Huina was wearing warm clothes but with short pants and cat ears, posing provocatively to seduce him. Han Feng not only disliked it but felt disgusted, thinking that in this weather, she dressed so sparingly just to seduce him into being her errand boy at a high cost. He shook his cast-bound leg while thinking about how to reply until he giggled and found an answer. It was unknown what message she received, but she was so angry she stomped on her phone, shouting that Han Feng was a bastard who should just wait. Han Feng continued to scroll through videos of beautiful girls teaching provocative dances on the 3rd day after the snowfall. As the outside temperature hit -20. During the early period of the apocalypse, the heating systems and internet were still working. Everyone's daily lives were still continuing, and he was just scrolling through videos to kill time. He constantly rubbed his head, feeling bored already on the 2nd day, realizing the biggest problem in the apocalypse was learning how to endure loneliness. Looking at his cast-bound leg, the situation with his injury was not optimistic since a tendon and bone injury would take months to fully recover. Han Feng sighed in dejection while continuing to scroll until he was attracted by a medical video about whether anyone in the scientific world really knew how to heal wounds. The doctor confirmed that after a man jumped from the 15th floor, his internal organs and bones actually began to recover. Wondering if this was real or fake, he suddenly had an idea and blurted it out. He looked down with a bit of anticipation, wondering why he hadn't thought of this point before. Han Feng's hand began to emit a green energy. He placed it on his injured leg with the expectation that it would heal. The green energy slowly dissipated. Seeing that his leg had not yet recovered, he stubbornly tried to use the energy one more time. History repeated itself as the energy dissipated while his leg remained exactly the same. Han Feng slumped back onto the chair in dejection, thinking he had overthought that the green light would have a healing effect on wounds. He let out a sleepy yawn. His eyes grew heavy as he drifted off into a deep sleep. In his dream, Han Feng's face was extremely excited as he wore a tribal hat on his head. He looked around to see a flock of goats while he sat on the back of a giant goat holding a whip, dressed in ancient clothes, shouting excitedly for the goats to walk with him. In this beautiful dream, his body was perfectly healthy, so he happily rode the lead goat and raced forward with his entourage of goats following behind. He excitedly swung his whip to urge his goat to run faster while a flock of goats trailed closely behind. Just as they crossed a patch of red grass, a goat accidentally slipped and tossed Han Feng backward. He was unable to maintain his balance, and when he hit the ground, his ankle twisted to one side. Han Feng writhed in agony, his whole body trembling with pain as his teeth clenched tightly, emitting muffled groans. Small goat slowly approached and stuck out its pink tongue to lick his painful injury as if trying to comfort him. Han Feng affectionately stroked its head because of this adorable action, but suddenly the goat felt that the hand had patted it a bit too hard, so it switched from acting cute to being irritable. Stuck out its long tongue and wrapped it tightly around his lower leg several times. Then it used its strength to pull Han Feng's leg straight up as he cried out in pain. Strangely, there seemed to be spiritual energy in its tongue, as a faint green light radiated around. Right at that moment, in reality, Han Feng woke up and escaped from his dream. Sitting up abruptly with a panicked expression, he gasped for breath, his eyes still filled with confusion about what kind of chaotic dream he just had. Suddenly he felt something strange, and a look of astonishment and confusion appeared on his face. Han Feng looked down at his bandaged leg, which was emitting a bit of green light exactly like the dream. After a short while, he decided to remove all the messy wires and bandages from his leg and threw them on the floor. In the next moment, he slowly and deliberately placed the sole of his foot on the floor. A feeling of joy washed over him, and Han Feng smiled happily, mixed with a bit of surprise that his leg no longer hurt. So he slowly walked to the kitchen corner, wondering if the green light could have automatically healed him while he was sleeping. Without knowing what he was thinking, Han Feng picked up a knife, and although his hand was shaking, he told himself he would try just a little more. He very tentatively brought the knife closer to the palm of his hand bit by bit. Han Feng didn't dare to open his eyes wide, only squinting to feel as he purposefully nicked his fingertip to verify the previous dream. It was indeed a good sign, as his entire palm then emitted a green light that had a healing effect. He began to feel delighted, slightly curling his lips into a smile, realizing how it worked. Outside in the snow, a group of people was working hard, some shoveling and some clearing fallen trees. As the space filled with rhythmic shouts, Shuiyu and his friends finally managed to take a break as he stepped forward to encourage them, thanking Uncle Lu for his hard work and for bothering him in such heavy snow. Wang Yao chuckled and said he didn't put in much effort, as it all depended on these brothers named Jean. Near him, Jean Taiwan and Jean Taiwu were chuckling as they raised their hands in greeting. Suddenly, nearby, someone fell with a thud onto the freezing snow. A girl wearing a pink puffer jacket had just fallen, and the two Jean brothers quickly ran over to help. Taiwan proactively sat down and reached out his hand for her to grab, saying everything was fine but that she should be careful because the ground was icy. She also reached out and took his hand. It turned out to be Jiyen, who smiled broadly after being helped and said it was fine while thanking. Taiwan also spoke cordially, saying they would clear the main road first and to call them if she needed help, to which Jiyen replied that they should go ahead and she could handle. Huiyu was still standing near Guangyao, sighing to him that the snow was getting thicker and they needed to use their time wisely when buying supplies. With a cigarette in his mouth, Guangyao slowly continued, saying that speaking of buying things, he remembered something. Shuiyu noticed his tone had suddenly changed and asked curiously what was wrong, but Uncle Lu just waved it off and smiled dismissively, saying it wasn't a big deal. Then he continued to recount that he heard a few days ago there was a household in the residential area that seemed to be moving in every day, using a small truck to bring in lots of things. Shuiyu lowered his head slightly and smiled kindly, replying that it was normal as it might be a new tenant or a house under renovation. Guangyao then lowered his voice and whispered that he saw gas tanks and even a furnace, which didn't seem like a normal move. He slightly lowered his face and shared his speculation that it was as if someone were preparing for the coming winter. Taiwan and Taiwu then arrived where the two were talking, saying to Brother Jiang and Uncle Lu that the main road was clear and they could pass. Guangyao smiled slightly and praised them both, saying it had been hard work for the twin brothers. Then, suddenly appearing from behind Taiwan and Taiwu, a man with a bearded face and disheveled hair covering one eye, remarked that their talk of winter was interesting. Before he could even finish his sentence, someone threw a thick snowball straight at the back of his neck, making his eyes bulge as he spat out his cigarette. It was Lu Yen, a stylish girl in tight-fitting clothes with a short personality-filled haircut, who scolded the man, telling Wu Kuanyu to stop being lazy and get to work. Kuanyu now had a large bump on the top of his head and angrily shouted while pointing at Lu Yen, claiming he wasn't lazy since he did all those tasks by himself. While she just stood by and watched, Lu Yen firmly grabbed his pointing finger and scolded him softly, saying he should speak without pointing at others. Shuiyu stood nearby and spoke gently, telling them both not to argue anymore since the main road was already clear. Jiyen also waved her hand and announced loudly that everyone could stop and prepare to go to the supermarket together, to which they all enthusiastically agreed. Wu carefully checked his phone and told his brother they needed to buy many things, while Taiwan added that he would message their mother to see what else they needed. Wang Yao continued to talk to Shuiyu, asking if he thought this situation had anything to do with the current natural disaster. His face had been relaxed, but after hearing this question, he became a bit tense and pursed his lip. But a second later, he instantly changed his expression and explained briefly to Guangyao that he hadn't noticed any connection, smiling brightly while saying it was just a short snowfall. Shuiyu lightly pushed up his glasses, seemingly hiding something with these small gestures, though he still acted nonchalantly while saying that even if the snow didn't stop, a person with many supplies would be good for them. Guangyao laughed after hearing this and scratched his head in embarrassment, agreeing that young people were indeed smart while the weather became increasingly unpleasant and the sky turned gray. Shuiyu held an umbrella and purposefully shouted for everyone to line up and not crowd each other, saying the snow was getting heavier and to try to return in 3 hours. Everyone started to scatter and leave according to his word. Unlike the other apartments which were all dark, one apartment was currently lit up with a warm yellow light. From inside, the sound of loud snoring could be heard. Han Feng was lying awkwardly on the sofa in the living room with his eyes rolled back and drooling from his mouth because he was sleeping so sound. Outside the door, someone was pounding loudly and shouting for him to open up, calling him little brother, and making him frown as the noise ruined his peace. A moment later, he adjusted his pajamas slightly, wrapped a scarf around his neck, then opened the door and asked if it was Brother Lee while apologizing for having just been asleep. Lee stood there with one hand in his pocket, a half-burned cigarette in his mouth, and a massive gun slung over his shoulder as he grinned at Han Feng, saying the goods were here and that it was a semi-automatic weapon before handing it over and mentioning that Brother Lu sent his thanks for the prior warning. So Han Feng accepted it with a satisfied smile and replied that Brother Lu was being too polite. Suddenly, Z let out a heavy sigh, his previously cheerful expression instantly turning into one of utter frustration, which prompted Han Feng to ask what was bothering him. Keeping one hand in his pocket and holding his cigarette with the other, he tilted his head to tell Han Feng about the situation at the supermarket where they found everything emptied in a single night after clearing the snow, leaving Han Feng stunned as he questioned how an entire supermarket could be cleared out overnight while he had been indoors. He slightly lowered his face to intentionally hide his suspicious and tense gaze, realizing that the events he expected were indeed beginning to occur. Z concluded his visit and said goodbye, kindly reminding him to dress warmly, while Han Feng nodded with a smile and told him to take care. After closing the door, Han Feng finally revealed a contemplative and doubtful expression, while his movements became much more deliberate. He kept pondering the mystery of what Z had just described, wondering how a supermarket could be cleared out silently and without a trace in just one night. Images of supernatural phenomena began to form in Han Feng's mind, as he recalled reading a novel or comic where abilities could suck all items into a dedicated storage space. He felt increasingly confused by the thought, questioning whether a space system ability truly existed in this world. Han Feng's hand unconsciously tightened more and more as a sense of unease took hold of him. After thinking for a long time, he flopped down on the sofa to read a book intently, determined to research his own abilities thoroughly, so he could at least defend himself if others with powers appeared. Following a period of deep study, Han Feng listed his findings, noting that his ability currently reacted with food to produce survival-related effects. There was a bowl full of beans on the table at that moment, so Han Feng reached out and picked up a single bean. He stared at it deeply while reflecting on how the success rate was incredibly low, with soybeans only succeeding once in 10 tries while meat was even more difficult to transform. Unresolved thoughts swirling in his head made him feel increasingly irritable until his anger, combined with the bean in his hand, caused his spiritual energy to flare out instinctively as he glared at it and wondered what was wrong. In less than 3 seconds, the bean in Han Feng's hand exploded into a cloud of green smoke. The tiny bean had turned into a large clump of soil in his palm, causing Han Feng's face to fill with disappointment at such a high failure rate. His will suddenly surged as he crushed the clump of soil into dust while his heart burned with determination to figure out the exact method of using his power today. The clock at that time showed it was 10:45 p.m. Finally, a positive result came to Han Feng after a night of diligent effort. Tiny bean transformed into a wooden branch overflowing with beans. He looked at it while breathing heavily, feeling that he had finally grasped the basic way to use his power. Han Feng reviewed the information and realized that when using the green light, its energy output was not a fixed constant. Every type of food required a different and unique amount of energy points. Any error would result in failure, but Han Feng suddenly paused as he realized the system felt very familiar. He quickly remembered that it was just like those popular rhythm-based online dancing games from over a decade ago. The energy values were compared to directional inputs, then every sequence of energy applied had to be entirely correct. He finally understood that specific threshold. Han Feng had now made much more progress than before, laughing excitedly as he saw the bean branch grow even more vibrant. Taking advantage of his momentum, he walked straight into the kitchen to begin experimenting with different kinds of meat. Meats were different from vegetables, as failing with them would result in a disgusting black liquid. Han Feng gathered a pile of chicken thighs and picked one up with a nervous glance. Assuming the principle was likely not much different, he got to work immediately trying to identify all the energy needed for meat, though the process seemed much longer than it was for vegetable. The first attempt failed, sending a splash of disgusting black liquid directly onto Han Feng's face. He did not give up and reached for another one while encouraging himself to continue. After another failure, Han Feng wiped it away and tried again, but by the third attempt there was still no progress, causing him to snap in frustration. After a while he could not stand it anymore and blurted out a curse about how the difficulty had increased way too much. Outside the window, the snow still showed no signs of stopping. Inside Han Feng's apartment, the black liquid kept flowing until the kitchen quickly became an incredibly filthy mess. He was still trying his hardest, working late into the night without rest despite being sick. This time, just like all the others, he focused his spirit and followed the internal guidance. A stream of green light emitted as Han Feng pressed his hand against the meat, causing it to break apart into tiny bubbles. Finally, as he reached that critical threshold, snapped his eyes open to seize the golden moment. Knowing it was now, chicken thigh that was once the size of a fist had now become massive. Han Feng smiled silently, pleased with this perfect result. Then he collapsed onto the floor, taking a deep breath to release all the exhaustion from his hard work. He reflected that he had finally found the successful method for transforming meat. Next morning, an emergency weather forecast began broadcasting on the TV as the host greeted the audience on July 17th. On the third day of this snow disaster, locations across the country were experiencing an exceptionally large blizzard that occurred once in a lifetime. Han Feng lay on the sofa listlessly listening to reports that authorities everywhere were actively working to mitigate the damage. Due to this massive snow disaster, transportation, power, and internet networks nationwide had become paralyzed. The news asked everyone to wait for rescue and repairs while local governments were sending supplies to the disaster area, hoping that everyone would stay indoors unless they had a special reason. The broadcast woke Han Feng up as he sat up and stretched, noting that everything was becoming paralyzed just like in his past life. At that moment, a flurry of phone messages arrived as the screen flickered on and off, leading Han Feng to remark that the group had started bickering before he clicked on the familiar chat. The residents in the group were in an uproar, their faces filled with worry and confusion as they argued fiercely. It seemed everyone was reacting to the news, with some believing rescue would come as stated while others debated how to save themselves. Someone stepped forward silently and shouted out to ask if everyone actually believed what was being reported. Lu puffed on his cigarette and told everyone that if the situation were really under control as the news said, the rescue teams would have arrived long ago. He continued his logical analysis, pointing out that no supply trucks were visible but friends had reported seeing many tanks and heavy weapons heading towards City A. Meaning there was only one possibility. Uncle Lu emphasized a point that terrified everyone, which was the high likelihood that war was about to break out. The crowd grew more agitated as they gathered around Uncle Lu and anxiously asked if it was actually true and if they were all doomed because of it. Han Feng did not rush to join the conversation, choosing to watch silently and reflect on how he had also heard rumors of war before his reincarnation. Another resident entered the debate quite calmly, suggesting that if Uncle Lu's predictions were correct, they should find things to protect themselves with. That person was Xueyo, who sat in his room typing that many residents were already starving because they hadn't stocked up, and since government relief might not arrive in time, they should form their own organization to help those in the complex. He declared grandly that he recommended those with enough food contribute to those in need, starting with himself by donating half of his supplies to anyone who needed help. The crowd gathered in small groups to whisper among themselves, looking hesitant as if they did not yet trust Xueyo's word. Kuan Yu stood up first and agreed that the brother's suggestion made sense and that they should help each other, offering to join the donation before asking Huina to contribute as well. Huina was annoyed that he had singled her out, asking if Wu Kuan Yu was sick for questioning her specifically just because she had previously refused to be his girlfriend. Others also chimed in saying they had no food left either, which led Kuan Yu to shrug and say he only hoped for solidarity, adding he wouldn't donate if unity wasn't guaranteed since nobody wanted to be a scapegoat. The factions were now divided into two, with one side defending Huina and the other siding with Kuan Yu. A moment later, the situation turned more positive as more hands went up with generous hearts to join the food donation, offered clothes and medicine to anyone in need, which made Xueyo very happy as he thanked everyone on behalf of the complex and suggested appointing a representative since there were so many people. He proposed forming a temporary emergency committee to take charge of counting and distributing the donated materials. Han Feng smirked upon reading this, remembering that this committee was just a scheme to trick people out of their food before the news reported again. July 19th, the 5th day of the apocalypse. Noting that outside temperatures had dropped below -40 degrees and heating systems had failed, forcing everyone to find ways to stay warm. Just as it had been before his reincarnation, the situation only continued to get worse, except for in my place where the stove was always glowing red. The supplies of cakes, refreshing drinks remained abundant without decreasing at all. Han Feng sat leisurely eating and drinking his fill until his phone rang again. He pressed the answer button that appeared on the screen, reached for a glass of water to take a sip before saying hello to the voice of the Floor 8 manager, who informed him they would clear the path in 20 minutes and asked him to come to the parking lot for roll call. Han Feng scowled in irritation while suppressing his inward anger, wondering if they were blind to the heavy snow and cursing the idea of cleaning up in his head. Despite his thoughts, he decided not to openly break ties with his neighbors yet in order to keep his indoor secrets safe. He sighed internally as he looked out the large frosted glass window and saw that the snow had completely blocked the first floor. People nearby ran to the door complaining that the snow was already a meter high despite yesterday's cleaning, and insisted on opening the door. A man gestured for the black-haired youths to help out, to which Han Feng gave a non-committal response. Men and youths put all their strength into pushing after a synchronized count and managed to crack the door open slightly. The door suddenly swung wide under the pressure, allowing an extremely freezing gust of wind to rush inside. They all recoiled to tighten their clothes as they complained about the terrifying cold and how the snow made it impossible to even open their eyes. Han Feng crouched down to shield himself from the wind, his teeth chattering as he thought that going out in this weather would surely result in frostbite or freezing. Everyone shared the same sentiment as him, knowing that going outside to clear snow now would surely result in freezing to death. While everyone seemed to be in unanimous agreement against the idea, a man strode in boldly and announced that he would go, making Han Feng jump. His righteous acquaintance Li Ziyi was walking in with grand strength, mocking the others for being cowardly and telling them that they had to have some character and spirit, although Han Feng didn't even look at him and only admired him inwardly as their brother Li. The others still showed no sign of changing their minds, telling them not to show off because this was no joke and they should wait for the snow to stop. Ziyi openly expressed his disagreement while keeping a cigarette clenched tightly in his mouth, then dashed outside with a highly confident expression on his face. Just a few moments, Ziyi had completely vanished into the tall and thick piles of snow. A dark silhouette could still be seen through the heavy snowfall as screams for help erupted from him, prompting everyone to rush out to pull him out of the drift. His face at this moment was turned purple, looking as though it was about to fall apart. After successfully pulling Z back inside, everyone immediately slammed the door shut. Han Feng performed artificial respiration on him while constantly asking if Brother Li was alright. Then looked up and told everyone to go to the parking lot to find the person in charge of the roll call and wait for the snow to stop before planning anything. Even without looking at the whole scene, he was certain that the current snow could no longer be cleared by manual human labor alone. Down at the parking lot, many people were starting to filter in one by one. Xueyu stood in the middle of the crowd giving a speech, saying that there was too much snow and they should wait before clearing it, as the underground lot would become a distribution point. Han Feng showed no interest at all, simply looking at Xueyu and wondering if this was the person that the group had been discussing. His eyes looked at Xueyu without any warmth, questioning if he was truly the one who had led the committee to deceive them. Meanwhile, the man was still instilling confidence in the residents with polite and kind words, thanking everyone once again for their help. His eyes brightened as his voice grew louder and more excited, expressing his surprise that so many households were willing to donate supplies to help those in need. Thanks to his encouragement, the people began to feel more energized and agreed that they should support each other to overcome this crisis through unity. Han Feng watched this scene with complete indifference, thinking that the disasters would not stop and these people would soon regret their actions. Ze was shivering uncontrollably and told him that he was going upstairs first, to which Han Feng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Han Feng tilted his head to focus his attention on someone else. Saw Ji Yan walking toward them carrying 3 boxes, making him realize with surprise that she was that nurse. Ji Yan wove through the crowd that was as thick as a swarm of ants, politely asking people to make way. Because the boxes were stacked high and blocked her vision, she accidentally bumped into someone and began to wobble. Hand reached out just in time to catch her shoulder, as Han Feng supported both her and the boxes while asking if she was okay. Ji Yan looked up at him and thanked him before realizing with surprise that it was him. Then she looked down at Han Feng's feet and pointed out his injury. Her voice was full of shock as she asked him how he had recovered so quickly. Han Feng waved his hands around in an exaggerated gesture, claiming that his recovery ability had been incredible since he was a child and that minor injuries like that healed in days. Ji Yan listened to his non-stop explanation with her eyes wide open, her lips slightly parted in an expression of pure amazement. Right after that, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she remarked on how impressive he was. Han Feng gave a strained smile and reached out to take the heavy items she was carrying, insisting on helping as thanks for the bandages while she eventually agreed with a laugh. However, this attempt at being a hero did not go very smoothly, as Han Feng was nearly pulled backward by the sheer weight of the cargo as soon as he took it. He curiously asked her what she was keeping in the boxes, to which she brightly replied that they were mostly medical supplies she wanted to donate. He laughed adorably while asking if it was too heavy and offering to help him. Han Feng naturally refused, claiming that he couldn't feel any weight at all. Ji Yan kindly warned him not to overexert himself since her strength was greater than many men, which made Han Feng ask if she had always been that strong. Ji Yan lowered her head slightly and whispered that it wasn't exactly like that, as there were actually some other reasons. Han Feng looked at her slightly saddened expression and began to feel a bit confused. Ji Yan felt embarrassed and dismissed the topic, apologizing and saying that some things had happened that she couldn't even explain clearly herself. After walking for a while, Ji Yan proactively turned back to ask Han Feng for his name. He gently replied to her that his name was Han Feng. Ji Yan smiled broadly and told him her name was Ji Yan, saying she was very happy to meet him. Han Feng stood before her beautiful and gentle face feeling quite shy, remaining stiff and not knowing what to say. So Ji Yan took the lead in continuing the conversation by asking what he did for a living, to which he honestly replied that he was unemployed, making her gasp in surprise. Suddenly, a strange man rushed past and accidentally bumped into Ji Yan, causing unconsciously brush against his arm, make physical contact that Han Feng could feel clearly even through their thick winter jackets because the impact was quite strong. His face turned red with embarrassment. Ji Yan immediately pulled away and waved her hands in apology, while Han Feng replied shortly that it was no problem. Just then, Huina approached him from the crowd with a smiling face, asking why he hadn't called her before coming out. Compared to the shy Ji Yan, she was much more proactive as she immediately linked her arm with his and pressed herself against. She looked at Ji Yan with her usual cheerful expression and asked who she was and if she was his friend. Ji Yan saw how close the two were and took her boxes back, saying she wouldn't disturb them and would take the items over herself, leaving Han Feng looking regretful. Then he asked Huina why she was here, and she happily explained that she came to receive supplies and was worried that something had happened to him. Han Feng scratched his head with an awkward smile, saying he was about to message her, but she playfully pouted and called him a liar for laughing with that other girl. Huina then looked directly into his eyes and asked if he had any spare food at home because she was running out and wanted him to share some. He suddenly gave a dangerous and slightly devious smile, his eyes darting around as if he was thinking of something suspicious. He unconsciously scratched his face and said he didn't have much left but could share some, though she hadn't replied to his messages from a few days ago. Then he naturally wrapped his arm around Huina's waist and whispered a teasing suggestion for her to come to his house and stay for a few days. Huina was slightly startled by Han Feng's sudden romantic gesture. She automatically backed away from his embrace and stammered that she hadn't understood his intent, saying they could just talk online whenever he wanted. Han Feng heard this and turned away decisively, pretending to be disappointed and saying that since she wouldn't agree, he would just head back. Na hurriedly grabbed his sleeve and told him to wait. She began to express her feelings, saying she felt he had changed and that he knew she was very serious when it came to romantic matters. She trembled, perhaps from the cold or from embarrassment, saying she didn't want others to think she was only with him for his money and asking for more time. Han Feng was slightly surprised by this reaction and called out her name very seriously. Then he restrained himself and narrowed his eyes at her, thinking that if he hadn't died once before, he might have believed her fake and ugly face. He wanted to tear that mask off but knew he couldn't if he wanted to find the man who was backing her. Han Feng thought about it and adjusted his composure, realizing he didn't need to go looking for the man because he could just follow his previous life's memories. He calculated in his head that he just needed to make Li Huina bring that man here once again. Thinking this, Han Feng looked at her gently and told her that he was only joking. Huina looked up at him with surprised eyes. He continued his act by lightly touching her arms and saying he would wait for her answer and bring her food tomorrow, which made her very happy. Once she had achieved her goal, she waved goodbye and told him to talk online, while Han Feng told her to be careful not to catch a cold. Only then did Huina reveal her true face, turning away with a smug and triumphant smirk on her lip. Han Feng, who already knew her game, was calmly waiting for the next development while watching her leave. The scenery outside was now almost entirely obscured by the white blankets of snow that covered everything. Han Feng's phone screen lit up repeatedly with constant notifications, as Huina complained about why he hadn't delivered the supplies yet. He didn't even bother to look, instead sitting down to enjoy a steaming bowl of rice piled high with meat. His mouth was full of food as he chewed happily, thinking that this weather was perfect for eating hot meal. Alone in his apartment, Han Feng let his thoughts drift, reflecting on his experiments over the past few days which confirmed that meat did not grow infinitely. Secondly, he discovered that meat-like items could be utilized infinitely just like beans. Previously he needed half a bean to create sprouts while eating the other half, and he applied the same principle to his meat experiments. Under the influence of two types of half a piece of meat combined with some beans could produce almost an entire piece of beef. When he applied the same principle to the new piece of beef once again, the result remained the same as before. After repeating the experiment many times, the final result was exactly as he had predicted, and having thought through those, Han Feng felt very confident that he would never have to worry about not having enough to eat in the future. A news reporter was broadcasting that it was August 2nd, the 19th day of the snow disaster, at Pajohidi Island in Mandivar, which was 78 kilometers from the equator. Experts noted that the ice thickness had reached 55 centimeters and that countries near the equator were suffering just as much as everywhere else. Han Feng sat leisurely watching the news with a cold drink in his hand, knowing the real situation was many times worse than what was being reported. As he was sitting in a relaxed mood, the ground suddenly shook, startling him and causing his drink to splash up. He immediately pulled the curtains back to see what was happening. In the distance, a building was on fire with bright flames while Han Feng wondered what was going on outside since this was the 7th explosion. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spotted something else outside the window. The air was filled with military helicopters flying in all directions, making him exclaim in surprise at the sheer number of them. After watching for a moment, he pulled the curtains shut and turned his gaze back to his phone as the panic among the residents intensified. The residents in the parking garage began trading various essential items and food supplies with one, but there were also many residents taking advantage of the situation to oppress others, leading to quite a bit of conflict. Yu kept his hands busy helping everyone just as he always did, while someone spoke up in confusion, asking in the group if residents in difficulty were currently queuing in the parking garage to receive supplies. At the parking garage in another, Han Feng had arrived down here, and after leaving his warm room, he sneezed several times in a row. Snot trickled down his face as Han Feng tightly closed his eyes to feel the creeping cold. Thinking this was far too freezing, he slowly walked past the shouting crowd where, despite the jostling in front of the line, he wondered who would even want to cut in, thinking that if it weren't to gather some information, he wouldn't have bothered coming down here. Han Feng suddenly recalled a horrific memory from before his rebirth, remembering that riots had broken out in the residential community, though at that time he never knew the specific cause for so he reminded himself that this time he had to understand the situation first to minimize all future. Han Feng patiently continued to investigate the situation, noticing there were truly many households facing hardship. In front of him was the supply distribution desk where someone was shouting angrily, claiming they had originally turned over several boxes of supply. Since they were now only giving him such a small amount of food, Yu, who was on duty there, immediately explained that everything was being divided equally. But the man remained stubborn and slammed the desk, demanding the return of his previously donated supplies while Yu calmly informed him that, unfortunately, the supplies could not be. Han Gu calmed him with some words of comfort, saying that since the natural disaster was still ongoing, he hoped the man could consider the bigger picture and, once this disaster passed, Han Gu would pay out of his own pocket to compensate him. Yet the man already held a prejudice and acted very aggressively, asking who knew when this snow disaster would end and insisting he only wanted his donated supply. Those queuing behind began to lose patience and asked if it was enough, saying they thought Han Gu already promised compensation so he should at least show some respect, as it looked like the man was just trying to squeeze out more supply. In an instant, all the negative comments flooded toward him, telling him to take the food and get lost because everyone was waiting to eat, so they asked if he could stop delaying the boys' work since it was shameless to demand back what was already donated. Especially since the committee members were already struggling. You damn fat man. Han Feng just stood to the side to observe and smirked, knowing the current situation wouldn't allow them to take back their supplies, yet he felt extremely uncomfortable and only dared to curse in his heart about how shameless it was to place oneself on a moral high ground and force others to donate more. Another person also showed dissatisfaction with the committee's behavior, saying they had never seen anyone so shameless. And when Han Feng heard a familiar voice, he looked over, saw Ze with a haggard face and dry lips waving his hand to greet him, asking, "Oh, is that you?" Han Feng warmly struck up a conversation, saying what a coincidence it was and asking how he had been after not seeing him for so long. And Ze laughed, saying things were still. As soon as Ze finished speaking, he coughed repeatedly and then further explained that he was just a bit weak and confused, while Han Feng looked at him with concern, thinking he shouldn't say he was fine, and only then did he dare to tell the truth, mentioning that lately using only tap water to stave off hunger was barely enough to survive. And Han Feng asked if he had no supplies at all. Both of them spoke while looking toward the line of people taking turns to get food, as Ze confessed everything without hiding. He explained that at the time, he wanted to help his neighbors by donating a large amount of supplies to the committee, but the result was that the food in his house ran out while the snow disaster continued, and as he told the story, his resentment grew over the committee's tiny portions, wishing he had kept more for. Han Feng gently called out to Ze, saying, "Brother, you," leaned his mouth close to the man's ear and whispered, asking if he could help him a little, to which Ze kept nodding and saying, "Ajum, ajum." After listening, he asked if it was really that simple, just for 4 boxes of instant noodles and 2 sausages, and Han Feng confirmed it clearly, saying yes, but told him not to complain about it being too little since his accumulated supplies weren't much. A second later, Ze burst into tears and sobbed, saying, "Little brother, this is clearly just an excuse to give me food," and he vowed never to forget this kindness in his life, while Han Feng smiled faintly at this overreaction and told him not to be so formal since they were. Ze patted Han Feng's shoulder and firmly declared that his little brother should rest, and while still overcome with tears, he told him to trust him with this small matter, to which Han Feng sincerely replied with a thank you and told him to come to his house later. Ze then winked at him and said, "Fine, then I'll go get the supplies," and Han Feng smiled proudly because the plan was successful, thinking that a few packs of noodles and sausages had already helped him, so he wouldn't have to gather intelligence himself. He slowly left the crowded area while still grinning broadly, for although he felt a bit guilty, he wondered what other family could lie comfortably on a sofa, eating delicious food and playing games. As he was walking leisurely, a sudden shout pulled him back, calling out, "Han!" A hand was swinging toward him as Na directly landed a slap on Han Feng's. His face went blank as he intentionally put on an innocent look. Huina cursed at him, saying he had made her so disappointed. She loudly reproached him, asking why he never answered her message. Han Feng was still dazed, thinking about what just happened. He reached up to touch his aching cheek. He realized he had been slapped. Han Feng recalled the past, remembering he hadn't even settled the score with her yet, and he felt very angry that she had slapped him now for no reason. Han Feng sighed in frustration, wondering if she still thought she could bully him. Seeing that he didn't respond, Huina became even more cranky, asking if he was deaf or mute, and if he could hear what she took a deep breath for a moment. Han Feng patiently explained, saying he was sorry, Huina, but the situation was like. She was shocked and asked, "What, you were?" Han Feng scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Yeah." He had placed the supplies in front of the door to get his keys, but when he returned, he found they had disappeared, and Huina became even more confused, asking if he had searched for them, to which Han Feng immediately confirmed that he had but found no clue. Huina hesitated and asked, Then do you have any supplies?" Han Feng made it look difficult, saying not much, and that eating only 1 meal a day might let him hold out for a few more. Huina rejoiced, saying that was great. Didn't think so simply, wondering if he ate 1 meal every 2 days. Then couldn't he give her half so they could get through this disaster? Han Feng didn't know what to say, thinking it was truly shameless that she could even say such. Tried to calm himself, realizing that in her eyes, he was just a tool to be used when. So he finally agreed and said. Han Feng made an effort, saying since he already promised Huina, they would take half each, which made her extremely satisfied as she thanked him profusely and asked if he could help her carry them down now. But he made an appointment for tonight, saying he would message her after finishing some cleaning. Huina turned to leave, saying she would wait for his news and would head back first, then told him to return early so he wouldn't catch a cold. Han Feng showed clear exhaustion and said, "All right, wait for me." Outside the weather was extremely freezing as the of his phone only showed messages from Huina call. She couldn't wait long, wondering what this guy Han Feng was doing since he wasn't answering messages or picking up. Huina looked around and noticed their elevator had also stopped. He decided to switch to the stairs and every heavy footstep struggled to climb up. Huina was very angry, thinking that Han Feng was dead to her, and if it weren't for the supplies, she would never have come to. She was out of breath and exhausted, thinking she was dying because she hadn't had anything in her stomach for the past few. Huina felt relieved, thinking she was finally almost. The lights suddenly flickered and went out, making her a bit apprehensive as she realized the emergency lights were also. Hearing a noise, Huina was terrified and asked who was there. As a large black bag fell, Huina stood still in shock. The emergency lights came back. Huina called out timidly, "Han." He finally ran over awkwardly, apologizing and saying he had fallen asleep, but ran down with the supplies as soon as he saw her messages, only for the lights to go out and causing him to bump into the railing and lose his grip on the bag of flour, while she cursed at him frantically, asking if he was a pig who couldn't even do this. Huina was extremely annoyed, saying it was a complete loss. Seeing this, Han Feng revealed an excited expression, thinking this was exactly what he had prepared. Han Feng quickly held out the bag of items, saying these were his remaining supplies. Huina opened it and saw the messy items inside, loudly complaining that these things looked moldy and just like. Han Feng scratched his head in confusion, saying he had saved these by eating sparingly. Yet she reproached him, asking if such dirty things were even. He reached out to take the bag, saying if she disliked it, then she should give it back. Huina immediately hugged it tightly, asking who said she didn't. He stared at her. Huina's appearance made Han Feng feel disappointed, thinking that this was the goddess he once desperately. She picked up an apple to examine it, noting it was a bit black on the outside but surely still good inside. Thinking she could eat it after cutting it a bit with. She also snatched another bag, saying she would take this flour too. Huina selfishly thought it was great that there was still half a bag. Han Feng smiled craftily, thinking this trash would be enough to give her a stomach ache for several. He watched her back as she went down with satisfaction, and then Han Feng turned to head back, thinking that since it was impossible to bathe in this weather, she should just hang those flour things up. He was happy on his way. Suddenly Han Feng shivered, wondered what was there at the. Someone was following. He gradually faded into the shadows to hide, while a figure quickly chased after. Every step Han Feng took slowed down. Then Han Feng grabbed the person. He pinned the person down and told them they were looking for. But he suddenly. Han Feng realized that the person was the little girl once again. Han Feng took the initiative to push the little wicked king girl down and asked, "Hey, are you tailing me? What are your intentions?" The little girl's face remained completely impassive and showed no reaction. Han Feng felt helpless and thought to himself, "Fine, stay silent then." Seeing that he could do nothing to the little girl, he resorted to using threats and said, "If you don't speak, I'll strip all your clothes off." Her eyes, frail as bone, sparkled as if hiding tears. Han Feng froze, unsure of what. He could only give up, releasing the girl and standing. "If you're not going to talk, fine. I'll let you off this." He put his hands in his pockets and walked away. "Go home quickly. Don't cause any more." Suddenly Han Feng stopped. The girl tugged at his sleeve. Han Feng turned his head and asked coldly, "What?" The peculiar girl still nothing, staring at him. He quickly urged, "Don't look at me like that. If you still don't speak, I'm." Her small finger, encased in a glove, pointed in a direction. Han Feng guessed, "Do you want me to follow you?" The little girl tremblingly replied. The wooden door gently opened. Han Feng stood stunned in the room. Looking at the room filled with various items, he asked, "Did you prepare all these things?" The little girl softly replied, turned around and continued. Could it be that she already knew about the natural disaster? Early on, the girl sat down. Her eyes behind her glasses lit up as she simply replied. The girl spoke while taking off her thick robe. "Calculations. Results." Girl pointed at the TV screen. It was said in the group.
Han Feng realized.
So she was that out. There was admiration in his. "Impressive. But did you bring me to your house to talk about?" Girl quietly pointed forward. He looked confusedly in the direction of the girl's hand towards a series of large. These were all moments of him recorded by Cana. Han Feng felt these things are. He eyed her warily. "You've always been monitored." Unbeknownst to him, the peculiar girl had taken off all her thick clothes, leaving only a thin knife. Han Feng's eyes were wide and his mouth was agape as he blinked at the. He blushed and said, flustered, "Hey, why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" The little girl simply said, "Hot." He quickly added, "No, I didn't mean it." The room was a bit messy. Items lay scattered across the floor, mixed with his shouts. "Don't say anything else. Put your pants on." The two sat silently on the sofa. The little girl was engrossed in browsing on the imperious little girl only answered indifferently, not wanting to say anything. Meanwhile, Han Feng, however, actively spoke a great deal. "So you mean you suspected and monitored me because you saw me stockpiling food before the disaster? And your purpose was to confirm whether we could cooperate?" He quickly realized the cooperation she spoke of was. Suddenly, her small hand slapped down onto the little girl unexpectedly approached him. Han Feng didn't have time to react. The young girl knelt and leaned toward him, making Han Feng's face turn red as he stammered, What are you doing?" Her hands propped her up against the machine right in front of Han Feng's feet. She looked at him and spoke rare words, saying, "Teach me how to use the generator," which left Han Feng looking awkward as he replied, "Huh." The generator vibrated slightly, immediately said, "There. It's working now. Do you understand?" To which the young girl watched intently and replied, He turned back to look at the young girl and asked, "So, is there nothing else?" The young girl pointed in another direction for him to follow, and he grunted in acknowledgement. Han Feng guided the young girl on how to use the water heater, not forgetting to remind her. "Adjust it like this for hot water, but remember to turn it off after use," which the evil king girl listened to carefully before replying. Opening the messy refrigerator, he began to complain. "Put the raw meat in the freezer and you must cut it into small pieces to put in bags, since you're way too disorganized, so don't just stare, get to work." While the young girl replied as before, he turned his attention to the gas stove and said, "You must pay attention to safety when using gas, so watch closely." And the young girl replied, Han Feng conveniently started cooking on the stove and while working he said, "The gas is sufficient so the fire can burn high, making the stir-fried food delicious, so look closely, this blue flame is what you want." And she replied again, A table with 3 attractive dishes was laid out. He spoke up, saying, "All right, let's eat while it's still hot." Han Feng helplessly slammed his hand on the table and massaged his forehead while sighing. "I feel like I've become a nanny, since your self-care abilities are just too poor." The young girl, eating hurriedly, looked at him with confusion and asked, Seeing the dazed young girl, he no longer had the heart to say more and just waved it off, saying, "I'm just joking." He began to eat while his heart continued to complain about how exhausting it all was. Looking at the young girl leaning her head on the table, Han Feng spoke up, "Just so you know, I'm going back after eating." The evil king girl, having eaten her fill with a few grains of rice still clinging to her mouth, had already fallen asleep. He marveled at how she could fall asleep even while eating. He gently moved the young girl to the sofa and then took a blanket to cover her. After that, he put his thick coat back on and left the house while thinking to himself that she was just like a child. The sound of the door closing echoed once outside. The harsh blizzard had not diminished at all. Han Feng opened the door and spoke with a long yawn, asking, "What's going on so early in the morning?" Several large boxes were piled up in front of his door, and the evil king girl spoke up, saying, "These are for you," while he softly grunted, thinking it was quite generous. Yet in his heart he wondered why there was so much. Seeing the young girl staring at him, he asked again, "Do you have something else?" The young girl had dragged the generator over and said, "Can you teach me one more time?" So with no other choice he replied, All right then." As he focused on teaching her how to use the generator, he realized through a few days of contact that this girl downstairs was a total idiot. Her innocent behavior made him see that she lacked a lot of common knowledge. When cooking, the fire would flare up and burn everything. But she seemed very eager to learn life skills, dragging him to her house every day. The food was all burnt black and looked incredibly gloomy. Yet Han Feng only managed a forced compliment, saying, "Your skills can be considered to have improved." He didn't forget to add, "However, even for this kind of food, many people would fight over it, although in peaceful times even a dog would probably refuse it." Han Feng spoke while chewing. "Right, I haven't asked your name yet." The young girl immediately replied, "Evil King of the True Eye." He immediately retracted his words, saying, "Just pretend I never asked." A cardboard box full of canned goods fell to the ground as several aggressive men shouted, "Based on what are you receiving supplies with this trash of yours? Hand them over here." They rushed at each other, scuffling and screaming, "Those supplies are mine. And who can prove they're yours?" One person yelled loudly, "Give the supplies back to me." The crowd surged forward with a bunch of weapons in their hands as a white-haired man shouted, "Return them my ass! I saw them first." While another person roared, "Say another word and I'll kill you." A bearded man struck another fellow, making him cry out, "Ack!" While the bearded man yelled, "Get out of the way, these are all my supplies." Large splatters of blood sprayed onto Shueyu's shoes and pant leg. His breath billowed into the air as his eyes glanced to the side. His index finger pressed the volume up button on the back of the handheld megaphone. The megaphone emitted a noisy sound that made everyone cover their ears tightly. A few people in the crowd held their ears while panting heavily. Shueyu held the megaphone and spoke out, saying, "Everyone." He used one hand to help the person next to him up, while the other hand held the megaphone as he asked, "Have you fought enough yet?" A man wearing glasses in the crowd spoke up, saying, "Is it not reprehensible that we're fighting until our heads are broken and bleeding just for the last bit of supplies?" While the person next to him cursed, "You have the nerve to speak when it's because you suggested donating supplies that our whole family only gets 1 pack of instant noodles for several days." A man named Jiang placed his finger on his head and replied, "That's right, if we don't rob, we'll all damn well starve to death, so let me think. It's because the distributed supplies aren't enough to eat and the donated supplies have decreased, that we must snatch what little remains." He continued to utter a few lines, asking, "Is that how it is? The things you all just said are truly pathetic." He raised his voice, asking, "Isn't that just deserving of starvation?" While a man in a yellow coat opposite him yelled, "Everyone, think carefully, who caused this situation?" Shueyu leaned down to pick up a piece of bread lying on the ground and hesitated as he began. You! Squeezed the bread he had lifted into the air, saying, Come, let me help you all remember. The piece of bread was violently crushed into small fragments by the man named Jiang and slowly fell to the ground as he said, What was originally just a few dollars for bread has been jacked up to dozens or hundreds by supply speculators. Small pieces of bread fell and touched his brown shoes smeared with blood as he continued. To squeeze you dry, a single piece of bread was divided into 5 or 10 parts to be sold, and in the end, they successfully made a fortune from this disaster. Several men in the group frowned, trembling with rage at Zhang's words, as he added, And you all not only spent money to buy this food until your pockets were empty. He gestured to the left as if preaching, saying, But you are also fighting among yourselves for these final supplies. Isn't this a joke? Because they are the ones who have plenty of supplies but won't donate them. His expression turned into a pitiable look as he said, They are the ones maliciously pushing up the prices of supplies, and in the end, it is we who starve to death. His left hand clenched into a fist, and he suddenly shouted with great resolve, Is this fair or not? Shouldn't we be uniting right now? A man with frizzy hair and a bleeding wound on his face asked, Are we going up to take back the supplies that belong to us? While the man next to him turned to listen, and 2 white-haired men standing near each other also spoke up in turn, saying, What you said isn't wrong. This is damn well unfair, so why should they get all the benefits while we starve to death? Shueyu's eyes were full of schemes as a loud cry rang out at the same time, saying, No problem. The entire crowd shouted loudly with indignant faces, saying, It's all their fault for ruining us like this. They deserve to die. It's unfair. The corner of Zhang's mouth twitched into a smirk as his breath billowed into the air. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Li Zi looked everywhere with a look of complete bewilderment. He frantically pressed his phone while thinking to himself that these people had gone mad and that this would lead to a major disaster. Outside at that moment, a blizzard was covering the tall building. At this time, Han Feng, who was dozing off in a chair with a book on his face, was awakened by the vibration of his phone. He jumped up, holding the phone in his hand and guessing it was Brother Li, as 3 lines of messages from Li Zi appeared consecutively, saying, Brother, things are bad. Those people have gone crazy and want to rob supplies. He responded, They? Who? To which the reply came, They are inciting the tenants to rob other supplies and are breaking the locks of every house. Han Feng hurriedly stood up with a face full of panic as he shouted, Right now! And quickly went to the door to lock it tightly, while the message said, They're carrying weapons? He continued to move to the large window curtains and pulled them shut while his other hand held the phone to read Li Zi's message, which said, Hide if you can, don't face them. As his hand gripped the curtain and trembled while he messaged Li Zi back, I know, brother. You also stay safe. I didn't expect things to develop this way. Suddenly, a scene flashed of him being attacked continuously by a crowd with terrifying red eyes, and even though he had acquired 2 guns to deal with danger, if this was an organized action and his supplies were exposed, facing such crazed neighbors would be different. He opened the door to a storage room full of gas tanks, fearing that he would be chewed up by them until not even a scrap remained. He gathered items onto his person, with a roll of black electric wire slung over his shoulder, a plastic bag clenched in his teeth, 2 fire extinguishers in his hands, and a long roll of paper tucked under his arm. As he stepped on step, the fire extinguisher was placed next to the door, along with adhesive tape cut into small pieces on the floor and a long roll of paper partially spread out. Both hands, he taped the strips of adhesive tape to the wall along with the small roll of paper and the 2 ends of the electric wire. He slowly backed away to pull the electric wire longer. He was thinking that, first of all, he had to prepare well, while at the same time, the light bulbs went out as the power was cut, leaving the room dark as the building he lived in was covered by a thick layer of snow. Somewhere outside the building, the voices of the residents echoed with people shouting, Hey, the power's out! And others yelling to each other, Oh crap! Hey, have you contacted the building owner yet? Look, the building opposite is out too. Han Feng turned on the flashlight on his phone to shine it on the window while his other hand parted the curtain slightly. Thinking that it had already been impossible to contact them for a while, he placed his phone on the flat surface of the small generator and carried a large oil drum with his back slightly hunched. Noting that the signal also seemed to be gone, he carefully poured the oil drum into the generator, realizing that with the blizzard plus the overloaded electric heating system, a power outage was only a matter of time. Han Feng pulled the starter cord repeatedly, while outside the accumulated snow and low temperatures made repairs impossible. He pulled the cord but his gaze wasn't focused on the machine, thinking that this cut to the power and network might be permanent, as the management team likely found it impossible to restore power. Fearing clearly that the situation would only get more serious, at that same time, Li Huina was devouring her noodle. She ate non-stop as the shadow of a man appeared on the table and he spoke, saying, This is the real hell, which had begun half an hour early. Gold-haired man with a smoking cigarette in his hand said, I've already spent over 500,000 on those supplies, and I even took a portion of them to auction off to those poor devils who were scrambling to buy from me. making me some small change. He placed his right hand on her face, which had a few grains of rice on it, his finger lightly touching her lips as he said, I told the group directly that all supplies would be sold at 50 times the market price. She, with a joyful face, placed her hand over his, which was still on her cheek, and hummed in agreement. He looked at her with eyes full of animalistic desire, thinking that as long as he had supplies, this woman would be his to play with as he pleased, while outside the door the voices of several people echoed, asking, What's the situation on this floor? I remember everyone is home. Outside it was still noisy as someone said, You guys, open this house first and bring that fellow over here. Making the gold-haired man stand up, somewhat angry that they were making such a racket outside in the middle of the night, stood close to the door, frowning as he listened to the voices outside shouting, Hey, are you sure it's this house? And, I'm sure. I saw this person buying supplies from dozens of households, and now I remember it was this fellow who jacked up the prices in the crowd. So don't hesitate anymore, just break it down. The people outside pounded on the door with such force that the gold-haired man couldn't react in time and was struck, and the sudden attack made him groan out, Ah! He scrambled away from the door as the pounding outside continued relentlessly. The woman in the room stood huddled in fear while he, still in shock, uttered a sound of disbelief. A loud crash echoed through the room as the door collapsed, and the shadows of men with weapons in their hands appeared on the floor. The blizzard outside continued to fall unceasingly upon the tall buildings. Han Feng's tidy room had become a mess with a pile of foam boxes and repair tools, while in the middle of the room sat the generator connected to many wires from all sides. Han Feng was seriously repairing the machine as he adjusted the section of electric wire he had taped to the front door earlier. He brought a voltage tester pen to the wire taped on the door with a look of complete bewilderment, asking, Strange, why is there still no power? Suddenly the wire exploded, making him jump and shut his eyes tight as he cried out, Ack! He dropped the wire to the ground, and since he was standing too close, he was affected quite a bit and began to cough. Cough, 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 cough. Han Feng picked up the wire and used his other hand to brush away the sparks while thinking to himself that it was so difficult to do and that it would be great if the network was still working. Suddenly, the door next to him resounded, as there seemed to be someone outside that door, making him look up at it with a look of complete surprise. He peered through the gap in the door as sounds erupted outside, and he muttered that there was no need to fear because the door had been fortified. Putting his eye to the peephole, he saw the blue-haired tuft of a young girl and vaguely guessed who it was based on her stature and that specific hair. So Han Feng raised his voice and asked. The little girl suddenly lifted her head. A breath puffed out. Realizing the little girl was the envoy of the evil king's true eye, he looked annoyed. How troublesome. Coming to find him when he was this. Suddenly he recalled the moment he was attacked by the large man before. His face turned pale. Sweat drenched. His hand reached for the doorknob. He opened. His hand rested on the surface of the door, but did not open it. His other hand clenched. The little girl was still waiting outside. He called out from in. After hearing, the evil king's little girl stood for a long time. Her hand clenched again. She slowly raised. The little girl knocked repeatedly on the ceiling above was covered in cobwebs. Amidst the bitter cold weather, the little girl slumped down. She pulled her legs in and leaned against the door. Her whole body trembled. She clasped her hands tightly together. The area around her was also covered in spiders. The little girl breathed onto her ice-cold hands. She blew on them, trembling. Nearby, someone's voice rang out. Hurry up. Don't let someone else snatch it. The little girl furtively turned to the right. The voices came from the hallway next to the door. There are a few families on the 18th floor. Why bother with them? Just go in. A man's rough hand was placed on the edge of the wall, which was covered in spiders. Two burly men both looked very menacing. They were also holding weapons. The bearded man spoke up. It seems like there's no one on this. In addition to the two men, there were a few others following behind. The bearded man said to his accomplices. So the two households inside belonged. The bearded man walked closer to Han Feng's house. Door. He turned to call his accomplices. Give me the inside the door. Han Feng was holding the little girl tightly, covering her mouth to keep her quiet. Outside the door, that man called out, Hello, we are here to deliver supplies. Hello, is anyone? That bearded man stood outside, knocking on the door repeatedly. Han Feng and the girl, leaning against the door, felt impacts on their backs. Han Feng was trying to maintain his He whispered to the little girl, Tavong. His face showed a hint of fear. Don't be afraid. My door is reinforced. Little girl remained still at the sound of the continuous knocking from outside the door. The bearded man continuously twisted the door. Han Feng hugged the little girl who was trembling all over. The guys outside spoke up. Or maybe we smash the wall first, damn it, and mark this place. Han Feng felt relieved. He thought to himself, looks like they've given up. Asterisk luckily he had focused on reinforcing the door and the asterisk he recalled telling the builder in the past. Please add a 5 cm steel plate to the door and reinforce the handle. The builder asked, confused. Are you running from debt? His eyes suddenly, he realized something. He frantically asked the little, at the same time, he released the arm that had been tightly covering the little girl's mouth until now. No, are you all right? I was afraid they would discover there was someone in the house. That the little girl Tavong gently nodded. She hesitantly spoke. Thank. Room became quiet compared to
Hàng Phong crept up.
He pressed his hand against the door, listening. It seemed those people had really. He picked up the pliers to adjust the electric wires. Once I've finished fixing this, if they dare kick the door again next time, I'll electrocute them. The little girl asked, looking puzzled. What is? Han Fong fiddled with the repair, an annoyed expression on his face. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. I don't even understand why this broken down thing is so hard to. Little girl spoke up. A booby trap uses the difference between current and voltage.
Hàng Phong
Was surprised by the little girl's answer. You know, the little girl replied. It's very. The little evil genius revealed her understanding. After cutting the power, wrap the bare wire around the doorknob for insulation. Han Fong followed the little girl's instructions one by. Little girl raised her hand to direct him. Then she connected the ground wire of the distribution box to the doorknob. Finally, she turned on the. Han Fong placed the electrical tester pen on the doorknob. He suddenly exclaimed, Really? It actually. Han Fong asked the little girl, How do you know these things? The little girl replied, The evil king's true eye has the ability to see through all truths in the world. He responded with a regretful attitude. Stop. Let's just say I didn't. He stood up and took the coil of electrical wire and the toolkit to put away. At the same time, he asked the little girl, What do you want me to help with? Tell me quickly. I'm very busy. The little girl trotted behind. The little girl pulled up her shirt. A few things she had hidden around her belly fell. Han Fong, standing behind the little girl, spoke up. Hey, I'm talking. The little girl replied nonchalantly. The evil king's true eye will rest here.
Han Phong replied.
Became flustered. He turned to ask the little girl again. What did you? Han Fong was bewildered amidst the clutter of the room. What kind of joke is this? Absolutely not. You're too big. Go back. As he intended to move towards the little girl, his foot got tangled in the messy pile of electrical wires on the floor. His body, motionless, gradually tilted forward. His brain hadn't yet registered what was happening. His mouth hung open. He tumbled to the ground. His 2 legs splayed out in 2 directions. Items flew up from near. His body trembled. Ugh, so much pain. His 2 hands glowed.
Phong unexpectedly
Looked up. Ha! No. His eyes darted around. He noticed something a little off. Perplexed, he held the table that had transformed. His teeth. He realized the table's change. He hesitated, asking himself, It's become soft. His eyes suddenly focused on his glowing hand. He thought to himself, Oh, purple light. Could it be this purple light that's making the tea table? He swept his gaze across the surrounding objects. Even the tool. He picked up the hammer. The hammer suddenly became. Han Fong swayed the transformed hammer. Many thoughts ran through his mind. So, this purple light can turn objects. Raised his head and saw the girl, Tavong. Evil king, who had been sitting there all. He panicked. Sweat poured down his cheeks. His mouth hung open. His mind was in a slight panic.
I'm screwed.
He forgot there was still someone in the. The little girl's eyes were wide open. She looked surprised. Girl Tavong squinted at him for a long. Finally, she spoke. So you're also an envoy chosen by the true eye of Ta. Han Fong was a bit startled by her question, but to conceal the reason, he could only admit. I am also a subordinate of Tavong. That's why such strange phenomena often. After hearing this, the girl immediately raised her hand, signaling him to. Her eyes instantly lit up brightly. She said happily, Since we are both envoys, we should support each other. We can just share the rest.
Hàng Phong sai helper.
Girl like you wants to be. He just hadn't finished speaking when the sound of the door closing echoed. He immediately fell. He turned his head to look at the door reproachfully. I haven't even agreed yet. Do you think this is the lair of the evil king? But the person was nowhere to be seen. Saying anything was useless. He shook his head helplessly. He disregarded the matter and focused on his power. What exactly was that purple light in his hand? Just could turn objects from hard to. Fong thought for a moment. Then he clicked his tongue. It seemed the light he possessed wasn't just of 2 types. It was just that he hadn't discovered them. The purple light had appeared when he was tripped by an electric wire and then hit the coffee. Taking back the feeling at that time was a bit strange. Just then, he noticed that Purple light had so, just recalling the dangerous situation from earlier, the purple light had already. Could it be that this purple light also has an effect on electric wire? After thinking for a moment, he immediately stood up and went into the kitchen, a large knife in his. He wanted to try it with other Instantly, the knife in his hand was covered by the purple light. He hadn't expected it to also affect. The knife quickly softened like fruit. After that, Han Fong tried it with many different. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The longer this purple light was used, the more severely the item was softened. Apart from that, its surface showed no other. The effect of this thing was of limited use. He propped his chin up, lost in thought. Is there any other way to? What if you combine blue and violet light rays for? He thought it, then did it. Two types of light quickly appeared in his hands. He combined them into. Then he picked up the knife from earth. He let it be enveloped in that stream of. He waited until the light dissipated. The object inside also gradually revealed its. The knife had now returned to its original shape. It was just shinier than. Han Fong slightly furrowed his brow and pondered for. Finally, he realized that the two types of light combined could change the toughness of objects. Hardness was also quite remarkable. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an. At the same time, in a dark corner of the staircase, two deep voices rang out. Someone asked, "Brother, you're not planning to turn in the stolen supplies, are you?" The other person snorted coldly upon hearing this. "No way in hell am I turning it in. I don't even have enough to eat my." After submitting it, it must then be distributed to women and old people. On what basis? The person behind nodded in agreement. However, the two of us must absolutely keep this a secret. If by any chance others find out, we're. But at this moment, the person in front saw something, exclaiming in surprise, "Quick! Look behind." Hearing this, the other person was startled and immediately turned. And yet they saw the wall behind them. Immediately after that, a strange face appeared on the. Kept wiggling back and forth, looking a bit. In just a blink of an eye, that face got close to the face of one of the guys standing near. Not only that, two hands also appeared, constantly reaching. Immediately, the two guys trembled with fear and muttered, "It's a gun." And they turned and fled. That strange face suddenly. A voice then rang out, "I'm about to suffer." Turned out that the one who created this strange phenomenon was Han Fong. He had used his special ability on his wall, transforming it from hard to. He then let out a sigh of relief. All that for the wall. I'm too. Having said that, he immediately withdrew his superpower from the muffled bang. The wall quickly transformed back into its original form as Han Fong couldn't help but pant heavily, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet he didn't stop, walking over to pick up a large sledgehammer. He wanted to test the hardening results on the wall. Taking a deep breath, he finally began, fiercely swung the hammer against the wall in front. As he continued to strike, the snow falling outside grew heavier and heavier. Inside his home, Han Fong was dripping with sweat, his hands uncontrollably. The wall before him remained completely undamaged after several blows, causing him to remark with admiration that it was far too exaggerated, as not even a single chip had fallen. On another front, down below at the resource collection, a person returned carrying a small bag which they placed on the. That man stammered, saying that most homeowners were basically out of food and he had only gathered this much, then apologized. Just as he finished speaking, an arm was placed on his shoulder. He was subsequently pinned down onto the. One who acted was Tai Wu, who pressed the man down firmly and fiercely questioned where he had hidden the bags of stolen food. But the man refused to talk even under threat of death, gritting his teeth to say that everything he had stolen was already. However, Tai Wu didn't believe him and angrily told him to stop pretending, as he had clearly seen the man take 3 large bags yet only submit one, though the man still denied it, shouting that Tai Wu must have seen wrong and swearing he had turned it. Hearing this, Tai Wu snorted coldly, asking if he still refused to speak and declaring he needed a proper beating. But just as he was about to strike, his hand was caught by someone. Surprised, he turned his head, frowned upon seeing who it was, asking Mr. Jiang why he had. The newcomer was Xueyu, who softly advised him to release the man first and talk things over slowly, to which Tai Wu indignantly replied that the man had hidden everyone. Xueyu nodded slightly and seriously said to leave the matter to him, asking if that would be. Tai Wu was somewhat surprised but then nodded in agreement, released the man's arm, coldly snorting that he would spare his life out of respect for Mr. At that moment, Xueyu walked over to the man and reached out to help. He concernedly asked if he was all right, but the man was trembling too much to. Xueyu flashed a sincere smile, and the man actually believed. The man then quickly handed over the resources he had. He spoke remorsefully, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. My family has 5 mouths to feed and the distributed food is truly not enough. So I..." Just before he could finish speaking, Xueyu handed him a food box while saying, "Take it. This is my ration for today," causing the man to ask doubtfully, "Mr. Jiang, what are you doing?" Xueyu acted generously as he replied, "Rules are rules. All gathered items must be surrendered and rations are then divided based on a fixed number of people. but I can understand your predicament, so take it home. Deeply moved, the man's eyes welled up as he tremblingly took the food box and whispered his. He added that if there were any tasks in the future, Shui Yu only had to ask, to which Shui Yu nodded slightly and replied, if you have any difficulties, just. Immediately after, he carried 2 large bags of supplies and turned to the crowd, saying, everyone, take your supplies and return home quickly. And the group obediently and swiftly. Iwu brothers, how did you make him hand over the hidden food? And why did you give him your own rations? With a light chuckle, Shui Yu nonchalantly replied, actually, I didn't do much. I simply reasoned with him. Historically, Country M has seen many violent conflicts due to interest-based contradictions between different social classes. However, the nature of such events is defined as social collective behavior, meaning that as long as they aren't caught in the act, participants won't be. Therefore, Shui Yu only told Lao Wang that if he broke the rules, the collective would not accept him and he would be nothing more than a common. Not only did he mention whether legal punishment would follow after the disaster, but clarified that before then, Lao Wang would face revenge from those. In the distance, Lao Lu smoked a cigarette while observing. He sighed inwardly, thinking that during such mass riots, there usually exists a leader guiding the act. Heroes emerge in chaotic times, but whether one is a hero or someone exploiting others for personal gains is uncertain, meaning this kid is not simple. At the same time, at Han Feng's house, he was continuously testing the hardness of the reinforcements he had just added to the. He struck until his limbs trembled, yet they were nearly impossible to. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction, seeing that the room's reinforcement was complete and the durability was. Right at that moment, a sudden knock on the door. Han Feng was slightly startled, wondering if it was the neighbors coming back to steal supplies. He hurriedly ran outside and peered through the peephole to see who. Standing before the door was that annoying Hui Na, who said tremblingly, Han Feng, it's me. I've thought clearly these past few days and I cannot betray your feelings. Han Feng frowned slightly as he watched her standing out. Scenes from his past life quickly flashed through his mind, for the words were exactly the same as they were on the. It was also said right outside. He lifted, moved his feet toward the teeth, picking up the gun he had placed there. He thought that it had finally come and he must shoot this couple dead to get his. However, he suddenly reconsidered because the power was currently out, the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light, and if he didn't land a fatal blow instantly, he might be killed. Furthermore, he wasn't sure how this electrical shock effect would work, so he forced himself to calm down, since he had waited for this moment and needed to stay. Now, the greatest threat to him wasn't that Hui Na woman, but rather the mysterious man hiding in the ship. Therefore, he needed to go out right then to confirm the man's position before delivering a fatal strike. But he wondered how to locate him from inside the. Han Feng shifted his eyes in thought and, after a moment, the man must be hiding in the blind spot behind his. Felt along the wall and finally stopped at a corner, thinking that the target was likely in this. Although it would take some time, this was something achieved. With that thought, he placed his hand on the wall, which began emitting a faint purple. Outside, Hui Na kept calling out, are you there? Please open the door. The man asked impatiently if the kid was worth the effort of robbing, to which Hui Na nodded and replied that he still had surplus supplies, remembering that he bought a truckload of goods the night before the disaster, which made the man happy to hear they would have enough to eat for. However, the man didn't notice a strange phenomenon appearing behind him. The wall suddenly softened and moved closer. He seemed to notice something and looked toward Hui Na to ask if she heard any sound. But she only frowned suspiciously and asked what sound. He mumbled with a trembling voice that it seemed like something was behind. After saying that, he hurried to take a look, but before he could see anything, he was hit by a. He was sent flying backwards, which gave Hui Na a sudden. She hurriedly went over and asked suspiciously what happened to him while begging him not to scare her. Yet he didn't. That moment, she saw Han Feng's door slightly ajar and rushed over to. She saw Han Feng appearing, only he was carrying a fire extinguisher in him. Hui Na looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he was planning. Before she could even ask, she was sprayed in the face with the fire extinguisher, causing her to scream out. Hui Na raised her hands to cover her eyes, but the gas from the canister made them sting so much she couldn't open them, leading her to tremblingly beg him to stop. Having no other choice, she could only retreat out. She couldn't help but cough. Just then, she seemed to see something and her eyes widened and Hui Na saw that man lying on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. From his mouth, he was still mumbling and calling. The woman hesitated slightly, not knowing whether she should pull him up. But at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared from within. Hui Na was grabbed by that hand just like. That hand belonged to Han Feng, of course, who violently pushed. Terrified, she immediately turned and ran. Han Feng watched her retreating back and coldly snorted with disdain, wondering why she was running so. By this time, that bastard had also managed to struggle into a sitting. However, Han Feng wouldn't give him that chance, as he coldly asked who gave him permission to. Right after that, he raised his leg intending to kick, but the man blocked it with his hand and grit his teeth, saying, "Do you know who my father is? If you dare touch me, then I." Before he could finish, Han Feng took action and kicked him in the face, coldly snorting and asking what would happen if he didn't care who the man's father was. He was going to hit him. The other man, pinned to the ground, said fearfully, "Brother, wait a." He asked tremblingly as to why Han Feng was doing this, since there was no enmity but Han Feng continued to strike, causing the man to spit out a large mouthful of blood, while Han Feng coldly said, "I was just about to ask." Afterwards, he repeatedly beat him to a pulp while constantly questioning why the man had killed. He only stopped when his hands were covered in. The other man couldn't say a single word, as his face was now swollen and covered in blood, looking quite Unfortunately, Han Feng had no intention of letting him go. As he picked up a nearby baseball, he walked over slowly, clearly intending to. The man whispered, "Give me a." Han Feng grit his teeth and said, "A reason? Stop pretending." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely struck the man's head with fresh blood instantly sprayed everywhere. He grit his teeth and cursed, asking if the man had asked for a reason when just after speaking, he realized that the person before him was already covered his mouth at this horrific. Unable to hold it back, he dry heaved on the. Right at that moment, the sound of a door opening suddenly rang. Han Feng turned his head back in surprise. He saw the little evil king girl sitting curled up in a whispered and asked if he needed any. After the two of them finished, after thinking it over, he spoke up, warning that those people could return for revenge at any time and she would be implicated if she. However, the young girl remained indifferent, quietly sipping her. Han Feng grew more anxious, asking if she would finally agree because he was doing this for her own benefit. At this point, the girl shook her head and replied that she wanted to stay. Han Feng angrily argued that staying would be extremely dangerous and they both might even. Right after his words, the girl placed her water glass on the table, calmly stated there was no need to worry as the evil king's true I would help him. But since her evil king energy was depleted, she needed. Having said that, she turned around to return to her. Han Feng hurriedly grabbed her arm to pull her. He complained that she shouldn't always use her second form speeches to torture him, as he was talking about realistic. The girl glanced down at the hand holding her, uttered a single, cryptic word. She reached out and opened the door to. Han Feng looked at her suspiciously, wondering what would happen. But the moment the door opened, his eyes widened and elsewhere, the area beneath the building was preparing to distribute supplies. A crowd of people surrounded the table set up by the management committee to receive. That woman, Huina, was also. To obtain the supplies, she lied about her name, claiming to be from room 601, building 4, surname Liu, a single-person household, and the management staff quickly handed her. After she turned to leave, another person used that same room number to claim supplies, causing the management to question it in. She didn't care, as she was thinking about what had happened earlier, wondering why the man with her hadn't returned all night and why he had suddenly collapsed, suspecting Han Feng's. However, what worried her even more was when Han Feng had opened his. There was clearly a faint light and warmth inside the house, proving he had something to generate electricity, which made her suspect he knew about the disaster beforehand and had. The more she thought, the angrier she got, realizing he knew but didn't tell her and even gave her useless trash, so she needed to find time to confirm the situation at his. While she was lost in thought, she accidentally bumped into someone walking. The person glanced at her for a moment and then called out, asking if she wasn't. She looked at the person in front of her with some surprise. The man smiled at her and said they were burning a charcoal brazier in the lobby of Building 5, asking if she wanted to come over and get. She hid the supplies in her hand, turned her head away coldly, and replied that she preferred to go home to keep. But after taking just 2 steps, she was pulled back by the man. He spoke boldly, claiming he had plenty of food and inviting her to play at his house for a few. At that point, he leaned close to Huina's ear and whispered that he had always liked women of. She angrily pushed his hand away and hissed for him to get lost, asking what he took her for and saying no one cared about his. Since the gentle approach failed, the man snorted in contempt, asking why she was pretending and saying he knew she was just an imposter posing as a management member, then threatened to strip her mask. As soon as these words were out, the people behind began to whisper, making Huina's heart race with. She used the supplies in her hand to hit the man in the face and screamed for him to let. The man didn't expect her to act like. He was furious and about to strike, calling her a wretched. But before he could do anything, a hand slapped his. It sent him flying backward as an angry voice rang out, declaring that no one should bully. The people waiting for supplies frowned and gossiped when they noticed the. A series of eyes looked at the man who was sitting there trembling, but no one went. One who had struck him was Ji Yuan, who asked Huina if she was okay, if she was injured anywhere, or if she felt uncomfortable, but Huina just waved her hand and shook her head. Then Ji Yuan took out a business card and handed it to her with a smile, saying she should come see her if she felt. Huina coldly replied that it wasn't necessary and thanked her, then turned around. At that moment, the man woke up and screamed, "You filthy bitch!" Before grabbing Ji Yuan. He quickly pinned her to the ground and scolded her, shouting that she had quite the nerve to meddle, and despite her being beaten, Huina just stood there without any intention of stopping him. The man at this time was already about to throw a punch towards Ji Ran. Just before his fist descended, another hand grabbed him and pulled him away. The newcomer was Ze, who fiercely pinned the man to the ground, snorted coldly while telling him that in his whole life, Yours truly hates men who hit women. And at that very moment, Shueo finally came running over. As soon as the man saw him, he quickly filed a complaint by claiming that Mr. Jiang, this person committed fraud to receive supplies, and that he personally saw her and several rich brats driving up the prices, which Huina hurriedly. Z saw this scene and felt indignant enough to want to rush up and hit him, questioning why a scoundrel who beats women like him would have the thick skin to file a complaint. Before he could do anything, his collar was grabbed by a hand. Shueo shouted fiercely, asking what he thought this supply collection committee was, stating that their duty and responsibility was to protect vulnerable groups and provide food for everyone to survive, causing the man to hurriedly apologize. Shueo snorted coldly and told him that if there was a next time he should get out, before turning away. Walking over to Ji Ran and Ze to say apologetically that he had frightened them, then asked if they had thought carefully about the matter he mentioned last. Hearing this, Ze turned his head away and said coldly that he had no interest in gathering people to rob others, and that he wouldn't join them even if he starved. Ji Ran also gently refused by saying she was sorry, Mr. Jiang, but she still couldn't accept this method, though she could still help if he had patience. Shueo looked at their receding backs and sighed with a bit of helplessness. At this moment, Huina suddenly pulled his hand from behind and whispered, asking Brother Jiang if she could join them. Following her old habits, she leaned close to Shueo and began to flirt by saying she had always admired him but lacked the chance. But things would be different now since they had plenty. However, Shueo bluntly pushed her away and refused, asking Miss Lee if she was mistaken, because those two knew how to fight or treat illnesses. So what did she, stating that she had no value to be recruited for now. Then he simply turned and left. Na felt quite anxious since her plan had failed. Immediately after that, she hurriedly shouted, asking Brother Jiang what if she knew where supplies. On the other front, at Han Feng's house, his dissatisfied shouts kept ringing out as he repeated for the umpteenth time that it had fan blades, 3 sides, was square-shaped, and had a rooftop. Hearing his words, the little girl's Wang reached her hand into a spatial rift in front of her, quickly pulled something out, making Han Feng cry out happily that she had finally. But the object removed was actually a figurine, causing his face to turn sour as he asked if this wasn't just a model from a clothing counter and what it had to do with his. Han Feng sighed helplessly, summarizing simply that this middle school girl had a spatial storage ability. She could open a black hole at her chest and suck in everything she saw, but while putting things in was easy, taking them out was hard, meaning the chance of her finding the right item was very. Han Feng frowned at the girl and asked suspiciously what the inside of her black hole looked like and why it was so hard to find things. But to his constant questioning, she just shook her head and said she had never. He then asked if he could stick his head in to look and help her find the items, to which the girl nodded. Han Feng slowly approached the rift, thinking that since her hand moved naturally inside, there shouldn't be any major issue. After making up his mind, he thrust his head inside. Before long, he had managed to squeeze into the spatial opening. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes to look at his surroundings, and immediately, he knit his brows in astonishment because there were so many objects right in front of him. The space was so vast that it was beyond his expectation. It was no wonder this ability had cleared out a supermarket in a single night, though this task felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Just at that moment, Han Feng suddenly felt suffocated. His entire body began to tremble violently. He hurriedly pulled himself out of that spatial rift. Only then was he able to breathe normally again. He knelt on the ground coughing. A moment later, he cross-examined her fiercely, asking why she hadn't told him beforehand that there was no oxygen inside and that it felt like the water in his body was being drained. But Wang indifferently said she. Right at this time, she suddenly let out a sound of realization. After a moment, she pulled something out in her hand. Seeing the object before him, Han Feng immediately cheered up because it was exactly what he. But at this moment, the girl spoke up and said she had also found other things. In just a blink of an eye, his house was covered by a pile of. Han Feng cried out in shock, asking what all these things were. The dark staircase of the building. A group of people fumbled through the darkness as they slowly made their way to the 18th. However, the 2 people walking behind were trembling constantly, muttering that this 18th floor was truly eerie and questioning if they really had to go up or if they would encounter monsters. Hearing this, the person in the lead immediately became dissatisfied, asking if these 2 still believed in ghosts in the 21st. They were sent by Shueo because he wanted them to investigate the truth of what Huina had said, and they didn't want to disappoint. Someone asked doubtfully what if that girl had lied to Mr. Jiang. But the other person angrily scolded them to stop talking nonsense and trust Mr. Jiang's judgment, advising them to quickly finish this and return as soon as. Yet they didn't know that their actions were being observed by Han Feng and Wang through a previously installed. As for where these items came from, they naturally came from Wang's spatial storage. Han Feng examined them for a bit before suggesting they start the second plan, stating he would go set a fire and that she should go out after he returned, to which the girl nodded slightly to show she turned to go outside, telling himself that he had to time this perfectly. The clock at this moment showed only 2 minutes left. Down the stairs, those people suddenly felt something was wrong and stopped as the person in front hesitantly asked if they heard anything ahead, causing the other 2 to tremble in fear and wonder if it was. While they were doubting themselves, blinding flashes of light suddenly appeared at the top of the. And immediately after, a series of model cars suddenly rushed toward. but there were also many firecrackers loaded onto them. The group of people looked at them with suspicious frowns, wondering if they were just toy. The moment a car reached he finally saw that the fuses were burning bright. Unfortunately, he realized too late as those firecrackers exploded, causing them to be submerged in smoke, and because of the smoke, they couldn't see anything at all as sounds of fumbling and panic rang out continually. It wasn't over yet, as other strange things appeared above their heads. Their common feature was that they still held exploding firecrackers, causing the group to immediately scream and run away. That remote-controlled plane still chased after them through the camera. Zhuo saw the whole scene and looked toward Han Feng to ask doubtfully if she should. He shook his head and said to wait until they were closer before throwing it, as he wanted to teach them a lesson. There was about 15 seconds of time. That man suddenly turned around and used a stick to hit them, causing Han Feng to cry out in alarm for her to be careful and not let the plane get. However, it was still too late as the man had struck one of the plane's wings, caused the left wing to be damaged. The little girl's Wang shook her head, left side out of control and unable to stay. So Han Feng hurriedly told her to control it because this was the only one. Time slowly passed until finally only 3 seconds remained. Han Feng could only tell Wang to try and hold on a bit longer until only 1 second. Then with a boom, the building emitted the sound of fireworks exploding, lighting up the entire snowy sky. The plane belonging to Han Feng and Wang still kept flying, and though the right propeller was broken and it was making Han Feng hurriedly say to find a place for it to land quickly and not to let it be Wang tried to control it, and after a while, it stopped outside the staircase window of a certain. Han Feng heard this and stood up from his chair to I will go get it right now since this drone is very important to us. But the girl suddenly spoke up and said there was a corpse in the. Han Feng was slightly startled and told her to zoom in closer so he could. Leaning into the camera, he indeed saw someone lying on the causing him to immediately exclaim in surprise that this was Brother Li. Questioning why he was lying and wondering if he had also been hesitating for a moment, he went to open a cabinet and slowly spoke up to say he would be back immediately, reminding her that he had the key so she shouldn't open the door for. He quickly took things out of the cabinet, but at this moment, something was suddenly thrust in front of him. He looked up at Wang and asked what this was, to which she nonchalantly replied it was for guaranteed communication. Han Feng nodded slightly as he reached out to take it and thanked. He carried his gun and slowly stepped outside, hoping he wouldn't need to. Han Feng slowly walked down the stairs. The little girl's Wang continued through the camera announced it was safe, and the further down he went, the more he felt the cold because according to the drone's measurements, the outside temperature was minus 49 degrees and without protection, a person would freeze to death within half. Zi's situation right now was also not very good, so he had to settle this quickly. On the other side, the scout who returned reported everything to Shueya. After listening, he nodded in understanding and said he understood and that it had been hard work. He ordered someone to distribute thick clothes for them to wear. After that, he reached out to take 3 packs of supplies and gave them to the 3, smiling as he said they would absolutely not let their contributions go to waste. So the 3 people quickly accepted them and over here, Hui Na sat in a corner and only then dared to speak, asking Mr. Jiang if she could join. However, Shueyo shook his head, stating that first, they couldn't confirm if this was done by her friend, and second, if Uncle Lu hadn't personally seen the person transporting the goods, then he wouldn't believe her. Saying this, he turned his head toward everyone and said they should go upstairs together to see and to get another tool from, regardless of whether her news was right or wrong or what her real purpose was, because in the following actions, he hoped she could show her own. Hui Na heard this and before walking over to Tai Wu's side and taking the stick from his, she then nodded firmly and said she understood. Shueyo quickly gathered everyone and seriously instructed them that everyone was an important resource for their group, so they should pay attention to safety when going. Thus, their group of people slowly walked up the Shueyo naturally being the leader. At this time, Tai Wu suddenly cried out for the gentleman to look because that was Li, whom at this moment was lying unconscious on the. Shueyo walked over and gave him some water to drink. Very quickly, he woke up from his, but because the water was too hot, it made him tremble and by the time he regained his composure, he startled at the realization the people who saved him were Shueyo's. He immediately stood up and let out a. Seeing this scene, Tai Wu immediately got angry and cursed, asking Li Zi what kind of attitude he had when the gentleman had saved him, yet he didn't even say a word of. Zi heard this and snorted coldly, disdainfully that if he wanted to give thanks, he should thank the people who had their supplies stolen by them, and told them to stop pretending to be. Tai Wu became even more furious at this bastard. But Shueyo reached out his hand to stop him. Smiling, he said that he truly wanted to invite Mr. Li to join them. But Zi snorted coldly again and said he would rather die, repeating that he would absolutely not. Seeing his attitude, Tai Wu became even more enraged and told Li Zi not to be so but Zi didn't care much and spoke nonchalantly, asking if they wanted to force him to join their group before turning his head. He had only walked a few steps when he was pulled back by who looked at him with a smile and asked Mr. Li if he had some misunderstanding about them, as they only hoped he would contribute and give those weak and disadvantaged groups more hope of survival. Shueyo pointed his finger at the man's face and stated bluntly that Jiang should not assume his thoughts were unknown, especially since providing those people with only one meal every 3 days was essentially no different from waiting for death. Furthermore, he grew up without parents, so Zhang's schemes would never be able to Meanwhile, Han Feng was startled upon hearing Shueyo's words from the stairs, and realized that being fed only once every 3 days meant Shueyo truly did not care for them. It made sense that in order to recruit the young, the management would have to take in the elderly, the weak, and the disabled, yet if this continued then internal conflict among the committee members would be in. Down below, Taiwu aggressively cursed at Z and told him not to be so ungrateful. He questioned whether he wanted to join or not, adding that if he refused then he should get out of the way and stop obstructing. Hearing this, Z immediately slammed his own forehead into the man's head, let out a cold snort, declaring that he would certainly not step aside and challenged him to do something. Seeing him standing firm on the staircase, the crowd grabbed their weapons and prepared to charge forward. Shueyo took in the sight and immediately let out a long sigh, turning toward Taiwu and nodding to signal that it was time for them to. Instantly, the entire group began to advance and forced Z to retreat step by step. He glared at them fearlessly while shouting for them to come at him because he was certainly not intimidated. Watching from above, Han Feng grew worried as he realized that Li Gu was on the verge of collapsing and that he had to go down to help him. Their numbers were overwhelming and his presence might not change the outcome. He hesitated for a long time without moving forward, yet because Z had helped him so much before, he simply could not stand by and watch him die. After considering the situation for a moment, he reached his hand into his coat pocket, pulled out his pistols. He could aim it at the people below, though he still hesitated to pull the. At that very instant, Z had been forced against the wall by Shueyo's group. He suddenly caught sight of something unexpected. Just as he was questioning what he saw, the sound of a gunshot suddenly. A baseball bat in Taiwu's hand immediately fell to the ground. In an instant, his face was filled with utter terror as he fell to the ground. People behind him also fell into a panic and hurriedly retreated. Han Feng pointed his gun at them from above and warned them to stay quiet and not. Upon seeing the gun in his hand, the crowd grew even more terrified. Z looked at the young man standing beside him and asked in confusion whether his little brother was really doing. Shueyo's group did not dare to utter a word, and they continued to tremble uncontrolled. In the back, Huina hid among the crowd while frowning at him and wondering how he dared to come out, especially since he possessed a fire. At the front, Han Feng handed his house keys to Z and told him to take them so they could slowly retreat upward, to which Z hurriedly nodded and followed Han. Shueyo's men kept retreating and asked for his input, yet Han Feng did not give them any chance to speak further as he fired again to. He warned them in a cold voice that he had already told them not to move and commanded them to throw down their weapons and kneel on them. The bunch was terrified of the dark muzzle of the gun and could only choose to obey his command. Seeing this, Han Feng suggested that Z quickly head upstairs while he continued to keep his gun pointed at. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had vanished from sight. The crowd could only watch helplessly as the pair made their way higher step by. Only then did Shueyo dare to speak up and ask if anyone knew who that person. Cana hurriedly replied that his name was Han Feng, and that they were actually on their way to his. Taiwu was furious upon hearing this and grabbed her collar while shouting about why she hadn't mentioned the gun, though she shakingly replied that it was also her first time. Shueyo seemed to believe her words and stepped in to stop Taiwu, stating that he trusted Ms. Li would not. Afterward, he turned to reassure everyone and told them to think carefully about how someone with such an important weapon couldn't possibly lack support. Once these words were spoken, the crowd immediately nodded in agreement, while Shueyo continued to sway their hearts by suggesting that he might even be the person responsible for the price. Shueyo recalled what old Lu had said and realized there was a high probability that the man he met was indeed Han. At that moment, Taiwu suddenly asked if they were still following the original plan and expressed concern about what would happen if he fired. Shueyo shook his head and argued that if he had truly intended to kill anyone then he would have already done so. Therefore he did not believe they could stay inside. After some thought, he addressed everyone to announce a change in plans, stating that they would return to prepare safety measures before coming. They were determined to seize Han Feng's apartment at all costs. Another front, right before Han Feng's, the two of them had returned and Z hurriedly tried to open the door, yet his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't do it for a long while and apologized, though Han Feng told him not to worry as it seemed they weren't being. A moment later, Z finally managed to insert the key into the lock. The second the door swung open, he could feel the warmth from inside and stood there in it. Han Feng waited for a while before impatiently urging him to go inside, which finally allowed him to regain his composure and enter. However, as soon as he stepped in, he discovered that there was a fireplace, also a generator that every household needed, not to mention the supplies scattered throughout the entire. Z walked around in shock with his eyes wide open, asking what exactly was going on with this. Han Feng was just about to explain the situation. The bedroom door suddenly opened and caused Z to jump in. He saw the evil king girl poke her head out and ask in a low voice where the drone. Han Feng was startled as he suddenly remembered that he had completely forgotten. Z became even more puzzled and asked what drone they were talking. 2 hours later, Han Feng finished explaining everything to Z, who nodded as he ate and noted that he finally understood. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel impressed that someone could calculate a snow disaster and prepare so much. which made it seem like studying hard was actually. Han Feng chuckled and apologized for not telling him the truth earlier because he had been worried about information regarding the supplies leak. However, Z did not seem to mind at all and simply placed his chopsticks on the. Then he stood up from his chair and bowed to Han Feng, thanking him and stating that he would have died without him and that Han Feng had treated him with such. Han Feng was quite surprised by his action, hurriedly told him not to do that since he had also helped him a lot, and invited him to continue eating because there was plenty of food left, which brought a touch of emotion to Z. He sincerely said that Han Feng was truly a good. After that emotional moment, Z sat back down to eat and remarked that the situation in the residential area had changed significantly. He asked if he still remembered the text message he had sent, explained that since that day, Jiang had been using the excuse of collectivism to rob supplies everywhere, with some people obeying while others refused. After some of those people left, Jiang pretended not to care at all on the surface. Behind their backs, he sent Kim Taiwu to deal with them under the pretense of reducing. Han Feng frowned and asked if he was the twin brother of those two university students, to which Z nodded and accused them of learning their bad traits. Han Feng thought for a moment and remarked that it was no surprise the management grew so quickly given their dirty methods, making this man quite difficult to. Yet at that moment, Z snorted and brought up the concept of karma, asking him to guess who they had tried to rob later. It turned out they had tried to rob Li Zheng, who was the middleweight boxer that had once won a championship. Han Feng was surprised and asked if the committee members had been beaten badly, though Z shook his head and explained that they refused to admit defeat because they wanted to save. Those men were then encouraged by Jiang to continue risking their lives against Li Zhenghao. The result was that they were simply punched into submission. To this, Li Zhenghao gained 2 followers, one of whom was a well-known fan named Zhang Yenggu who was famous for his boxing speed, while the other was a giant named Jin Zhongzai who was said to possess monstrous strength, and together they formed a powerful group that hated the man named. This group was the reason Jiang tried so hard to steal from Han Feng, leading Han Feng to ask if recruiting Z was just a last-minute idea, which Z confirmed with. Han Feng frowned in thought and realized why that bastard Jiang wanted to win over Z, as it seemed his own situation was not very comfortable. Just then, a sudden sound from outside startled the 3 of them. Evil King Girl looked through the camera and announced that someone was. It was Shueyo's group once again. Before they could do anything, a hand reached out and pulled on him. Evil King Girl told him that she could smell the scent of. Han Feng was startled, but before he could react, the ground shook violently and caused everyone. Han Feng cursed in anger about them daring to blow up his house. Evil King Girl calmly noted that they had likely used localized explosives of low power, prompting Han Feng to ask how she knew that before turning his gaze back to. He soon spotted a familiar figure, let out a cold laugh upon realizing that it was that woman Huina who had brought Shueyo to this. He then went to the table to begin setting up an electrical trap and suggested that everyone should stand far away from. Once the 2 had moved a safe distance away, he began to discharge the electric. Immediately, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside. The person standing in front of the door was electrocuted and fell to the. Shueyo was somewhat surprised by this sight. He quickly regained his composure and ordered them to place the explosives at the junction between the door and the wall, specifying they should use 2 packs. Taiwu followed the orders and placed the 2 bundles of explosives in front of. With a loud boom, the earth-shattering sound of the explosion rang out. Cracks began to appear on the surface of. However, the door still did not fly open, causing Shueyo to frown as he had not expected this. There was certainly nothing wrong with the explosives, so it seemed that Han Feng had taken precautions before. After a long silence, he spoke up and commanded them to use 3 packs this time at a specific spot, adding that if it still didn't move then they would continue to increase the dose. They were absolutely determined to break into Han Feng. Inside the house, Han Feng and the other had moved many objects to block the door, but just as they finished, the door began to shake violently. The 2 hurriedly covered their ears and Han Feng tried to ask something, though Z could not hear a single. Once the piercing noise subsided, Han Feng was startled and asked what that sound. Z hurriedly said that the wall had been breached and told him to find something to block. Han Feng felt the urgency of the situation and feared that if the explosions continued, the cracks would only grow. He then spoke up and said that blocking it would be useless, so they should quickly move everything because he had a solution, though Z questioned why they were moving items at a time. Before Han Feng could answer, the Evil King Girl walked over and offered. Z glanced at the girl and asked if she was joking, telling her to return to the bedroom, and as soon as he spoke, he saw a spatial rift appear right in front of the little. But even more astonishing things began to happen as various objects were sucked into it. One moment later, everything in the room had been pulled into the spatial storm. Z cried out in shock about how terrifying it was that everything had been sucked in. Before he could calm down, he saw a purple light emanating from Han Feng. He attempted to soften the wall to see if it could be reshaped while carefully controlling the range, knowing that the hardening process would take a long time. Immediately, the purple light began to envelop the entire. A moment later, Han Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. The light on one of his hands changed to a blue. Soon, the 2 beams of light mixed together to repair the wall, and Han Feng watched with satisfaction as the damage was gradually. Seeing this, Z exclaimed in shock about how impressive it was and asked what kind of superpower it was, Just as Han Feng was unsure of how to explain, the little evil king girl suddenly cried out for everyone to lie down. Seemingly at that exact moment, the ground began to shake violently once more. Water stains started appearing on the wall that had just been repaired, causing Han Feng to feel a bit panicked. The little evil king girl hurriedly explained the situation by, "They are blowing things up right in front of us." Biting his lip fiercely, Han Feng felt quite angry because if this continued, no amount of repairs would be useful. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke up to ask if everyone was willing to believe him just once regarding a dangerous idea. Little evil king girl agreed without any hesitation whatsoever. Ze also quickly spoke up, stating that he only needed a word from his younger brother to proceed. Satisfied, Han Feng nodded seriously and told them to follow his instructions exactly. In just an instant, the sound of muffled explosions echoed out again. The door to Han Feng's room began to vibrate intensely. Before long, it cracked open. A group led by Kai Wu slowly entered as he ordered everyone to pay attention and scavenge every corner for supply. Shui Yu followed from behind and warned everyone to be careful. There might be an ambush, so they should check if the house truly held any resources. Immediately after, the crowd began ransacking Han Feng's house like a pack of thieves to find supplies. But unfortunately, there was nothing at all. Kai Wu walked out of the kitchen carrying a box with an annoyed expression, saying he thought the kitchen only had trash and this bucket of seeds, which surprised Shui. Kai Wu fiercely cursed at Li Huena, asking if she had lied to them. But she immediately shook her head in denial and suggested he might have hidden them in the room. Hearing her words, the two of them entered the room to look for supplies while moving cautiously because they did not want to get shot. As one man reached out to push the door open, he felt an obstruction behind it. Before he could regain his composure, his face was pinned down by the force of a foot. It was Ze, who rushed out from inside and used the door's leverage to pin those two men to the ground. Han Feng also stepped out accordingly. He was holding a gun in his hand. The moment they saw him, the crowd immediately shouted for everyone to be careful. The two sides remained in a tense standoff like that, and Han Feng finally spoke up to warn them to get out or else he would not be polite anymore. Shui Yu snorted coldly upon hearing that, asking if Han Feng had ever been polite after he hoarded supplies, abandoned the collective, and left residents to starve. He even claimed that they came today to demand justice, even though this hypocritical bastard was robbing others under a righteous guise. He spoke without any shame while continuing to use the name of the collective to threaten Han Feng to hand over the supplies as only unity could help them survive the apocalypse. Han Feng curled his lip at him because while this man talked grandly, it was actually just moral kidnapping, making such people truly despicable. These fools believed him like hungry wolves with bloodshot eyes needing release, so Han Feng became the target for their anger, meaning he just had to handle it properly. Thinking this, Han Feng immediately shouted to ask what nonsense he was talking about and which I saw supplies in his house. Li Huena disbelievingly countered that he must have hidden them. He said that last time she was here, there was even a heater and light in his room, so he should wait for death if he did not confess honest. Just as she finished speaking, a bullet lodged straight into the glass pane in front of her. Naturally, Han Feng had fired and he coldly asked Li Huena if she still had the face to say such things. She had deceived him into trading supplies for seeds, leading him to the predicament he faced today. Kai Wu seemed to believe his words and turned to scold Li Huena for messing with them, making her shake her head in fear and claim she wasn't lying. Seeing them argue, Shui Yu intervened to prevent internal strife by suggesting a simple way, which was for them to check Han Feng's room. Saying that, he pointed at the two men sitting on the floor. He raised his eyebrows at Han Feng in provocation, asking if Mr. Han would refuse them. Having prepared thoroughly, Han Feng did not object, and a moment later those people came out to report that they only found some trash and a little girl in the room. The person they were referring to was the little evil king girl. The girl threw herself into Han Feng's arms crying that she was scared and hungry, so he hurriedly comforted her by saying he would find food after they left. Finally finding nothing, they had to leave with dissatisfaction while muttering unpleasantly. Shui Yu glanced at Li Huena and sternly demanded an explanation. Now that things had progressed to this point, she had to give everyone some sort of justification for the situation. She did not know why things turned out this way, so she hurriedly explained that she truly didn't lie because she had seen it with her own eyes. She glared at Han Feng and felt secretly angry, wondering if he was playing tricks and blaming him for her current miserable state since it was all his fault. Thinking this, the flashlight in her hand suddenly pointed toward Han Feng. This action of hers startled him. The flashlight's light made his eyes feel somewhat uncomfortable. While he was off guard, the gun in his hand was snatched away by her. Li Huena pointed the muzzle at Han Feng and shouted angrily to ask where he hid the supplies, threatening to shoot if he didn't tell everyone the truth. Shui Yu's group looked at this scene in a bit of a daze. Han Feng was calmer as he curled his lips into a sneer and asked about the truth. He pouted and said that the truth was all his supplies had long been swindled away by her. Li Huena shouted in a rage that he was lying and a fraud, so she would kill him. Unfortunately, a woman like her who never did heavy work could not hold the gun steadily, and in an instant something knocked it out of her hand. Kai Wu's people conveniently stepped forward to seize her, making her struggle in refusal. Han Feng looked at his gun on the ground and wanted to go pick it up. He was one step too late because a pair of hands was faster than his. It was that bastard Shueyu, though no one knew what he planned to do next. The two of them just faced each other like that. Kaiwu was over there constantly grabbing Li Huena's hair and scolding her for being a stinking bitch who dared to lie to them. Just as he finished speaking, he raised the club in his hand to beat this woman up. Unfortunately, before he could strike, Shueyu grabbed his hand to stop him. He spoke seriously, stating that the management board was not a violent group and this was not a place for punishment. Even if she had deceived them, she should at least be given a chance to correct her mistake, saying that. He turned to Han Feng and spoke in a disgusting, self-righteous manner, apologizing for what happened today. He said they were all victims and he would give him an explanation later, while handing the gun back to him. He was a bit startled by this action. Without suspicion, he reached out to receive it. Shueyu continued by sincerely inviting him to join the management board. He said he didn't need to answer right now but should consider it first. He could share his thoughts tomorrow when he came to receive supply. After that, he led the group away. Once only 3 people remained in the room, Ze asked anxiously if his younger brother was injured. Han Feng shook his head slightly inside. Finally, the performance was over. Immediately after, the 3 of them went to the room on the floor above belonging to the little evil king girl to rest, where Ze remarked that the room was large and spacious. It was thanks to the girl that they were able to act out this scene. Returning to a previous time, Han Feng had told the girl to put everything in the house away but remember to leave some trash and packaging. He ordered Ze to open the windows so the room temperature would drop quickly. They had to make the place look as if there had been no food for a long time, letting the people outside break down the door only to receive nothing in the end. That fellow Shueyu had staged such a large battle that if they returned empty-handed, it would surely stir up public outcry. In that case, people would point their spears at the weak, and since Han Feng had a gun, that woman Li Huena would definitely become the scapegoat. Ze frowned upon hearing this, worrying that since they were so numerous, even having a gun might not be safe, such as when the gun was taken away. Han Feng nodded and replied that after getting the gun, Shueyu might choose to resolve the issue peacefully to maintain his image. Ze continued to ask what if Shueyu had fired the gun, to which Han Feng laughed softly and said there was only 1 bullet which he had already used. Hearing this, Ze finally understood and gave a thumbs up to praise him, asking if he purposely let the gun be snatched, which Han Feng admitted was part of the plan. Ze nodded and suggested their next step should be to pretend to live in hardship while making gains in silence, but Han Feng disagreed. Their next mission was to overthrow that damned management board. Beneath the base of the management, they were currently distributing supplies to everyone. The scene was so incredibly noisy and chaotic that they did not notice 2 people entering the supply warehouse. This time, 2 members of the management board were coming out because they were assigned to check the supply door. Han Feng and Ze hid to one side and watched them. Making eye contact, the 2 of them secretly formulated a plan. According to Ze's investigation, the first 4 floors had been cleared while the 5th and 6th floors were occupied by staff, making it impossible to reach the 7th and 8th floor. He believed the warehouse was likely up there, since there would be guards above the 5th floor. He would go first to distract them while Han Feng took the opportunity to knock them out with a club. Following the plan, the 2 of them slowly went up but found it a bit strange that no one was there. They continued to the 6th floor where there were still no people, yet Han Feng still reminded Ze not to be careless. Stopped at the 7th floor without encountering any obstacles, leading Han Feng to hesitantly ask if he was sure the supplies were kept on these 2 floors. Ze looked around for a while before saying it was one thing for there to be no guards, but not seeing a single person was a bit too much. Neither of them was sure, so they could only take it one step at a time, with Ze suggesting they split up to the left and right. Han Feng carefully moved inside, thinking he would have to fight to get up here, but this was fine since they were just scouting the way. Earlier in the little evil king girl's room, the 3 of them had discussed their strategy, with Han Feng saying the only way to overthrow the management board was from within. In his view, if they found the warehouse and let the little evil king girl clear it out, the board would immediately collapse. Only the devil knew which room the supplies were in, and they still had to be careful because someone could come up at any time. While Han Feng was thinking, he saw Ze happily running over from the other side. He felt a bit helpless because he had told him to be careful. A moment later, the 2 of them stood before the warehouse door where Han Feng asked if having it written clearly like this seemed like a trap. More surprisingly, even the key was already inserted, which looked like a trap no matter how one viewed it. Ze did not think so and suggested opening it to see. Saying that, he reached out his hand to unlock it, but Han Feng spoke up to stop him. He had seen a thin string wrapped between the key and the handle. This was a classic trap. Han Feng warned him to be careful. He remembered those 2 men mentioned checking the warehouse door earlier, so they were likely talking about this trap. Since they shouldn't touch it carelessly, they would head to the floor above to continue looking. Long as they identified the warehouse's location and slowly found a way to open the door, Han Feng suggested, and Ze nodded. It was just at this moment that the 2 of them encountered 2 others coming out of a doorway, leading to a long and awkward stare down as their 8 eyes met. Han Feng was still the first to react, quickly grabbing Ze's hand and fleeing. They both bolted forward with great haste. Those 2 men managed to catch up quickly, with one of them attempting to strike Ze with a club. Han Feng hurriedly used his own arm to block the blow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ze raised his leg and kicked out at the man. Immediately after, the 2 of them opened the door in front of them to enter, conveniently used an iron rod to bar the door. Han Feng clutched his aching arm and asked suspiciously, "You said there was no one there when supplies were being distributed." But Z shook his head in a daze, saying, "Who knows? They didn't let me onto this floor last night." At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed on the stairs, causing Han Feng to furrow his brows and whisper, "Damn it! Someone is coming up." He suggested they go up first because there would likely be fewer people there. In an instant, they arrived on the 8th. Z looked at Han Feng with concern and asked, "Kid, your arm?" To which Han Feng shook his head slightly and replied, "It seems to be broke." He did not seem to care much and calmly said, "First, we need to find a place to." However, Z suddenly pointed behind him and shouted, "Kid!" Han Feng turned his head suspiciously to look back. Before he could react, a hand suddenly covered his mouth. Eventually, he was dragged behind that door. Han Feng fell inside just like that after being pulled. The door was immediately slammed. Could not help but let out 2 groans of outside. Z was anxiously shouting and pounding on the door. "Brother, are you okay? Wait for me. I'll save you." Standing before Han Feng was a man who furrowed his brows at him and coldly asked, "What are you people doing?" Han Feng looked at the man warily and gritted his teeth, saying, "We came to receive supplies." However, that man did not believe him and used his foot to stomp on his arm, caused him to scream out in agonizing. The man snorted coldly and said, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You intentionally bypassed the 5th and 6th floors, so you must know something about the management." Han Feng frowned at him and asked suspiciously, "Have you been following you?" The man curled his lip in disdain. "Do you really think there is no one on guard?" Hearing this, Han Feng suddenly realized, in a corner of the wall, there was a group of people lying unconscious, making him wonder if they had all been killed by the... Then, angry voices echoed from outside. "Catch that guy! Is there anyone else? Search all the..." Han Feng grew anxious in his heart because Brother Li was still out, but the man in front of him remained extremely calm as he let out a snort that betrayed no emotion. After that, he stepped toward the window 1 step at a time. Without any hesitation, he opened the window. Seeming to guess his intention, Han Feng cried out in shock, "This is the 8th floor, what do you want to do?" To which the man replied indifferently, "Actually, it's only the 4th. Snow has already piled up to the 3rd or 4th floors now. And besides, with the snow acting as a cushion, you won't die from this height." He raised an eyebrow at Han Feng and said seriously, "Jump down or be beaten to death." While Han Feng was hesitating, the sound of footsteps and the door being broken down grew closer and closer. He cast his eyes toward the window, where the man's shadow had already vanished. At this moment, the door was gradually being forced. Seemingly at the same time, Han Feng climbed up onto the windowsill. He gritted his teeth and jumped down below, and in the moment purple light appeared on his... On this side, that man had safely landed on the ground. Hearing a commotion, he glanced toward the other side. Immediately saw Han Feng emerging from beneath the thick layer of... From high above, the pursuers looked down and shouted, "He's still alive! There's another person over there." While Han Feng was still dazed and unsure of what to do, the man's figure blurred past his face. He saw the man fiercely crash into a glass pane, causing it to shatter into pieces. Seeing this scene, Han Feng could not help but curse inwardly, "Damn, what a..." But he had no time to think much as the snow continued to fall relentlessly. He quickly followed the man's lead and entered the... A moment later, the group of pursuers also chased their way down to the bottom. They could no longer see any sign of Han Feng or the other. Inside a room, the man had started a fire to keep warm. Han Feng sat nearby, thinking to himself that this man was actually quite... It had not been for him just now, he probably would have been The man was very experienced in escaping, and although it seemed to go against logic and Han Feng did not fully believe it, the facts proved his decision. While he was lost in thought, the man suddenly spoke up. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "They are nothing more than dead." Han Feng was startled to hear this and frowned as he asked, "Why did you help me?" And the man snorted coldly, "Help you? I'm only sorry I couldn't kill you." Since Han Feng's group had not fallen for the idiot trap on the 7th floor, it proved they had some brains. So the man wanted him to reveal everything he knew about the management. He did not forget to warn him either, saying, "Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't talk, as I'll just have one more meet." Han Feng could not help but feel dissatisfied, but judging by the group of people the man had knocked out, he concluded this person was here to steal supplies or had a grudge against management, and his plans were interrupted by their... Thinking this over, he looked toward him and asked, "Do you have a grudge?" The man curled his lip and said, "If you say so, then there is, if not for the secret that guy Jiang Shueyo is..." Before he could finish, Han Feng immediately shouted out, "What's..." The man curled his lips into a sneer. Standing before him, he said coldly, "You really do know Jiang Shueyo, and there is some sort of relationship between you." He warned him to either spill all information related to the management committee. He would become the second corpse in this place, telling him to choose for him. In an instant, Han Feng's expression, under the flickering flames inside the room, a story was being... Han Feng looked at the man with eyes full of sincerity and said, "After that, Jiang Shueyo brought explosives to my house and stole my woman and supplying this, he placed his gun on the table." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "To get revenge, I brought out this trump card, but a single gun isn't enough to deal with them. So in the end, I had to use it to find a way to survive. The truth was a mix of lies. But with this pistol, how much trust could he gain? He silently waited for the man's reaction. After a while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "A broken pistol is basically nothing for the management committee to work." The fact that Jiang Shuio did not confiscate the gun and let him go was the best evidence. Han Feng breathed a silent sigh of relief, seeing that the man believed his words, and thinking this, he continued, "But why didn't he?" "I think there are two possibilities," the man replied calmly. "First, it was just a performance to maintain his leadership position. Or perhaps he has even more powerful weapons." He asked Han Feng if he had brought Zi here this time to deal with Jiang Shuio, and Han Feng nodded slowly, saying, "Without him, the management committee would have fewer problems." In reality, the management committee's original intentions were good, as it at least helped some people survive. Jiang Shuio's concept was to make everyone think that the more wicked they were, the more comfortable their lives would be, and when the apocalypse passed, these people who lost their conscience would not be able to reintegrate into society. Therefore, Han Feng believed that the management committee needed to be over. These words caused the atmosphere to fall into a heavy silence. A moment later, the man in front of him sneered and said, "So what if you overthrow? This world has always been about the survival of the fittest, and your idea is ridiculous. The residential area will ultimately end in looting and mutual slaughter." So Han Feng frowned and asked, "Can you imagine what the area will? Then do you want to ask for the opinion of a third person?" The man suddenly asked a confusing. After that, he pushed open the door and stepped out. And sure enough, there was that person used something to strike at him. He was able to avoid the attack. Afterward, he threw a punch toward the other. Surprisingly, however, his punch was blocked. He could not help but frown in surprise. He quickly regained his composure and prepared to strike again. His other hand was poised to hit the person. Just then, Han Feng suddenly walked out, looked at the person and asked, "Are you nervous?" The newcomer turned out to be Ji Yuan, who frowned at him and said, "Mr." Right after that, she also went inside and skillfully bandaged him. She said apologetically, "I came to collect supplies for Grandfather Li, but when I entered, I found he had passed away, and then hearing footsteps from behind startled me into hiding in the." As soon as she finished speaking, they heard the man sneer. "His death was partly due to your contribution, little nurse. What selfless devotion. It's just a..." Ji Yuan sighed upon hearing this and said, "You are right to scold me, but I don't call it cruel or heartless, however you name it. But only by surviving can I save more people." The man was somewhat speechless and noted that her kind was common in the apocalypse, calling her a living bodhisattva who tries to save others while being unable to care for herself, which he deemed. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly asked, "Did you manage to get in here because Jiang Shuio arranged it before?" Ji Yuan nodded slightly and replied, "He gave me a transit pass, and since he provided so many supplies, I could not refuse. Lately, Shuio has driven out many elderly and sick people, and Grandfather Li was one of them. By the time I knew it was too..." The man spoke up again, stating that the management committee would last longer with fewer people, and if it were him, he would do the same. However, Han Feng spoke up in rebuttal, saying, "That's not right. For Brother Li said that a new force has appeared in the residential area that opposes management, and it's quite possible Jiang Shuio is eager to destroy. That's why he got rid of the sick, the women, and the children to save supplies for the young and healthy, combined with the fact that he carelessly planted a bomb in front of my house just for supply. There is a possibility that he wants to challenge that force." Words which immediately startled the other. Han Feng let out another sigh and said, "If that's the case, I must find the..." The man sneered again and asked, "What if you find it, based just on you? What would happen even if you..." Han Feng glared at him and said, "I don't want to be buried along with the people in this residential area. If I can just find the armory, I'll have a way to deal." The man looked at him for a long... He then snorted coldly and said, "If you want to die, then go." In this post-apocalyptic world, Shueio's management is just a small force, and many more battles for survival will appear. In a world of survival of the fittest, the winner will be the last ones. After saying these words, he departed, leaving Han Feng and the other person standing there in a moment later. Ji Yuan looked at Han Feng and asked, "Is there anything I can do?" Han Feng shook his head slightly and said, "No need. I don't want you dragged into this quack." But Ji Yuan replied very firmly, saying, "Don't say that. If your judgment is correct, then the area is in danger, and as for your situation, I find it very unjust." Which made Han Feng feel a bit. Her eyes were full of determination, made him unsure of what. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "Thank you. I'll ask for your help if anything." On another front, at the management headquarters, the group that had been chasing Han Feng returned to report, with some questioning if it was truly Han Feng's doing. But they were absolutely. Just then, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind, causing them to turn their heads in surprise. They actually saw Han Feng walking, and after that, what awaited him was a dark. Taiwu threw him inside. He also kept beating and scolding him, saying, "Mr. Jiang spared you once already, yet you still dared to come and steal supplies." He wanted to cripple his remaining good arm to see if he would ever dare to steal. However, before he could do anything, someone came from outside to stop him, saying, "Something happened. Mr. Jiang told us to gather on the upper floor, causing his movements to then turned and left, leaving Han Feng tied up and lying on the ground alone for the time. He used his blue energy essence to untie himself, would be considered to have successfully broken into this. Once his wounds were healed, he would go find the armory as this matter could no longer be delayed. Before long, the ropes were his fractured bones had also healed, but the treatment consumed so much energy that he nearly fainted, making him realize he must spend time researching a new restoration method. He heard a noise on the other side. The door was quickly shoved. Han Feng hurriedly retied himself with the ropes as someone from outside quickly entered, threw a tied-up person inside, and then, hearing the footsteps and the door closing, Han Feng finally opened his eye, turned his head to look toward the person who had just been thrown. Looking closely, however, he realized that the person lying there was actually Li. He quickly untied him and, a moment later, Z finally woke up, coughed twice, thanked his brother, and said that slap of his was actually quite useful. Requested that next time he hit the side that wasn't swollen because now his left cheek had no feeling, to which Han Feng chuckled and asked what exactly had happened on. Z recalled the previous events, noting that after Han Feng had been dragged through that door, the hallway door was about to be smashed open. He had to unlock the power distribution. Inside was a large hole that seemed to lead down to a very deep. Thinking those people would eventually open the distribution cabinet, he climbed down along the electrical wall. He thought it would lead to the first basement parking lot, but it turned out to lead to the second basement. Though no one was there were many boxes stacked on top of each other, each one tightly. Li Zi opened a few crates to look and saw they were all filled with ham, each piece as big as his. Just as he was about to take one to inspect it, there was a sudden movement behind him. By the time he reacted and turned around, he had already been woken up by Han. However, he finally understood why the management was so arrogant, since they even had a pile of ham sausages, each one very. Han Feng frowned upon hearing this and asked suspiciously if the packaging said ham sausage, but Li Zi shook his head, saying there were no words at all and it just looked exactly like. Han Feng's expression became solemn as he noted something wasn't right and asked if that place could potentially be Jiang Shuexiao's secret way. Li Zi was immediately startled and asked Han Feng what he thought he had. The two were still suspicious. A strange voice suddenly appeared outside asking why Mr. Jiang was suddenly so eager to eliminate Li Zi when he had always wanted to recruit him. Han Feng and Zi were startled to hear this, realizing those people wanted to kill them to silence. Immediately, the door was pushed open by someone. Those two walked in from outside but could not find Han Feng or Zi, which made them suspicious since they had clearly tied the two. While they were searching, Han Feng and Zi hid behind the door waiting. Taking advantage of their lapse in attention, Zi launched an attack. Very quickly, the two tied them up together as Han Feng frowned and said the man intended to kill, so they had to see what was going on. While Zi asked how they would handle the dozens of Han Feng slowly told him not to worry since he had already made arrangements and they should go meet up with the little evil king girl. At that moment, the voice of the little evil king girl rang out, and Han Feng asked suspiciously if the person she needed to receive had arrived yet and what was. The girl on the other side quickly replied that she had come to the house earlier, stolen his gun, and even wanted to kill him, asking if there was any. Hearing this, Han Feng was immediately startled because the person who had arrived was that woman Li. He hurriedly shouted not to open the door because it was Li Huina and not the guest she was supposed to receive. But no one. Before long, the communicator disconnected. Han Feng felt the situation was not good, so he hurriedly told brother Li they needed to go pick up the little evil king girl. Having said that, the two carefully poked their heads out. A noisy sound echoed from ahead, making Li Zi ask suspiciously what was happening and why it was so. At the bottom of the stairs, Tai Wu was leading a group of people running very urgently as he constantly gave instructions to stop them. Han Feng watched them from behind and wondered if Li Zhenghao was attacking, but Zi shook his head slightly, saying he wasn't sure though the current situation. The two secretly blended into the crowd as Zi whispered to put on masks and try to stay merged. Because the scene was very chaotic, the two successfully followed them away. At this time, a sudden commotion broke out. One man was seen being sent flying outward. Immediately after, a group of people slowly stepped. They were Li Zhenghao. Li Zi could not help but be alarmed when he saw this scene from back at the room. Huina was peeking outside. Since there was no movement inside, she speculated that Han Feng might have actually moved. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Ji Ran slowly approached and asked suspiciously what she was doing. Huina was slightly startled and stammered that she was there to look for. Ji Ran frowned at her, feeling a spark of surprise in her heart, and wondered why she was looking for food. Brought so many people along for such a relying on the people she brought. Huina refused to yield and asked if that wasn't allowed before questioning why Ji Ran was there, to which Ji Ran calmly replied she was there to treat. Huina was a bit startled and wondered if Han Feng was sick, but then remembered the two of them knew. Thinking it over, she looked at the group of people beside her as if they were discussing something. A moment later, they slowly approached Ji Ran, making her retreat in alarm and demand what they wanted, while Huina coldly snorted that if they caught her, Han Feng would surely open. They very quickly grabbed hold of Ji Ran. One of them even spoke apologetically to Nurse Jean as she glared at them and told them through gritted teeth to let. She warned that if they didn't, She would not be polite, still did not let go. But before long, they felt as if their bodies were being lifted high into an instant. The two men holding her were thrown flying. Seeing this scene, Kuina's group behind her was immediately astonished. She glared at them and said coldly that she didn't care what they wanted to do, but they should not interfere with. However, Kuina did not seem to want to leave and took a knife out from her. She screamed fiercely that Jiran was a monster and then stabbed. Startled, Jiran raised her hand to defend herself, resulting in a gash being cut into her thick cotton. Quickly retreated as Huina instructed everyone to be careful because the girl's strength was very. But at this moment, the room door suddenly opened. Huina's group's hands trembled so much that they couldn't even hold their weapons. In an instant, the weapons fell from their hands and floated in. More surprisingly, the weapons were sucked into the spatial rift of the little evil king. At this time, the little girl's hands began to form incantations. A violent wind appeared around. In the blink of an eye, the clothes of Huina's group were also sucked, causing them to scream. At the same time, in the basement of the building, a group of people was clearly a chaotic brawl. Even Han Feng and Z were being pursued. Han Feng grumbled while running, asking if it was necessary to chase them forever, just because he punched a man in the face. To which Z clicked his tongue and said his brother's fist was a bit too. Zhongzai chased fiercely from behind, angrily cursing that he would beat them to death. Han Feng frowned slightly, realizing that, in an emergency, his reinforced gloves turned out to have such. Before this was resolved, someone else spotted them and shouted that Han Feng and Li Zi had. Han Feng was a bit panicked, fearing that if they were caught again it would be the end. So he had to think of this. He immediately shouted for Brother Li to go pick up the little evil king while he held them back, promising they would meet at the agreed location. After that, he stepped up and climbed onto it. The people behind had already caught. Han Feng did not hesitate to stand on the vehicle, pointed his flashlight at the sky, and screamed fiercely for them to listen. He claimed he was one of the people who drove up the prices in the community so that those poor devils would starve. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd in front of him immediately fell into silence. Right after that, they immediately turned to anger. Unable to bear it anymore, they rushed forward to. Han Feng quickly turned and, although the entrance and exit of the underground parking lot were closed with iron gates, once the pressure of the snow on the gate was released, this place would be. While he was thinking, a fist struck out. Han Feng was caught off guard and was hit by the. He could not help but cough once. He was sent flying into the wall behind. The crowd in front quickly surrounded him as the leader shouted angrily that he wouldn't. Han Feng ignored them and placed his hand on the door behind. A purple light instantly appeared on his hand. The door was covered in that light, causing the crowd to stare in wide-eyed amazement. But before they could realize what was happening, the light At this moment, Han Feng frowned at the crowd in front of him and shouted for those pieces of trash to. Provoked by him, they moved forward, failing to notice that the door had become soft and was being pushed inward by the outside. Immediately after, snow from outside poured into. The people immediately screamed in fear that there was an avalanche and they needed. The snow from outside poured in faster and faster. Not a few people were buried by the snow. They quickly ran to. For long, the basement was completely filled with. A moment later, an arm reached out from under. Han Feng emerging from under the snow, surprised that after softening such a large area he didn't feel tired, wondering if it was because his level had increased until a low voice asked if he was waiting. Han Feng turned his head in surprise and saw that bearded. He felt as if this guy was staring intently. At this moment, people under the snow were already starting to stir and, sensing the movement, the man pulled Han Feng. A moment later, at a certain corner in the bay, having reached safety, Han Feng looked at the man and asked suspiciously who he was and why he was. Li Zhenghao, the man said plainly, noting he was fighting against Jiang Shu. The man nodded slightly in response. Han Feng frowned at him and asked suspiciously what he wanted. Zhenghao said plainly that they should cooperate, but Han Feng asked why since he had refused before, to which he smiled faintly and said he had changed his. Han Feng did not believe it and asked if he was trying to play him by suddenly changing his. Zhenghao said indifferently that each of them would simply get what they needed, so he should decide quickly whether to do it. Han Feng fell into deep thought, realizing that if he could persuade this person to contribute, the chance to overthrow that man named Jiang would be even. After thinking it over, he nodded in agreement. Although he did not trust the man, since they had the same goal, cooperating was not a. Immediately after, the two officially shook hands to cooperate. On another front, in a different part of the basement, military supplies had appeared at some point, including many tanks and. Tai Wu approached from a distance and reported to Mr. Jiang that the convoy had arrived and asked if he could go upstairs to call the people. So Xiao nodded and said the Jin brothers would notify the members and families to come down. Tai Wu continued to report that the first basement door had been blown open by the snow pressure and the temperature was dropping rapidly, with the crowd being very. Furthermore, those two people had disappeared, making Xiao frown upon hearing. He then shook his head and said it didn't matter, as it would not affect their. On the other side, Han Feng and Zhenghao had witnessed everything, so Han Feng asked suspiciously why there were military vehicles in their residential area and Zhenghao nodded and replied that he had previously heard the man named Jiang mention wanting to relocate the. Han Feng continued by asking where they could possibly be moved to since the outside was covered in nothing but ice and snow. So Zhenghao curled his lip and said they would find out by. adding that the man named Jiang was Han Feng's responsibility before he suddenly ran off, leaving Han Feng to coldly mutter about what the rush was. On the other side, Xueyou was still giving instructions to everyone to prepare to head upstairs to collect them. But at that very moment, a gunshot suddenly rang, making Xueyou's group jump in alarm as they wondered what happened and realized it was a gunshot signaling, and one man hurriedly shouted for everyone to be careful and not to. But just as the words left his mouth, a hand suddenly gripped his face tightly. In an instant, he was sent flying back. Seeing him, the rest of the group immediately opened fire in that direction. Before they could do anything, Zhang Hao had already charged forward. Without any hesitation, he punched the other person in the face. The remaining men tried to flee in terror, but Kai Wu immediately shouted a warning not to run far and to protect Mr. Jiang. Also at this time, a dark gun barrel was pointed at the back of Xueyou's head. Han Feng had rushed over to threat. However, he did not panic but calmly said that he had been waiting for Han Feng for a long. Han Feng was slightly startled and frowned while asking how he knew he would come, to which the man replied indifferently that it was odd. Just then, Kai Wu saw his situation and called out anxiously to Brother Jiang. But the man waved his hand and said it was, then glanced at Han Feng and remarked that since Han Feng had stockpiled a large amount of supplies before the disaster, he thought Han Feng was one of the contacts, but evidence proved he was wrong. So he told Han Feng to look closely. Han Feng looked where he was told and saw an eavesdropping device placed under the handle, realizing it was something the man had installed earlier, which made him wonder how he got such a thing. Xueyou curled his lip and asked if Han Feng really thought he would have returned the gun otherwise, adding that he knew exactly what Han Feng. Han Feng took a deep breath and grit his teeth to ask what the man could do even if he knew who they were and who exactly was being picked up and for what. Xueyou chuckled and told him not to be tense since he would have acted long ago if he wanted to deal with Han Feng. As Han Feng was a smart, he hoped Han Feng would join them because as long as they kept sending people to those others, they could survive. Hearing this, Han Feng snorted with contempt and asked if the man wanted him to be cannon fodder before flatly refusing. Xueyou sighed helplessly, saying it was. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Special Forces soldiers emerged from behind. Han Feng was startled when he saw them and wondered how it was possible. Right as a soldier pointed a gun, he immediately turned and ran while bullets relentlessly pursued him from behind. As he ran past a wall, a hand grabbed him, successfully pulled him into hiding behind. Han Feng looked up at the newcomer and asked with a trembling voice what the man was doing and urged him to retreat. However, Zhang Hao calmly asked what there was to fear since it was just 3 Special Forces, and suggested that he would distract them while Han Feng acted according to the situation. Han Feng was horrified by the suggestion and told him not to joke because they had rifles in their. Yet Zhang Hao began dodging the incoming hail of. His speed was extraordinary. Special Forces soldiers were fundamentally unable to do anything. Before long, Zhang Hao reached one of them, grabbed the gun, kicked him hard in the stomach, and directly seized the. Watching from the outside, Han Feng couldn't help but feel that this man was definitely no ordinary. Taking advantage of the chaos, the military vehicle started its engine. Xueyou immediately ordered that there was no more time and they should drive straight up to pick the people. Han Feng naturally wouldn't give them that chance, so he quickly summoned a purple light and placed his hand on the ground to spread the light across the. In an instant, the ground turned soft and mushy, making it impossible to. When the vehicle couldn't move, Xueyou asked suspiciously what was wrong, and Kai Wu shook his head, saying the right side seemed to be. Hearing this, Xueyou turned his head back and saw that the ground had. Beneath the vehicle, Han Feng was still trying to stop them from escaping, but the light in his hand grew dimmer and the range smaller, meaning he couldn't sink both wheels. Just at that moment, a grenade suddenly appeared and he jumped back in terror as someone on the vehicle leaned, looking down at him with a cold. Grenade's pin had been pulled and flames began to. With a loud boom, an earth-shattering explosion, Han Feng was sent flying by the force of the blast. In days he felt something cool. A herd of goats was licking his. Cool sensation from the goats' tongues felt very. But he soon woke up, saw a large goat using its long tongue to. Not only that, it wrapped itself around him. In an instant, a burst of green light enveloped his entire. In the real world, his body was also shrouded by that green light. His wounds began to be healed. The military vehicle surprisingly wasn't affected by the explosion. Kai Wu on the vehicle side in relief, saying it was lucky the car had high horsepower or they might not have. But just then, a red light suddenly appeared on the car, followed by a hand reaching through the. In an instant, half of the vehicle was destroyed by that red. Seeing this, Kai Wu became furious and pointed his gun at the person while cursing him as a damn. Han Feng's eyes saw the gun barrel, but they seemed to have no focus. He reached out and grabbed. Red light instantly surrounded the gun. Even the clothes on the man's arm were corroded by the. Seeing the situation turn bad, Xueyou immediately shouted for everyone to get out of the. However, Kai Wu's clothes had been stripped away, and he couldn't stop shivering from the. He grit his teeth and screamed for help because it was too cold. Then suddenly saw someone and looked surprised. It was Kai Wan, who approached with a stick and called out anxiously to his. Immediately ran toward Han Feng to attack, shouting for the bastard. But Han Feng glanced at him just as the stick was about. He raised his hand to block it, and red light began to cover Kai when. Xueyou, running ahead, saw this with a solemn expression and grit his teeth to tell someone to go up and call. After dealing with the stick, Han Feng brushed past Kai-1 and headed toward the vehicle, making the people inside tremble with fear as they told the driver to run him. But he didn't seem to hear them as he kept walking forward and placed both hands on. In an instant, the vehicle was covered in purple. The car quickly melted, causing the people inside to scream in panic that the car was melting and they needed to. But it was too late as they were pinned under the wreckage while desperate screams. Right then, a bullet suddenly grazed his face. Fresh blood began to flow, but it was quickly healed by the green. Seeing this, the group on the other side cried out in fear that he wasn't being hit by the. At that moment, Han Feng ran toward, but after only a few steps, the sound of gunshots rang out continually. The Special Forces soldiers were firing at him to protect the man named Zhang Hao. Noticed the situation and wanted to go to his but the soldiers didn't let him go and kept attacking, so he dodged while wondering what that bastard Zhang was. Han Feng's side, he was forced back by the intense assault from the Special Forces, but purple light appeared in his hands and he slammed them onto the ground without hesitation. The soldiers felt the ground changing. They were still dazed. Han Feng charged in front of them and grabbed two dark guns. He directly broke the guns with his bare hand. Broken pieces in his hands suddenly turned into something soft like the two soldiers couldn't help but tremble in fear at the. Unfortunately, he didn't care and used the things in his hands to. The two soldiers stared blankly at the scene. Before they could react, their throats were slit by the. They died just like that. And after finishing them off, Han Feng couldn't help but pant. He didn't notice Kai when quietly approaching behind. He used the iron rod in his hand to it, and since Han Feng was off, he was knocked to the ground, fell unconscious. Kai-1 curled his lip and snorted that he brought it on himself, telling the monster to. Having said that, he viciously tried to strike Han Feng with the rod. Before he could, he was punched in the face by. It was Zhang Hao who was also holding an unconscious Special Forces. He pulled Han Feng up with doubt in his eyes, wondering if he had fainted because he had been acting like a madman who lost. While he was doubting, a noise came from the other, so he hurriedly pulled Han Feng. Xueyo's group had already caught up. He glanced at everyone and suggested they be careful and meet up with the three soldiers. However, before long he saw soldiers lying in a pool of blood. Clearly, at this point, someone asked about the other soldier, but another shook his head and said they couldn't find him. Fearing the worst since Kai-1 had frozen to death and only Kai-1 and those in the car. Someone asked Xueyo what they should do, and he thought for a moment before saying that since the soldiers were dead, they didn't know the location of the headquarters. He would have to return empty. Sometime later, in a room where a fire was crackling and Han Feng suddenly woke from his stupor and shouted about a. When he calmed down and looked around, he frowned and muttered that he wasn't dead, wondering where he was until a low voice spoke up, asking if he was back to normal. He turned his head in surprise and asked what needed to be normal, questioning why they weren't in the basement and where his wounds. Zhang Hao heard this and indifferently said that if Han Feng didn't even know, then how could he? But he added that he had some clues about Zhang. He told Han Feng to let the man tell him, pointing to the Special Forces soldier tied to. He frowned and ordered the soldier to repeat what he said about being sent by the base to trade with Zhang Xueyo. And the soldier tremblingly replied that they were trading weapons and food for the. Hearing this, Han Feng asked suspiciously why they were being. And the man replied that it was to help build the. Han Feng frowned deeper, wondering why they would expand the labor force instead of reducing the population in such a situation. He warned the man not to play them for fools, so the man looked at him in terror and said it was all to rebuild civilization and save humanity, insisting that what they were doing wasn't. But just as he finished, one of his fingers was snapped by Zhang. He asked coldly what would happen if they didn't complete the. The man broke into a cold sweat from the pain and grit his teeth to say that the base would send more. Zhang Hao leaned close to his ear and asked coldly if there would be people with super. Immediately, the man's face turned panicked as he avoided eye contact and shook his head, claiming he didn't understand what superpower. Han Feng pondered, noting that the soldiers' attitude didn't rule out the possibility of the base having superpowered people, and judging by their actions, those people were more likely to be. He also thought that Li Zhenghao was truly too ruthless, that he had killed someone without a single. Han Feng frowned as he looked at him and asked whether it was truly necessary to kill that man right now. But he refused to comment and instead indifferently asked if he believed the nonsense about saving people that the man had spoken. Warned him not to be delusional because they were just a new faction with unknown intentions, leaving them with the choice to either eliminate them now or find a new shelter elsewhere. Hearing those words caused Han Feng to nod and say that he would return to discuss the matter with everyone, leaving Zheng Hao's room and carefully heading toward the place he intended to go, considering how deep and unpredictable Li Zhenghao was and wondering what his group would do, especially if the Special Forces soldiers' words were true and finding a base outside was the safest option. A moment later, he arrived at the basement and began searching for. He remembered there were several military vehicles and large bulldozers here, but they were nowhere to be found now. As he was searching, he suddenly noticed someone. Yet, when he peeked out to look back, there was no one there, making him realize it was a lure. Someone behind him launched a sudden attack. He hastily activated the light energy in his hand, directly raised his arm to block the incoming. He couldn't help but frown because it didn't hurt at all. He hadn't expected the simultaneous appearance of blue and purple light to be so. While the two were deadlocked, a voice suddenly rang out telling them to stop since they were all family. and as a flashlight beam followed the shout, the newcomer turned out to be the group gathered together while Han Feng recounted everything to them, explaining the situation and why he had returned to find a way out of the residential. Ziyi was indignant upon hearing it, calling Jiang Shueyo a beast for trading residents for supplies, though Ji Yan hesitantly mentioned that if the residents were being taken to a survival site, it might not be a bad. Han Feng shook his head and replied that the claim of building a base was only the soldier side of the story, for if it were truly a good deed, Jiang and his cronies would have fled long ago rather than needing armed transport. Furthermore, there were many things about the base that simply couldn't be explained. In short, they couldn't completely disbelieve them but couldn't trust them either, as the existence of a base was still unknown, prompting Ziyi to ask what would happen if people really. Han Feng calmly replied that it was a concern for later, but without a means of transport, they would have no way out, so he asked for everyone. Ziyi nodded slightly and agreed to check the two cars for useful tools while Ji Yan went to the back to search. Han Feng searched several vehicles but found the keys had all been removed, and just as he felt hopeless, Ziyi's startled voice called out for him to come over. Good grief! Look at all these. Han Feng ran over quickly and, sure enough, found a truck full of. He signaled to Ziyi, suggesting he call that middle schooler over to collect these items since they would surely be useful, to which Ziyi agreed that it was a good. Han Feng examined the vehicle in front of him, noting it had melted like this likely because of his own. As Ziyi was about to call the Xiaowang girl, he saw the two girls standing before a large curtain and muttered suspiciously about what they were doing, prompting Han Feng to suggest they go. Soon, the four of them gathered in one. Looking at what was in front of him, Han Feng asked suspiciously why there was such a large bamboo cloth here. Ji Yan added that there seemed to be some kind of sound coming from behind. Han Feng looked at the Xiaowang girl and asked if she had a brighter flashlight, so she nodded and pulled one from her. Han Feng and Ziyi stood on either side of the cloth and counted down to pull it down. The moment the curtain was removed, the object inside was revealed, causing the four of them to look. Before them was a tunnel leading to an unknown destination, and at this moment, Han Feng could say for certain, blade in hand, he returned to the mercenary's previous confession and asked what they were sent to trade with Jiang Shueyo, causing the man to turn pale and stammer that they used weapons and food for. As soon as the man finished his sentence, Han Feng immediately followed up by asking what they were being swapped for. While answering the next question, the man's evasive gaze betrayed him as he claimed it was to help build. Han Feng calmly identified the loophole in the soldier's words, making Li Zhenghao realize that in this situation, they shouldn't be expanding the labor force but rather streamlining the pop. He gave a forced, helpless smile and approached the man, telling him he couldn't treat them like idiots, which made the man flinch guiltily, although he still stubbornly argued that it was all to rebuild civilization. But in the next moment, the soldier's middle finger was snapped by a single. Ignoring the man's painful screams and tremors, he continued to interrogate him about what would happen if they failed their mission. The man suppressed the intense pain that made his whole body shake and struggled to reply that the base would send more. Li Zhenghao's voice drew closer to the ear of the pale-faced soldier as he asked if people with superpowers. Hearing that question made the man even more frightened, and he avoided eye contact while asking what superpowers. Han Feng maintained a calm attitude, resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated that, based on the soldier's reaction, it was possible the base had superpowered individuals who would likely be. His gaze remained fixed in one direction without wavering. He looked at the pale, eyeless, and blood-soaked corpse of the soldier from earlier and marveled at how truly ruthless Li Zhenghao. Han Feng bluntly asked him with a dazed expression if it was really necessary to kill the man right then. But Li Zhenghao didn't answer and only asked Han Feng if he actually believed that nonsense about saving. He pointed the knife casually at Han Feng and warned him not to be delusional because it was just a new power, so they had to either destroy them or find it. Hearing those words, Han Feng became worried and silently agreed, saying he would go discuss it with the. Not long after, Han Feng carefully poked his head out the door, looking around vigilantly. When he saw no one, he took an iron pipe downstairs while thinking that Li Zhenghao was unfathomable and, if the soldier's words were true, finding a base might be the safest. Reaching his destination, he moved with a clear purpose toward basement level. After crouching in front of a white car, he checked his surroundings and wondered where those military jeeps and large excavators were. Suddenly, Han Feng noticed a dark figure approaching, causing him to grip the iron pipe in his hand tighter as he realized someone. However, he immediately realized he had been tricked by the killing intent coming from behind him and cursed, realizing it was. As he turned his head, he saw a woman swinging her fist. Han Feng reacted quickly and enveloped his arm in a blue-purple. Then he took a punch from the blonde. Seeing this, his expression turned into a daze as he realized it didn't hurt. He then quickly clenched his fist to strike back, noting that the combined effect of the blue and purple light was effective. But then a male voice rang out to. Ziyi appeared between them with a bright flashlight, saying they were all acquaintances, causing Han Feng to cry out in surprise upon seeing that the woman was Nurse Jean, while Ji Yan was equally surprised. After recognizing each other, they placed the flashlight in the middle and sat down to recount everything that had happened, and why Han Feng had returned to find a. Ziyi angrily brandished an iron pipe and cursed Jiang Shueyo for being a beast who traded his neighbors for supplies, while Ji Yan suggestively countered that if people were taken to a survival facility, it might not. Hearing her words, Han Feng put on a deadpan expression and stated that the claim of building a base was just the soldier's words and, if it were true, Jiang and his group would have fled instead of needing armed. Having said that, he pointed a flashlight at the excavator and added hesitantly that there were many things that couldn't be. He then climbed onto the excavator while replying that they couldn't fully trust their words, and as he finished, Ze asked what would happen if people really. Han Feng tilted his head as he climbed into the control cabin and replied that such matters were for later. But without a vehicle, they'd have no way out, so he asked for. Ze agreed and headed off with a flashlight to check the jeeps, while the Xiaowang girl jumped down from a car and headed in a different direction. Han Feng leaned down to look inside and saw the keys were missing, but then Zi's urgent voice called for him to come down quickly. After he got off the excavator and approached him, he was immediately shocked by a crate of weapons and exclaimed about how many weapons. Han Feng looked and reminded Ze to call the middle schooler over to collect these items since they would be useful, a plan which Ze praised as a great. Han Feng shined his light on the weapons and wondered if he had melted the vehicle, while Ze called out to the two girls to. When Ze received no response, he wondered what they were doing, so Han Feng suggested they. Seeing the large curtain hanging high up, he wondered why such a large cloth was there. Ji Yan stared blankly at the curtain, mentioning that there seemed to be a noise coming from. Han Feng shined his light ahead and asked the girl if she had a super bright flashlight, to which she quickly opened her space and replied that. Ze grabbed the curtain and coordinated with the others for a countdown to pull it down together, while Han Feng calmly started. When they reached the final number, they pulled the curtain down in. Ze gasped in shock and hesitation as the Xiaowang girl's glasses glowed with surprise, and while Ji Yan stared ahead in a daze, Han Feng looked up and they looked into the strange tunnel glowing with a soft blue light behind the curtain, which seemed to confirm that a base truly. Han Feng seriously observed the cave before them, noting that digging such a large secret tunnel under the residential area meant these people were not simple. If soldiers' words were only the tip of the iceberg, then this residential area was not safe. Suddenly, Ze called out and pointed his flashlight in one direction, telling everyone to come. He and Han Feng looked at the steel pipes and recognized them as the drainage system, while failing to notice the Xiaowang girl walking further in. He thought they wouldn't notice, but he immediately caught her by the ahog on her head to pull her. Han Feng held the girl's hair and warned her it was dangerous, while Ze told him to stop, though the girl casually agreed to. Han Feng shined his light into the tunnel and suggested they head back first. After gathering some useful tools, he asked the others if there was anything else they needed to prepare. He calmly asked to ensure they had enough, specifically requesting vegetable seeds and raw pork, which he felt would be sufficient along with the. The Xiaowang girl handed weapons to Ze and asked Han Feng if anything else was needed, to which he replied that it was enough since they were only scouting and would return. His eyes sparkled with pride as he silently praised the girl for getting better at using her power to accurately retrieve items from her. Before he and Ze left, he reminded the two girls that the room was secluded and unlikely to be found soon, advising them to wait there since the reinforced door wouldn't be easily. Girls stood at the door to see them off for a moment, but he looked back and told them it wasn't safe outside and to go back into. Little girl ignored Jian's worried face and spoke up with confidence, telling her to rest assured. Then she acted cool with full authority and adjusted her glasses to guarantee that the evil king's true eye would protect his followers, causing the woman to shift from worry to confusion while looking at the girl awkwardly. Just like that, Han Feng and Ze followed the path of the stairs and successfully went down, noting that according to the current situation, the threat they faced wasn't just the school but could also come from that tunnel. Throughout the parking lot, only the sound of their footsteps and the light from the headlamps on their heads could be heard, as they felt the residential area was no longer safe and wondered if they could find another place to survive through this tunnel. After walking for a while, they stood before the entrance of a massive cave right in front of them, deciding to go in and see what was happening. They went deeper inside. Ze looked at the layer of ice ahead inside, thinking it would be warmer underground only to find it just as cold as above. He picked up the shovel he had prepared and poked the ice, noting the ground was completely frozen and wondering how they built it as he walked while hugging himself and suggesting they keep going. Deeper into the cave, their path became difficult due to a slope, and 15 minutes, the two were still determined to crawl inside the tunnel, and after 30 minutes, he looked at the path ahead and whispered in admiration that it was truly a complicated maze inside. Finally, they found a way up through a manhole cover, and an hour Ze used both hands to try and turn the manhole cover before reporting to the one standing below that the cover seemed stuck tight by snow without any sign of moving at all. And the two of them left for another place along with Ze's complaints about roaming underground forever and losing their sense of direction, while Han Feng remained calm and pointed forward, stating this way looked more like the residential area based on the plumb. Just like that, they followed the water pipes into small niches. Suddenly Ze spoke up in surprise, asking what this was. A large map appeared before them, showing the diagram of the underground sewer system. Ze carefully checked the position and muttered to himself that they were still under the nearby residential area, and would reach the stadium if they went a bit further. Just a second later, Han Feng whispered a soft warning to turn off the headlamp quickly, leaving him a bit dazed and asking. The sound of a car engine suddenly echoed through the tunnel from out of nowhere. Several iron trucks that could still run sped across the road. They quickly zoomed straight ahead without any suspicion. Fortunately, they had quickly hidden in a niche in the sewer alley on the right nearby. Han Feng worriedly followed them with a cautious gaze. After the cars had completely left, he and the other man popped their heads out and whispered that those cars seemed to be heading toward the Hanqing residential area. Guessing they looked like military trucks and might be comrades of the 3 soldiers in their area. As soon as he finished speaking, Z understood the issue and asked if those trucks were also carrying people to build some base before he carefully turned on the light and suggested following them for clues but warned they might be easily detected if they stayed too close. Z placed his hand on his chest with sparkling confidence and guaranteed there was no need to follow those people as long as they didn't turn off the lights. Then he proudly told a story while walking about an old woman in the Hanqing area who fell into the sewer last year and how he saved her, which surprised Han Feng, who asked how he could still remember it so clearly after a year. He looked down from the ladder with an arrogant and disdainful look, claiming his memory was no joke since he was a top student back in high school. But by the time he intended to open it, he felt a bit awkward and worried because it was frozen solid. Han Feng looked at the scene and helplessly suggested trying to go further ahead. But the man stubbornly insisted on the manhole cover, saying it might be a bit off and to check further ahead. Then he tried to push the cover up with all his might and used one hand to rotate it, grunting with effort as he tried to push it again. Seeing the increasingly pathetic sight, he could only smirk with a disdainful smile and ask how many places he had tried and if it was even possible. Finally, a manhole cover gave way and opened, making him cry tears of happiness and shout that it was open. Before going up to the surface, Z looked around in all directions to check if there were any people. He climbed up to the surface and pulled Han Feng up with a confident tone, saying he knew this place like the back of his hand and would soon find Wang Gai's grandson at the Hanqing underground parking lot. Immediately, he raised his hand to signal and whispered for him to be quiet, an action that the other man understood as he nodded repeatedly. The two of them crouched and moved slowly without making any noise. Suddenly something caught Han Feng's eye. A bloody corpse without eyes appeared before them, showing that a battle had also taken place here. Then the two of them cautiously hid behind a pickup truck, secretly watched a group of people trying to use tools to dig a large cave like the one they had just passed through. One of the soldiers cursed in frustration about the tunnel not being finished and being called to stand guard in this hellhole without even a decent meal, while another sighed and said they were the strike team. His face showed that he had grasped the situation, realizing most people in this district were already controlled by those soldiers. Suddenly, everything began to shake without warning, making him wonder if the ground was vibrating while Z called out and pointed ahead for his little brother to look. Those who were previously chipping at the wall now ran according to the soldiers' orders to stay away because the tunnel was about to break through. Then a large section of the wall gradually cracked in front of a man. Finally, a loud explosion caused pieces of the broken wall to fly outward forcefully. A pair of eyes full of killing intent and blue gas appeared. A massive man swung his fist and punched the wall into pieces. Z exclaimed in shock, wondering if that giant guy was human or a ghost, while Han Feng stared blankly at him and realized why such a large tunnel appeared in their area without any sense. Looking at the life-threateningly dangerous people in front of them, a surge of unease rose in Han Feng's body, knowing it was too dangerous and they would be doomed if discovered. After the giant punched through the wall, he asked the soldier next to him where his snacks were. But the soldier impatiently replied that the tunnel hadn't been cleared yet, so there were no snacks. That answer made the big man grit his teeth in anger, with veins popping on his face. Then he began to whine and slammed his hands on the ground, startling everyone there as he shouted that he wanted to eat. Han Feng and Z were horrified by the dangerous scene and told the damn fat guy to stop. He quickly waved his hand to signal a retreat in a low voice. The two of them began to crawl forward carefully inch by inch to slip away. Unfortunately, Z inhaled the dust from the previous wall destruction. Natural reflex of an itchy nose caused him to sneeze loudly. That was the moment Han Feng's coma state collapsed in an instant. Their position was discovered by the other soldiers who shouted for the men to quickly catch those two. He grimaced while running and tried to apologize to Han Feng, but the situation was urgent, so the boy urged him to stop talking and run fast. Both of them ran for their lives while glancing back at the distance between them. Realizing that the giant man was about to catch up, the big guy then slammed his hand hard onto the ground. A blow caused the escape path in front of them to shatter, making it impossible to continue running. Both of them immediately fell down in pain due to inertia. Until he could stand up, Han Feng decided to stop the beast while Z quickly agreed to run ahead. As soon as the timing was right, Han Feng used a purple light and prepared to turn around. Thinking this was the moment, he took the opportunity to cover the shattered road in front of him with purple light. Seeing the purple light dancing on the ground, the big man became fearful and hesitant to step down. But as soon as Han stepped over, the floor quickly sank like mud. Han looked at his hand as he skillfully used his ability and shook with anger, calling the boy a brat and wondering if he was also an awakened while wanting to catch. As soon as the blue light spread across the road, Han screamed in pain about his leg. Han's right hand tried to press hard against the ground, causing it to crack. However, following Han Feng's command, the ground slowly sank into a state of restoration. This made the big man even angrier as he yelled that he would kill the bastard. Han's whole body was trembling as he tried to use his strength to rise above the ground. Han Feng stared at Han with fear, realizing the monster was about to escape. Z hadn't run far before he turned back to look and worry about the situation. Luckily, 2 wooden sticks that fit his hands caught his eye nearby. Despite his fatigue, the boy stared ahead to monitor Han's movements, thinking Han's power had weakened and he could be completely imprisoned with just a little more effort. Z's figure suddenly flashed past his eyes, screamed loudly and jumped high while swinging a wooden stick. A painful blow accurately targeted the big man's head. Han's face became even more enraged, as if he had just touched a sensitive spot. Now the only expression on the boy's face was shock as he stood speechless and frozen. Han immediately roared a threat to kill them all. Instinct of both Han Feng and Z was to run immediately as Han frantically emerged, shouting to run. Han Feng questioned him while running about why he didn't leave as told, but received a silly answer about how Z couldn't leave while his brother was fighting. Finally, large rocks collapsed and blocked their path. Dust after the rockfall was thick and flying everywhere, and after a while the sound of settling dust echoed. Han Feng worriedly supported Z and asked if he was injured, to which the man tiredly but satisfyingly replied that they finally lost that fat guy. Even so, he worriedly looked back at the pile of rocks and wondered if Han would suddenly crawl through. But the boy calmly wiped his dirty face and said Han wouldn't escape soon, though they should leave quickly. He looked at Z with distrusting eyes, stating they needed to determine their location first. But the man proudly patted himself and said to rest assured because his sense of direction was top-notch. He pointed to his head with confidence while the boy looked on with disbelief, claiming he had memorized the underground map long ago and to let him handle the way. Just like that, he nonchalantly walked straight ahead to Han Feng's helplessness, calling for his brother to follow him. At a junction in the sewer 10 minutes later, he confidently pointed left, claiming this was definitely the drainage of their district. Still in the sewer corridor 20 minutes later, Han Feng looked tiredly at the energetic man who pointed out more pipes and claimed their district was just ahead, and 40 minutes later in a wider, the boy was exhausted and sat on the ground, ignoring the bragging man who thought it was strange since the area should have led them there. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past him, making him realize there was wind. Ignoring Z behind him, the boy pointed ahead and said it was blowing from this direction, which startled the man who asked where he was going. He was surprised again as Han Feng firmly explained that the wind seemed to be blowing down from above. Both of them looked up at the rocky slope. Furthermore, there was light ahead, which meant they might be able to go straight out. Seeing hope in life again, Z became full of energy and asked why they should hesitate. Finally, they decided to start climbing up. As he climbed, Z reminded Han Feng below to watch his step because it was very slippery. Reaching the top, he was extremely happy and told Han Feng to look because the snow had lessened. While the boy looked outside in surprise at how the world had, Han Feng looked around the city and saw that everything was now buried under a thick layer of ice. Without any hesitation or fear, Z simply leaped down into the snow. Z turned back and urgently called out to him that the snow below had hardened, so he should come down quickly. However, the young man looked at a building far away and told Z to wait because that tall building seemed to be Dingfeng. He calmly pointed in another direction, surprising the older man since Dingfeng Mansion was the tallest landmark within 5 kilometers north of their community. This meant that he had realized they had taken the wrong path and were currently heading in the opposite direction. Back at the happiness community, Han Feng pointed at a small stone and explained that while they were supposed to be in the south third ring of Hanchuan, they were now near the north fourth ring. Adjusting his headlamp while prodding a sharp rock, Han Feng said they had to return on foot by crossing the high terrain of Qingshan before they could get back. Han Feng estimated they wouldn't reach their destination today, but Ze remained optimistic, giving a thumbs up and promising that they would rest and have fun in Qingshan where he had connections before they continued. After speaking, he walked ahead and clumsily trudged through the snow, claiming he knew this road well, so it wouldn't be as difficult as the younger man. Before he could go far, Z fell flat on his face, causing Han Feng to let out a helpless. Han Feng quickly stepped forward to help Z up and told him to walk slowly because the snow was quite slippery. Looking at the city covered in white, Han Feng thought the snow was falling harder, and they needed to find a place. The snow continued to fall as Han Feng and Z wandered together through the thick blizzard. As they walked, Z told the younger man that there were only 3 kilometers left until they reached Qing. Han Feng walked with his staff and remarked that they would arrive if they just pushed on for about another. Han Feng was shivering from the cold and let out a long, visible shivering as he looked at Z. Han Feng said the snow was getting heavier so they had to hurry or they might freeze to death. But Z hugged himself with a frozen nose and argued they were prepared. While walking, the two of them suddenly stood still as if something ahead had caught their. Before them were 2 people who had been frozen solid in the middle of the. Han Feng and Ze slowly walked toward the 2 frozen. Looking at the tools on the ground, they guessed the victims had run out of food and tried to find supplies before getting caught in the storm and freezing. Han Feng knelt to check the tools while Ze stood behind and suggested that since the blizzard was too strong, they should rest at the Qingshan village. He added that otherwise they might truly freeze to death. So Han Feng stood up and agreed to go. Having finished their conversation, Han Feng and Ze turned and walked in the opposite direction. The scene shifted. Abandoned man. Han Feng and Ze stood together on high ground. Looking. As they walked along the path, Han Feng noted that Qingshan Villa hadn't been swallowed by the snow, and wondered how the people inside. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared from the blizzard, causing Ze to stop while Han Feng responded in. Han Feng pointed forward and asked if these were the acquaintances he had mentioned, To which Ze replied it was possible. Ze tried to move forward and told the younger man to wait there while he checked. But Hanfeng reached out urgently and told him. Before he could say anything, Ziyi's figure was blurred by the blizzard as he moved further and further. Hanfeng was helpless as the man vanished, and he thought it was a bad sign for people to appear now. Realizing it was Hanfeng's suspicions were correct. A fat man pointed a gun at Hanfeng and shouted for him to freeze, because it was a robbery. Leaving a terrified Ziyi calling for it. Hanfeng secretly reached behind his waist to grab a small. Before he could draw it, a bullet flew near his. The fat man pointed the gun at Hanfeng and screamed for the motherfucker not to move and to stay. The skinny man held Ze with a gun to his head and scolded the fat one for almost shooting the captive, while the fat man wiped his nose and claimed the kid was hiding something. The fat man walked toward Hanfeng with the gun and demanded that he hand over whatever. With the gun to his forehead, Hanfeng felt tense and thought his healing ability might withstand a bullet if he attacked. Looking at Ze, who also had a gun to his head, he knew that Brother Li would certainly. Amidst the blizzard, they all marched. The skinny man wondered why anyone was out now, while the fat man turned and said it was lucky he was careful or they might have been cuffed at the back. Hanfeng said they had no reason to keep them since the supplies were gone. But the fat man told him to shut up because they had. Ze secretly whispered to Hanfeng, asking what the man meant. But Hanfeng helplessly replied that he. Hanfeng whispered that perhaps they intended to use them as stored food, which horrified Ze and made him beg Hanfeng not to. Ze had fallen into despair. Hanfeng remained calm and thought this was actually a good place. They soon traveled a long distance, and Hanfeng looked toward the city, thinking he could see the entire urban area of Hanchuan. Fat man took out a small remote and pressed a button, causing the fence gate to open. Hanfeng was amazed there was still electricity and reasoned that since the city was out of power, there must be a generator or something similar. Going inside, Hanfeng and Ze observed the villas, with Hanfeng thinking these buildings seemed to have just been. Two of them stopped simultaneously and were surprised by what they. Before them was an unfinished house surrounded by construction tools, and Hanfeng thought those two men couldn't have built it alone. Cracking a smile, Hanfeng plotted that if he could kill them and seize this place, he and the high school girl could turn it into a fort. While he was daydreaming, he was struck by the skinny bandit who barked at him, asking what the motherfucker was smiling. He pointed toward two shovels in the snow and ordered them to finish digging that. The fat man laughed, claiming that once they finished digging, they would be released and given support. Hanfeng and Ze looked at the thieves suspiciously and asked if it was true, and the skinny one warned them not to play trick. The skinny man walked away and told Chaozi to watch them while he went to rest, to which Chaozi, after the other man went inside, Chaozi secretly cursed him for enjoying himself alone while only knowing how to boss others. Then he glared at Hanfeng and Ze, shouting for them to get to work or he would shoot, prompting Ze to point out they were. Chaozi angrily pointed his gun at them, shouting for them to just do it and stop. The shovel plunged into the thick layer of. In the freezing blizzard, the handcuffed Hanfeng and Ze had to dig a snow pit while Chaozi sat in a corner monitoring. Ze glanced at Hanfeng and whispered to ask if they would really be released. But Hanfeng replied with a bored expression that they should just work. Having said that, his attention was drawn to a high snow pile on the other side. Looking closely, he saw the corpses of previous victims had been buried in the snow, appearing in a truly miserable. Hanfeng pointed to the snow pile and told Brother Li to look, prompting Ze to ask what. Once Ze realized those were corpses, he started to scream. But Hanfeng quickly covered his mouth and whispered for him to be. Ze worriedly asked if these thugs had killed everyone, and Hanfeng whispered that it was likely so they couldn't just wait to die or they would end up in that pile. Hanfeng whispered a plan into Ze. After speaking, the two of them suddenly started shouting and cursing at each other, causing the napping Chaozi to. Ze pointed down and yelled that he had already shoveled there so Hanfeng should move, and Hanfeng replied he would shovel wherever. Chaozi walked over and pointed his gun, asking what the noise was about, so Hanfeng complained about the other guy while Ze called Hanfeng. Hanfeng asked if he wanted to fight and Ze replied he wasn't afraid, causing Chaozi to lose his guard and tell them to finish before. The expressions of Hanfeng and Ze changed instantly once Chaozi let his guard. Chaozi had his back turned as he threatened them, never suspecting that a shovel was silently approaching from. The sound of a heavy impact rang. Inside the house, the skinny bandit was lying on a chair next to a heater reading. Judging by his lewd face, he wasn't reading anything good as he was drooling and giggling to him. He was relaxing. A light suddenly shone on his face, prompting him to. Hanfeng and Ze had removed their handcuffs, and Hanfeng pointed the gun at the bandit's face, remarking that he seemed to be having. A moment later, the two bandits had been handcuffed by Hanfeng and Ze, and were forced. After hearing their story, Hanfeng asked if it was true they were only there because of debt. Ze asked angrily if they had killed the people outside, but they immediately pleaded their innocence, swearing they had no connection to the. Hanfeng gave a friendly smile and noted that the people outside weren't killed by them, and the bandits hastily. Hanfeng tucked the gun into his pocket and commented that they didn't seem like dangerous. Hanfeng then told them to leave, which made the two bandits extremely over. Ze stood next to him and whispered, asking if he really believed them and truly intended to let. Hanfeng's expression suddenly darkened as he gave a cunning smile and replied that of course. After speaking, he actually let them go but only after taking all their warm clothes, leaving them to shiver in the cold in their. Han Feng stood by the window, waving toward the two robbers outside and telling them to go home and put on some clothes or they would catch a cold. While Li Zi stood nearby thinking that Han Feng was the truly wicked one. Standing behind him, Li Zi asked what they should do next, prompting Han Feng to lower his gun and reply that it was obvious they needed to return as soon as possible. They had originally intended to observe the tunnel before dawn but were delayed for so long that Han Feng, remembering the unexpected incidents in the residential complex, worried about the current situation there, hoped that everyone was still safe while the blizzard outside showed no signs of letting up. Inside Han Chuan City, Ji Ran, Li Zhenghao, and the Wicked King's True Eye envoy sat together until Ji Ran turned to the envoy and worried that Han Feng had been gone too long. But the envoy told her not to worry as Han Feng was an apostle personally chosen by the Wicked King and would not die easily. Zhenghao sighed and remarked that instead of worrying about them, they should focus on their own situation since worrying wouldn't change the fact. Li Zhenghao remembered the powerful army and its massive commander appearing after Han Feng entered the cave. Noting there was a terrifying man among them who could control the earth, continued to speak about the suspicious nature of this army. Noting that Zhang Xueyo seemed to have a good relationship with them, which led everyone in the complex to follow their orders without question. Li Zhenghao, holding a cigarette and smiling, said they had become common enemies of the entire complex, and he needed to understand the situation since Zhang Xueyo was likely mobilizing people to find them. He put the cigarette to his lips and lit it, remarking that the apartment owners were fools for truly believing the army had come to save them, fearing they wouldn't even know they were being sold out until they died. Wicked King's True Eye envoy, typing on a laptop, trembled and stated that the truth no longer mattered because even if they were suspicious, they could do nothing and choosing to obey simply offered a higher chance of survival. The envoy nodded, observing that humans were simply those kinds of creatures. Then the young girl closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Ran draped a thick blanket over Cho Cho's shoulders so she wouldn't catch a cold, while Li Zhenghao stood up and walked away, glancing back at the two and thinking these two decorative vases were nothing but trouble. Putting both hands in his pockets, he walked over to the window, looked outside while contemplating the choice of submission, remembered his past as a martial artist in the middle of a match, struggling to block blows from his opponent, appearing to be in a losing position where he could only defend himself. A man standing below the ring shouted at him to dodge and cursed at him, asking if this was what he had been taught and saying he didn't train him just to stand there and take a beat. Despite the shouting, Li Zhenghao continued to be struck and cried out in pain. Covered in injuries, he collapsed onto the mat while the referee stepped between them to start the countdown. The man continued to yell for him to get up and fight, claiming he had invested everything in him and asking if he wanted to go back to his old life, telling him he had no right to fall down. Returning to reality, Li Zhenghao frustratedly stubbed out his cigarette against the window, turned around to walk away, telling the others to prepare to move because the enemy was checking every house and staying in one place for too long was dangerous. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise erupted from outside the door. The iron door was violently smashed open. A blast of cold air flooded the room, stunning all three of them and waking the envoy. Li Zhenghao looked at the broken door and wondered how they had been discovered so quickly. The envoy rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked if it was already time for dinner. A massive, gluttonous soldier stepped inside with a despicable look, saying he smelled the scent of the living and knew someone was there. The scene shifted to another location where several fuel drums were being lined up. The inspector's voice confirmed everything was fine as he took notes and ordered his subordinates to pack up the remaining items, which they immediately began to do. In a room with a fireplace, a subordinate reported to the commander that the roll call was complete, with a total of 97 refugees and 126 emergency food crates. The commander replied that it was good and ordered everything to be loaded onto the vehicles to be taken back to the base. As the subordinate saluted and acknowledged the order, the commander turned his face forward and asked the person opposite him to continue their story, questioning where the three members of the advance team they had sent earlier were located. Zhang Xueyo, sitting there and not daring to move, replied that it had nothing to do with him and that they had been killed by a man named Han Feng. Caused the commander's eyes to widen in disbelief as he questioned what kind of person could kill 3 special forces soldiers, telling Zhang Xueyo he should find a more plausible lie. Zhang Xueyo raised his hands to explain that the man had superpowers and many people had witnessed him melting metal with a purple light. Stood up to explain further that he had followed instructions to prepare many sausages made of human meat. But before he could finish, the commander signaled for silence, looked over with a cold gaze, warning him that there were things that should not be spoken of carelessly. Zhang Xueyo broke into a sweat and furrowed his brows, replying that he had no path of retreat left and therefore no reason to lie at all. The commander stood up and patted his shoulder to reassure him, saying that because he provided so much emergency food, he was already one of them and that he would not kill his own people arbitrarily. He narrowed his eyes and squeezed Zhang Xueyo's shoulder tightly, warning him that he would send people to find Han Feng to clarify everything, and that he hoped Zhang Xueyo was not lying. The scene returned to the room where everyone was hiding, and the fat soldier named Bao Bao saluted the broken door while drooling and repeating that he smelled living people and knew they were there. Then he naively pointed into the room and asked them which one was Han Feng. The young envoy, also known as Cho Cho, was grabbed by the hood of her coat by Li Zhenghao and pulled back. The older man shielded Nurse Kim and warned her to stay away from the intruder because there was something wrong with him. Li Zhenghao looked over and thought to himself that the man had not only destroyed the door that Han Feng had fortified. The aura and breath of this man named Bao Bao were like that of a wild beast, suggesting he was not human at all. With his years of combat experience, the older man realized the person before them was extremely dangerous and they had to escape immediately. He raised his arm and struck the glass window behind him with a powerful elbow. But the impact was so strong that the shock caused his bones to crack. Zheng Hao clutched his painful arm and asked why the glass was so hard, to which Cho Cho replied that the window had also been fortified by Han Feng. Seeing this, the older man turned back toward the door and told the two girls he would hold him back while they took the chance to escape. Meanwhile, Nurse Kim stepped toward the giant soldier and softly said that no one named Han Feng was there, and perhaps he had come to the wrong place, leaving Li Zhenghao speechless. Unexpectedly, the words seemed to work as Bao Bao turned around to leave and apologized for the trouble. Nurse Kim stood there sighing in relief while Li Zhenghao and Cho Cho stared blankly after him. The giant soldier stepped out and looked at the sign for room 1804, muttering to himself that he hadn't gone to the wrong place after all. Then Bao Bao turned back inside with his eyes flashing a deadly red, angrily cursing them for being liars, slammed his hand onto the floor with immense force, shouting that if Han Feng didn't come out then everyone would die. At that moment, Li Zhenghao quickly slid the window aside and let the cold wind blow in. The older man grabbed the backs of the two girls' coats and shouted for them to go. He used all his strength to throw them out the window while staying behind in the room himself. As the two girls hung in the air outside the window, Nurse Kim saw the giant shadow behind Li Zhenghao and screamed his name. Inside, Bao Bao raised his massive arms and yelled. He hated dishonest people the most, and the shockwave from his blow inside the room spread outward just as the two girls began their free fall. The scene shifted to the villa area that Han Feng and Li Zi had found earlier. The two of them were now snowboarding away from the area with great ease, held their feet securely to the boards to ensure they wouldn't fall off. Han Feng glided like a professional athlete and praised Li Zi for having the idea to make snowboards, admitting he had underestimated him. Feeling encouraged, Li Zi laughed and boasted about having negotiated billion-dollar contracts and frequently visiting ski resorts with his clients. As time passed, the two finally returned to the happy residence complex, walking silently and leaving footprints in the snow. Han Feng turned to Li Zi and said they were finally back and should find a window to slip through. Just as they reached the bottom of the apartment building, the two girls were thrown out by Li Zhenghao and the shout of Bao Bao hating dishonest people echoed, making Han Feng look up and wonder what was happening. During her freefall, Cho Cho raised her hand to summon a spatial portal connected to her inventory. The young girl immediately pulled out a pile of pillows and mattresses and dropped them below to cushion their landing. Mattresses fell with a series of thuds as Nurse Kim screamed in terror while Cho Cho remained calm and unexpected. They landed exactly where the two men were standing. Once the cloud of snow settled, the two girls were revealed lying on the soft pile. Han Feng immediately jumped down to ask if everyone was okay and what had happened. Nurse Kim, still trembling and holding her head, reported that a giant monster had suddenly broken into the room wanting to catch Cho Cho's goggles. The silhouette of Bao Bao appeared jumping down, and the girl warned that he was coming again. No sooner had she spoken than the giant soldier crashed down in front of them with a loud boom, creating another cloud of snow and dust. Han Feng frowned and wondered what this thing was. His face suddenly distorted as if he were being dragged away by something. It turned out to be Nurse Kim, who gripped Han Feng's coat with one hand and Cho Cho's hair with the other, dragging them away while screaming that the monster was coming again. The giant's eyes turned blue and he angrily shouted that he was good Bao Bao and they were the monster. He immediately chased after the three of them, leading Han Feng to encourage Nurse Kim while Cho Cho indifferently told her to just work hard. Hearing this, she closed her eyes tight and roared for them to run on their own instead. Cho Cho, sitting on Nurse Kim's back, worriedly asked Han Feng to think of something and Li Zi agreed. But Han Feng could only reply that he didn't know what to do. Bao Bao opened his wide mouth and howled that he was hungry and wanted snacks and wanted to eat them. Han Feng suddenly stopped as if he had realized something and thought, "That's it." Then Han Feng halted and waved for the others to go ahead, saying he had a way to deal with the giant. He took a pouch of seeds he had prepared earlier from his pocket, infused it with green light before taking a throwing stance and shouting for Big Bao, "Eat this snack," as Han Feng threw the pouch glowing with green light toward the giant soldier. The giant, who was charging forward, did not hesitate to open his mouth and swallow the pouch whole. Bao Bao chewed loudly and remarked that the golden beans were truly delicious. Han Feng then smiled and said cryptically that he hadn't yet been properly hospitable. Right then, several sharp things began to sprout and pierce out from inside his mouth, making Bao Bao let out a cry. Blood began to leak from his nose and mouth and he howled in pain while trembling violently, as beanstalks began to protrude from his throat and out of his mouth. Bao Bao stood there frozen as a plant suddenly grew out of his stomach, causing blood to surge from his throat. He lunged his hands up to grab the mass of roots in his mouth, boldly pulled the whole thing out, causing a gruesome spray of blood. Bao Bao screamed in rage, cursing them and promising to crush them into mincemeat. A single moment was more than enough for Han Feng's group to escape, leaving the giant with nothing before him but wind, and Bao Bao slammed his hand hard on the ground and shouted that the coward only knew how to flee. At that moment a foot stepped forward as a commanding voice ordered the first group to follow him, while the rest sealed off the surrounding area. It was revealed that the base's army had gathered immediately afterward with soldiers equipped with modern firearms. As the commanding officer stepped out to warn that, with snow filling the sky like this, he walked right in front of Bao Bao to ask how he had ended up injured in such a state. The fat man clutching a branch replied that he had eaten a bean thrown by the target, which caused this thing to grow in his mouth. Picking up a bean, the officer mused that it was interesting and that having this kind of power could solve food problems in the short term. He picked up his walkie-talkie and ordered the soldiers to take the newly captured prisoner down, while the other side acknowledged the captain. A while later, at an apartment complex within the Happy Day, Han Feng stood behind the thick glass of a room wrapped in a large blanket to ask what happened and why Li Zhenghao wasn't with them, to which Nurse Kim replied that after they left a group of soldiers arrived, and Huayu led the residents to join them. She added that they must have heard about him from Huayu, which is why they sent that monster to find him. Nurse Kim continued to explain that the monster Bao Bao had easily destroyed the door he had reinforced before storming inside. Hearing that, Han Feng was surprised, thinking it was impossible for the door to be broken even with bombs. He continued describing being thrown out the window by Zheng Hao, who stayed behind to buy time, while his fate remained unknown. Young Lien replied that the dead cannot return, and they shouldn't let his sacrifice be in vain, as they needed to escape. Nurse Kim brushed it off, saying they hadn't found Uncle Li yet, while Cho Cho chimed in that they had to save him because he must be alive. Mr. Li stood behind and patted his shoulder, adding that they were right and brothers must have loyalty. Han Feng could only close his eyes and sigh, saying it wasn't that he hadn't thought about that. Explained to everyone that surviving against a monster like that would be a miracle. At the same time, with the military, Zheng Hao was being led by two soldiers who reported to the captain that the man had arrived. The officer used a megaphone to call out to Han Feng, saying they found his friend and had treated his wound. Continued to use sweet words to lure him out by claiming they had no ill intent and it was all a misunderstanding. Nurse Kim excitedly tried to rush out, but Han Feng stopped her, warning it was a trap, as Mr. Li was shocked by her strength. Standing by the window looking down, Cho Cho told those inside that the person really was the uncle. The officer continued to persuade Han Feng, saying their organization needed talents and his family would receive special treatment if he joined. Hearing this, Ji Yen and Cho Cho and Zi all turned to ask in unison if he had a wife and child. Han Feng stared at them wide-eyed and asked where such a thing would come from. The people below then fell into a silent contemplation and were frozen for 5 seconds. The officer turned back to ask Zheng Hao if his good brother really didn't care about his life or death. The uncle coldly smirked and replied they had only known each other for a few days. Hearing that, the officer slapped Zheng Hao and scolded him for risking his life for a stranger's family, which caused a misunderstanding. The uncle looked up and said those two were not even his wife and child, as they had just met. The officer angrily kicked Zheng Hao to the ground and cursed about wasting his effort. Spoke into the megaphone that Han Feng needn't worry about his life for a stranger, since the base had plenty of women to choose from. Hearing that, the boy seemed excited to surrender, but Mr. Li and Ji Yen urged him to stay calm because it was a trap. Cho Cho watched and lamented that there wasn't a single reliable person among them. Then the little girl interrupted, saying she had a way to save the uncle, and asked if everyone could help. All three looked at her in surprise and asked in unison what the way was. Below, the officer's foot was stepping on Zheng Hao's bandaged arm. He asked why the boy hadn't replied and wondered if it was because he himself didn't look like a good person. The uncle questioned why they were searching for residents everywhere when there wasn't enough food to sustain so many. The officer adjusted his gloves and puffed his cigar, claiming it was their responsibility to save humans, which selfish bastards couldn't understand. Zheng Hao smirked with contempt and spat, asking who he was trying to fool. He leaned down and told the uncle that since he was dying there was no harm in revealing the truth. In a cold voice, he asked which animal was most abundant in the city and could be eaten forever. The uncle realized the truth and shouted that they were searching for residents. Because not letting Zheng Hao finish, he shoved a weapon into his mouth and laughed, saying only the living consumed food, while the dead would become the food itself. As his finger prepared to pull the trigger, faint rustling sounds echoed and then suddenly stopped. Soldiers looked up at the sky and shouted that something was falling from above. It was cigarettes and alcohol and food being thrown down. Furthermore, there were even vegetables and meat that the soldiers hadn't seen since the freeze. They scrambled greedily as the fat man claimed it all, while other soldiers fought over the right. The officer immediately fired into the air, warning them not to riot and to return. And he thought that once the troops were in chaos, they would surely launch a surprise attack. Suddenly, the engine noise from above caught his gaze. Sheets of ice and snow fell continuously. A large bulldozer fell straight toward the base's troops. Han Feng sat at the wheel and shouted a provocation to come and fight, turning to a moment before when Cho Cho explained her plan to lure the hungry goats with food from the air. Han Feng explained to Zi and Ji Yen that it meant throwing supplies to cause chaos for the soldier. The girl said Han Feng would attack as a giant steel monster to break the herd and rescue the lost ones to take them home. He interpreted her words, saying he would drive into the crowd to save Li Zhenghao and escape together. Mr. Li agreed, while Nurse Kim was confused, so Han Feng smiled and said she would get used to it. With the plan set, Cho pointed and commanded them to act according to the instructions of the evil eye. Han Feng questioned how crude the plan was and if the soldiers would be attracted, asking where he would find a vehicle. Little girl replied confidently that she had previously found a giant steel beast sitting in the vehicle. His voice shouted asking where the good car was since it was just a bulldozer, but Han Feng was still excited, finding the drive refreshing, and challenged them to fight. The vehicle landed with a thud in front of the military group and turned to plow directly into the people gathering the supply. They fell over as some still screamed about their rice despite the pain. The officer ordered Bao Bao to stop him. The fat man immediately followed orders and stood in front of the bulldozer with his arms spread. He gripped the truck, trying to block it with brute strength, and shouted that no one was stronger than him. Han Feng hit the throttle and asked if he was insane for trying to wrestle with machinery. The engine increased in power and pushed forward even harder. Heartbeat, the fat man was tossed aside and spun through the air, then hit the ground with a thud nearby. The officer stepped on Zheng Hao and pointed his gun, threatening Han Feng to stop immediately if he didn't want him dead. Han Feng laughed coldly and said from inside that he couldn't hear him. With those words, he revved the engine and continued to charge forward. Seeing this, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked on with fear. The officer immediately jumped aside to avoid the collision and cursed Han Feng's cruelty. While the uncle lay there trembling and groaning in pain, the massive bulldozer plowed the snow right over Zheng Hao and took him away. Sitting at the front of the machine, the uncle breathed a sigh of relief as he saw a purple light. Then Zheng Hao reached out his hand and felt that it had become soft. Inside, Han Feng yelled at the uncle to hold on tight as he was about to accelerate. A panicked Zheng Hao asked where he was going. The vehicle plowed through several buildings before stopping in front of a room. Han Feng opened the door and shouted that he was there to pick them up. From the window, the team members jumped onto the roof and replied they were there. At that moment, a hail of bullets struck the rear of the bulldozer. Zheng Hao looked back and warned that 2 cars were chasing them. On the other side, the officer inside ordered his men to keep firing. Han turned to the driver and ordered him to catch up and not let them escape. But the driver replied that the snow was too thick and the tires were slipping, so they couldn't go any faster. The officer slammed his hand down, cursing about the bulldozer, while the driver noted it looked like their own vanguard's vehicle. Hearing that, he turned purple with rage as the veins on his face bulged and he became speechless. He shouted to not lose their trail while the driver spotted an obstacle and called the captain. Dark shadow was falling toward the car, causing the officer to shout a curse. A large gas cylinder fell straight onto the hood of his car. The rest of the vehicles met a similar fate as falling supplies destroyed them. In an instant, the pursuit stopped as they could no longer move. The officer and his soldiers got out to see the situation, looked at the goods and wondered where all these items came from. Meanwhile, Cho was shrinking her spatial portal, stood on the roof declaring with pride that this was the power of the true king of the wicked eye. However, having stood outside for too long, she showed signs of a cold and sneeze. Later, the bulldozer moved through the dark night. Han Feng looked up and complained that her snot was running all over. The little girl replied that her mucus had frozen solid and she couldn't breathe. While Zhang Hao thanked everyone for saving their lives, Brother Li begged for a turn to drive the big vehicle. And Jiran wondered where Han Feng was. He sat in a resigned posture and replied that Brother Li and he had found a very beautiful villa on the hillside. So he planned to hide there and asked what the uncle replied that the plan seemed fine. Cho agreed, and Zi confirmed that he would listen to whatever Han Feng. Only Nurse Jean noticed something unusual, pointing out an alarm on the dashboard and saying they were almost out of fuel, which caused the whole group to scream in panic as the vehicle shuddered and prepared. Han Feng looked up and asked Cho if she had any fuel while accidentally catching a glimpse of Jiran's fruit garden. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately pulled items out of her spatial storage and said she had. In front of everyone appeared several 5-liter cans of golden cooking. The vehicle jerked to a stop as Han Feng shouted that he wasn't talking about cooking oil and told her to put out the back inside the vehicle. A row of cooking oil was neatly lined up in front of the steering. Han Feng held his head and complained that he had told her to take out all the stored fuel. Now, Cho reached into the spatial gate to search while everyone waited expectantly. But seeing her search for so long without finding it, he turned to ask what was wrong, and if she hadn't been able to easily get what she wanted for a long. Cho explained that it seemed everything had been thrown out, including the refrigerator and the sofa, and even the generator. This news hit like a bolt from the blue, and the whole group looked at the little girl with shock. But had the supplies he had hoarded for a year also been thrown? Cho took out a bottle and replied that there was still a bit of natural gas, to which he held his head in helplessness and said if she could use that to start the car, he would call her. The little girl then pulled out a bucket containing broken crafting materials that Han Feng had kept as charcoal replacements and told him his hoarded items were. He picked up a piece and groaned, asking what use this pile of trash could possibly. But at that very moment, Han Feng looked at the item in his hand and his eyes lit up with an. He thought to himself that when plants form a strange substance like coal, they can be. Han Feng recalled and reasoned that if meat changed into a strange black liquid, that might also be combustible, and turned to request Cho to quickly get him a bucket and a piece. A month later, the iron bucket was placed in front of Han. He channeled blue light into the meat and thought that while succeeding in making the meat larger was failing on purpose would be much easier. So he smiled as the meat in his hand was spoiled by the blue light and turned into a black liquid that dripped into. A while later, he had successfully produced nearly a bucket of the. Everyone backed away and covered their noses as Zhang Hao asked what he had made because it smelled. Meanwhile, Han Feng reached into his clothes to fumble for something, pulling out a lighter and replying that it was just a small He then used the lighter to try and ignite the solution at the mouth of the. Immediately, the flames flared up. Han Feng laughed loudly with excitement, noting that this stuff could actually. Seeing this, the uncle asked if he intended to use this to replace fuel. He looked up and calmly replied that there was no other way, and if they didn't try, they would have to abandon the vehicle. And at this point, after stopping for a while, thick snow had covered the bulldozer, so Han Feng poured the newly created liquid into the fuel. Short time later, the exhaust pipe was working and the engine roared. Ze praised him, saying he was truly impressive to have succeeded, while Han Feng wagged his finger and told him to stay humble as Zhang Hao stood behind them wondering what other secrets this kid would. Then, the bulldozer continued to roll forward toward their destination at the villa complex. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the exhaust pipe was now spewing out thick black. Inside the vehicle, Cho turned to ask Jiran if she wanted a snack, and she replied that. The little girl pulled out a pile of items for Jiran to choose from and asked what she wanted to eat, making her exclaim in surprise that she even had those, while Brother Li's voice piped up asking for. Zhang Hao pointed and wondered how many more things were actually inside that kid's spatial. Suddenly, the uncle realized something and asked if it was her who had supposedly emptied an entire supermarket overnight, to which Cho turned and smiled while giving a two-finger. Meanwhile, Han Feng, who was intently driving the vehicle, called out to. It turned out they had almost arrived, as the hillside villa mentioned earlier was now right in front. Jiran looked excited and said they had finally made it, while Brother Li urged him on and Han Feng aggressively shifted gears, confidently saying to watch him charge. Immediately afterward, he stepped hard on the gas to gain. Suddenly, several popping sounds erupted from the exhaust as it spat fire, and just a second later, the tank simply exploded, leaving Han Feng to say dejectedly, engine had blown up, while the others could only stand there in silence. He screamed in fury that it was cursed because they were only a few steps away from having no other choice. Han Feng's group had to hike on foot from the foot of the hill up to. They walked past frozen, stiff corpses laying. A while later, everyone had finally climbed up to the villa that Han Feng had. Everyone collapsed as he sighed, complaining that he was freezing to. Brother Li's nose was running as he cried out that they had finally arrived. After they had settled in and the fire in the hearth was lit, warmth began to spread throughout the entire room. Everyone gathered around to warm themselves as they collectively remarked that they would be able to survive. Han Feng sat there contentedly noting how comfortable it was, and Brother Li excitedly claimed that he had no more regrets. Zhang Hao stood to the side and smiled with admiration while remarking that this villa was truly an excellent place. The old man analyzed that because the wind blew the snow down the mountain it could not accumulate at the peak, meaning the house would not be buried while making it difficult for those below to climb up, thus serving as a place easy to defend but hard to. Zhang Hao then asked the others if they intended to turn this place into a long-term base or not. At that moment, everyone began arranging the tables and chairs near the fireplace with suggestions to place them here or perhaps a bit further. Many tools were then brought out as Han Feng went to start the generator and the little girl directed that the TV be placed right there, while Ze focused on the 9th generation XPS gaming console, causing the old man to realize he should just sigh and forget he ever. In a certain room where a faint light flickered, Han Feng stood before the generator complaining that he hadn't expected that junior high girl to even throw away a generator, noting it would have been a hassle if the previous owners hadn't prepared a machine and fuel with it. He then gently pressed the button and signaled the start, causing the engine to roar to life as the machines began to vibrate. Everyone inside the room was currently excited about having electricity and each person went to a corner to attend to their own business. Han Feng returned and asked if everyone was hungry or if they should prepare a lavish feast. Cho walked over with a water heater and asked to take a bath, requesting to be taught how to use the. Upon hearing about bathing, a woman like Ji Yen could not help but have her eyes light up as she looked over. She stood up with a blushing face to shyly admit that she really wanted to bathe since she hadn't done so once since the blizzard. Han Feng's perverted side immediately pictured Nurse Kim standing in the shower with soap rubbed all over her body, causing him to inadvertently turn. He excitedly gave a lewd laugh and pointed his finger to declare that it was absolutely possible. The scene then shifted to the bathroom within the villa. Soap and shelves were almost entirely frozen, leading Cho to stand at the door wondering how to use the heater while Han Feng sighed as he looked inside at the frozen pipes and the broken wall. He stepped inside and continued by saying he would check on the condition of the bath. Unsurprisingly, everything seemed to be frozen solid and was completely unused. Han Feng used his hand to brush the snow aside to observe and remarked that indeed the pipes here had burst, but having a bathtub was still good, while Cho followed up by saying this side was also. A moment later, tools for the bathroom renovation were brought out and first, they turned on the heater. He stood there with a smile and described the next step of digging out the snow, while the little girl reached into her space and loudly declared it was now time for the evil king to take. She then took out a tool and spoke confidently about the high-power heating. The two of them activated the heating rod and dipped it directly into the bathtub, causing the ice and snow to immediately melt. Han Feng sat there asking if the kid felt the water was heating up too slowly, and Cho agreed that it was indeed taking. He dipped his hand in to test the heat and complained that it was basically still ice water, wondering how much longer it would take to get. Suddenly, Han Feng felt a tingling sensation within the water as a bolt of electricity surged through it. Han Feng pulled his hand back as a red light manifested, and he cried out in shock that he had been looked at his hand and quickly realized that a flash of red light seemed to have appeared just immediately after. Cho put her hand into the tub to feel it and remarked that the water was hot, leaving Han Feng startled as he wondered how he looked at his hand and thought to himself whether that red light actually had such an. Once the water was heated, a female voice echoed excitedly through the bathroom about finally getting to wash. Jian stood there preparing to take off her outer coat with an expression of delight as she said she could finally. Cho had already dropped her clothes on the floor and turned to ask if the older sister needed to be that excited, prompting Nurse Kim to ask if she really. Little girl took items out of her space and asked Sister Kim which scent of bath salts she. Looking at the pile of cosmetics and body wash before her, Ji Yan was extremely pleased as Cho added that she had many brands of shampoo, conditioner, and skincare products for her to. Nurse Kim immediately hugged the little girl tightly to her chest and exclaimed how much she. After a while, the two of them soaked in the bathtub looking like two relaxed ladies, as Ji Yan remarked on how comfortable it was, and the girl called it. He turned to look at the girl and Nurse Kim unconsciously smiled and replied after hearing that, only 21 years old? Then I'll call you little. Then she realized something was wrong and was. She leaned her hands on the edge of the bathtub. She looked up and over asking again. 21 years. Thursday immediately replied. The power of the evil eye will help me preserve my youth. Forever. Hearing that, Tri Engian looked over and repeated. Preserve youth forever, she added. Don't lie to me. Your face looks like a kid's. You don't look that old. I can't possibly tell you're that. Han Feng, who was eavesdropping outside, blushed and thought to himself, a 21-year-old high school girl? That's utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, Brother Lai from over there waved his hand and asked, Kid, what are you doing? There? Let's play games together. He quickly turned away, pretended not to notice, then cleared his throat. Nia walked over and whispered, Little brother, are you trying to peek? Han Feng quickly avoided the question. No, not at all. I'm just passing. He turned towards the door and continued, Little brother, that's not right. A true man should watch properly. Let me demonstrate for you. Han Feng quickly stopped him. Brother Lai, I want to play games. Let's go play. Back in the living room, Brother Li's voice yelled, Little brother, cover me.
Han Feng rapidly
Pressed buttons and replied, Okay, coming right up. Demonic dance of chaos. Chin Hao sat there observing, then asked, In this situation, you two still have the mood to play games? He replied, We have food and drinks. And electricity too. So why not just comfortably play some games? Nia turned around and tempted. Hey old man, why don't you come over and play around? Han Feng continued. We'll be living here for a long time. If we don't find some entertainment, won't we be bored to death? What about you, uncle? Are you staying here or going to look for your... Hearing this, the uncle's eyes paused. Slightly. He frowned subtly, his mood continued. I know you're not an ordinary person, but I just want to live my own life. And as long as you don't disturb us, you can stay as long as you like. Then Li Zi spoke up, telling him to stop because he was about to get beaten to death. So Han Feng turned back to his game, telling himself to stay calm because he was coming to the rescue. Li Zhenghao put his hand to his chin and mused that he could finally tell them his true identity, which was that his specialty was investigating people with powers, thinking that Han Feng immediately raised his hand to stop him, telling him to hold on because he didn't want to know who the man was and reminded him not to drag him into this mess. The two of them just stared at each other in silence while Z kept screaming for help, shouting for the boy to come save him. Seemingly understanding the boy's intention, Zheng Hao let out a sigh, closed his eyes, and replied that he understood. The middle-aged man stood up, his body trembling slightly as he walked, saying that once his arm healed, he would head down the mountain and promised not to speak of their business so they could rest easy. Meanwhile, Li Zi turned to complain to the boy, asking if he could be a bit more serious since he was getting killed because of him. But Han Feng calmed him down by apologizing and promising to play better in the next round. They were both glued to their screens when the two girls finished washing up and announced they were done, asking if the men wanted to go in next. Z immediately put his arm around the boy's shoulder and suggested they go in together to save water, causing Han Feng's face to darken as he waved him off. A moment later, the water was warm and steamy. Basically, he was forced to share a bath with Z, and Han Feng asked if the bathwater smelled fragrant, to which Li Zi bluntly replied that he had just let out a few farts. Everyone finally enjoyed the long-awaited feast with a table full of food and drink. At last, they were able to sleep soundly. Over the next few days, Han Feng used his powers to reinforce the walls, roof, and fence of the villa, even going so far as to convert the top floor into a sauna room. Han Feng could then enjoy the steam while easily observing the situation at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, a figure appeared through his binoculars, so he announced someone was climbing up towards them. Shortly after, the person collapsed, likely due to the extreme cold outside. For long, they had brought him into the villa and placed the shivering man on the sofa, leading Han Feng to ask Li Zi if he really knew this person. He replied that the man was from Boss Lu's side and asked if the boy had met him before. But Han Feng innocently asked which Boss Lu he meant. So Li Zi reminded him that it was the big brother who helped him get the gun. Han Feng suddenly remembered the tattooed man with the fierce face and asked if that was indeed Boss Lu. The man lying there had now woken up and sat up, asking if he was still alive and where he was, to which Li Zi's voice rang out, asking Big Brother Chong if he was awake. He cried out in surprise, asking Big Mouth Li why he was there. But Zi waved his hand to calm him down, telling Big Brother Chong to stay calm. Then Chong turned to look at the boy and loudly asked if he was the kid who had bought the gun. So the boy raised his hand in greeting and introduced himself as Han Feng. Li Zi sat down on a chair to ask what had happened, and the man replied that a few days ago their office had been attacked by a group of soldiers, resulting in countless casualties among the brothers. And Boss Lu had also. Hearing this, Zi jumped up in shock and hurriedly asked what had happened to Boss Lu and what the situation really was. Chong sat there recounting that Boss Lu had followed Han Feng's advice and stockpiled a large amount of supplies beforehand. This not only helped them survive the crisis but also allowed them to rescue hundreds of residents. But a few days ago, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared to not only loot the supplies but also indiscriminately kill the civilians. In order to protect everyone, Boss Lu led a group to fight to the death, though many brothers were killed. Boss Lu was then hit by a bullet in the leg and taken away by the soldier. Eventually, everyone split up and agreed to meet at another location where Boss Lu had stored supplies. He concluded that this location was actually one of the villas in this very complex. Han Feng thought to himself that it was no wonder the man appeared at the foot of the mountain, as he had come here to meet his comrade. Li stood up eagerly and asked if Boss Lu was still alive, to which the man replied that it was likely true since they clearly wanted to capture him alive. Li Zi smiled and said that it was good Boss Lu was still alive. His whole body trembled as he continued, saying that if it weren't for Boss Lu, he might have died long ago. Zi boldly grabbed the man's arm and demanded that Big Brother Chong lead him to find Boss Lu, so they could rescue him together. But Chong pulled his hand back and asked Big Mouth Li if he was crazy. He added that he didn't know how many people and guns were on the other side, so how could just the two of them save Boss Lu? Li Zi put his arm around his shoulder and talked endlessly, telling Big Brother Chong to pull himself together because they couldn't give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope, and vowed to fight by his side forever. While Chong thought that if the kid wanted to die, he shouldn't drag him along. Zheng Hao, who had been listening, finally spoke up and asked if they were talking about Boss Lu of the Gathering of Righteousness Hall, causing Li Zi to look over and ask if Big Brother Zheng Hao also knew. The uncle nodded and said that years ago he was boxing in an underground ring and it was Boss Lu who saved him and gave him back his freedom. Zheng Hao looked at his bandaged arm and added that if they wanted to rescue him, they should count him in as well. The man quickly tore off his bandages and boldly declared that he had many brothers in the city, and if he could contact them, they would come to help. Chong stood up abruptly and asked if he was the mad wild dog of the underground boxing ring, while Zi chimed in that he was indeed the legend with 39 consecutive wins. Han Feng spat out his water and laughed at the name Mad Wild Dog. But Zheng Hao raised his hand and said that it was just his nickname from his boxing days and told them not to mention it again. Li Zi stood behind him excitedly, saying that with Mad Wild Dog's help, Boss Lu was saved, and praised Big Brother Zheng Hao's loyalty. The uncle stepped forward and introduced himself as Li Zheng Hao, asking them not to use his nickname anymore. So Chong shook his hand and addressed him as Big Brother Li while Han Feng sat there in deep thought. He wondered if Boss Lu was really such a righteous person and felt he should go to help, but his eyes showed he was still being careful since it was too dangerous and his own life was more important. So Han Feng pointed to himself and spoke up, saying that it seemed he was also being hunted so he wouldn't be going this time. Zi turned to ask if the boy wasn't coming along, and he replied that he couldn't go but could provide supply support to help rescue Boss Lu. Han Feng put his arms around the two men and pulled them aside to whisper that he had something important to tell them, thinking that he must remind them to keep the secret between him and the high school girl. A short time later, while sitting at the dining table, he politely told Big Brother Chong to eat as much as he wanted since there was enough food, though Han Feng and he took him to a room. Brother Kwang, this is the bedroom I prepared for you. Kwang replied as usual, thanks, my brother. Han Feng only placed the most basic items in the bedroom. Extravagant decorations were not allowed. Finally, the day came for them to pack their bags and set off to rescue C. On the table at this moment were firearms, ammunition, and several backpacks full of supplies. Kwang exclaimed, no wonder. Brother Han Feng had known about the freezing disaster in advance. The supplies are indeed complete. He pointed and asked curiously, guns and compressed biscuits, I understand. But what are so many cigarettes? He replied, money is no longer useful outside. When Major Powers trade supplies, cigarettes are the most powerful. And the three of them went outside. They used snowboards to get. Chin Hao went ahead, waving.
Bro Hàng Phong.
See you again. Soon. Mr. Lai beside him also beamed. Little brother. I will definitely be. Kwang stood there, bowing in thanks. Brother Han. And there's also sister-in-law. Our two Nia Duong will certainly repay everyone's kindness. Chi Engian heard that and turned to ask.
Mr. Han.
Do you have a wife? He replied, no. She then wondered. Then why? Did that person just say, sister-in-law? Thursday, standing nearby, explained. He was referring to you, sis. Hearing that, she was startled, felt an uncomfortable pang, and her eyes. Then Nurse Kim turned to one side, embarrassed. This was a misunderstanding. Next time, she must explain it clearly. Han Fong stood there looking puzzled. What's wrong? After this incident, to better monitor the situation at the foot of the mountain, he installed surveillance cameras on the road leading up. The surveillance cameras were installed around the villa to promptly detect the situation outside. After that, they returned to their normal lives, carefree and relaxed. They just ate and then played games. Until that day, the nightmare. Inside the room, Tri Engian's voice rang out loudly. What? The startled Han ran out and said urgently, Mr. Han, we're in trouble. He stood up and asked, what's? Nurse Kim, holding a knife in her hand, stammered, trembling, hey, that motherfucker. That entered the kitchen. The Napa cabbage was cut in half. Chi Engian continued.
Thu sight.
This is the last Napa cabbage. Han Fong looked over and trembled, exclaiming, this truly is a knife. He turned to ask the girl, the high school student, in there, how many types of vegetables and fruits did you still eat?
Thu riplit.
There are. Han Fong looked at the pile of things in front of him and asked again, you call this many? Didn't you already clear out the entire supermarket? The girl explained, I don't like to eat Napa cabbage, so I just casually took a little.
Nurse Kim yanderet.
Then why are there so many cucumbers? Simply because the girl likes to eat cucumbers. He stood there pondering. It's true that a big eater can deplete a mountain. If this continues, then soon we will have nothing left. Han Fong thought to himself. Now I can only produce wheat, soybeans, broccoli and meat. All other kinds of vegetables and fruits have Napa cabbage. So I must find a way to get more Napa cabbage. Yen cheered him on from beside him. Mr. Han, our future all depends on you. So Han Fong sat there with a pile of. He held a Napa cabbage in his hand. A green light radiated. At the same time, he prayed in his heart. Heaven protect. It absolutely must succeed. But boom. The first attempt failed. Created a black material like.
Han Fong exclaimed.
Damn it. Do it again. Then he took out another Napa cabbage leaf. This time the result was also unchanged. Was still a. Two sisters, Chi Engian and Thursday, stood outside the door, silently observing. Inside, his voice, mixed with a hint of anger, continuously rang out. Do it again. Do it again. Napa cabbage isn't working. What about carrots? Chili? Potato? Time continued to pass. Han Fong sat in the room, feeling dejected, and asked himself, why is it like this? Not even once has it succeeded. Engian walked in, waved, and asked Han, Mr. Han, are you? He exclaimed worriedly. I'm afraid that, from now on, there will never be any vegetables to eat again. We're doomed. Hearing that, she felt worried. Is it that serious? Thursday suggested. There are still plenty of cucumbers. Do you want to try? Besides, you won't die. If you don't eat vegetables, you just need to take a vitamin pill. Han Fong was left speechless. Chi Engian gave a suggestion. Mr. Han, how about we try growing He turned to question. Growing vegetables? So cold outside. How can we grow them? I grow some types of vegetables on my balcony year-round. So, as long as the temperature and light are ensured, plants can be grown indoors. Then, Chi Engian outlined the necessary steps for growing vegetables. First, buy a plant stand for the balcony. After that, soil and nutrients. Also, use LED lights to supplement the light. Han Fong's eyes lit up.
Nurse,
you truly are a vegetable growing expert. Thursday stood there munching on a cucumber and asked the two of them. So, these things, where can we buy them? Han Fong and Chi Engian turned to her and asked in unison, do you have? The scene transitions to outside the villa. The hall simply plunged down into the ice and snow, but it couldn't pierce through because it was too. Han Fong stood there and said, the mud had completely solidified. It was basically impossible to. Tri Engian raised the shovel high and said confidently, what? The result was that the force was too strong coupled with the hard ground. This caused the shovel to break and fly past Han. She asked worriedly what they should do now, so he replied gently that it was too cold outside and they should go inside first to think of a plan. As soon as they entered, he asked the high school girl how many vegetable containers she had finished. On the floor was a pile of plastic boxes and bottles with their tops cut off to form small bins, where Cho sat and insisted she wasn't being lazy. Han Fong immediately gave her a thumbs up and praised her for her hard work. He picked up a bottle shell and pondered, for although they had no flower pots, this number of plastic bottles would be sufficient. Ji Yen patted her back and praised her for being so skilled. But the girl sighed and told them not to treat her like a child while asking where the soil was. Han Feng explained that the mud was frozen way too hard, so it was basically impossible to dig. Chiu immediately suggested using heating rods to melt the mud. Yet he dismissed it because the rods couldn't enter the ground and the heating effect was limited. Ji Yan clutched her face and lamented how great it would be if there was a way to melt ice instantly. The girl stood up and pointed at Han Feng, saying it was time for the bathwater overseer apostle to use his true power. Chiu's remark made him suddenly realize the solution as he blurted out that he understood. Han Feng looked at the red light in his hand and recalled how the water became hot after his hand turned red while heating the bathwater last time. If he could find a way to use that red light, then he could also melt the frozen mud. After thinking about it, he put his hand into the water. Yet 20 minutes later, everything remained the same, leaving Han Feng dejected as he couldn't find any patterns to the light. He began to recall the time in the bathroom and wondered what was different this time compared to the last. Han Feng's eyes flashed as he wondered if it was because he had been electrocuted last time. He immediately turned to ask Chiu if she had anything that could give him an electric shock. The girl took something out and warned that sticking his finger in this high-power socket could be fatal. But Han Feng waved her off and explained he only wanted to try because the water heated after a shock last time. Prompting her to understand, he produced a low-voltage anti-wolf stun baton, claiming this novice lightning element magic staff could cause a slight numbing effect. He asked skeptically if it truly only caused slight numbness, but Chiu replied that the novice lightning magic power was small and very safe. Han Feng took the device, turned it on with a click, and decided to trust her this time. Immediately after, the electrical current from the baton transferred into his hand and merged with the red light. Han Feng's whole body trembled as he looked up and cried out in a distorted voice. But it seemed to be working because steam began to rise from the water. The scene then shifted to the outside of the villa. He was sitting there with the red light and the stun baton. Han Feng flipped the switch and watched the sparks while telling himself that it was fine as long as it worked, regardless of the principle. As the electricity flowed into his hand, a sharp sound rang out. A moment later, the ice and snow beneath Han Feng's feet simply melted and were tossed away. He lowered his hand, withdrew the red light, and clenched it. Han Feng happily raised his hand in excitement, cheering that there was soil now. Thus, following the plan, the bottle shells were filled with soil, and he happily said the vegetable containers and soil were finally ready. Chiu took out some items and asked which seeds he wanted to plant, to which Han Feng replied he'd plant them all. But Ji Yan stopped him because the house wasn't warm enough for many varieties. She added that they should try planting these vegetables first since they didn't require high heat, making him marvel at her expertise. In a certain room, the lights were turned on fully to serve the vegetable planting process. Han Feng declared this basement would be used solely for farming due to its insulation, though Nurse Jean still asked doubtfully if 4.5 stoves would be enough. He sat down and touched the soil, noting that the seeds would not germinate if the temperature was too low. He picked up a bottle and wondered if his green light also worked on these seeds, suggesting they try to grow them directly since they had plenty to spare. Han Feng closed his eyes and channeled his green energy, silently and carefully controlling the rhythm of the output. He opened his eyes wide and commanded them to grow, and the seeds in the bottle indeed quickly took shape. Han Feng tried many types of seeds using his green light, and although there were a few minor failures, by continuously adding new seeds, they finally managed to plant dozens of seedlings while Ji Yan celebrated with him. However, after just a few days all the seedlings froze and showed signs of withering. Nurse Jean looked at the thermometer and said that even with 4 heaters, the room temperature was only about 10 degrees. She suggested they find a way to increase the temperature to 20 degrees, leading Han Feng to ask about adding more heaters. Ji Yan added that without better insulation, the heater's effectiveness would be limited, so he explained that the basement was already the best insulated place. An idea about the basement popped into Han Feng's head, and he proposed digging a deeper one since it got warmer further underground. Nurse Jean raised both hands excitedly, saying she would handle it with her strength, which prompted him to ask if she really intended to dig a cave. Han Feng took out his 2 energy sources and said he needed to study whether these lights worked on stone, or else they'd have to dig by hand. He already knew green and red light didn't work on stone, yet purple light could soften it, so he sat in the planting room and brought out that purple light. Oh, it looked as soft as mud, it was still as hard as rock. Therefore, Han Feng tried to combine these 3 colors while changing the rhythm of the energy output, but all of it failed. It was the same kind of failure where plants turned into black solids and meat turned into black slime while stones didn't change at all, perhaps due to the difference between organic and inorganic matter. A few days later, while he was still angry over his numerous failures, a miracle occurred as Han Feng angrily slammed his hand on the ground and swore. He was surprised when the stone crumbled in his hand, realizing that once the light's intensity exceeded a certain limit, it could shatter stone, which made him wonder if his efforts over the last 2 days were in vain. Immediately after, Han Feng placed both hands with the red light onto the floor. He decided to release all the red light and expand the crushing range as much as possible to see its effect, and indeed that area was controlled and shattered. Han Feng applied more force, making the mass of earth and stone break into even smaller pieces. He lay there looking at the hole and sighed that although the effect wasn't bad, he was exhausted after just one use. Han Feng was so drained that he foamed at the mouth, wondering how many times a day he could actually do this. He still decided to carry out the tunnel digging over the next few days, while Nurse Jean was in charge of taking the excavated earth and stone outside. And days later, they had dug down dozens of meters and a new basement over 20 square meters in size was carved out. After that, after a bit more renovation, an underground vegetable greenhouse was completed, and the two of them stood there observing after moving the seedlings down. Han Feng high-fived Ji Yan and thanked Nurse Jean for her hard work, to which she happily replied that it was all thanks to Mr. Han. He looked down and thought that next was his favorite part of these days. Han Feng looked up at Ji Yan's massive buttocks and was secretly delighted, thinking they were quite large. After finishing the arrangement, the two of them climbed up, and Nurse Jean said they could harvest in 2 months. But his face fell as he lamented the long wait. Han Feng thought to himself that it had been over half a month since they decided to grow vegetables, and he felt weary since their stored food was gone, and they had eaten cauliflower for 4 days. Han Feng looked at his hand in frustration while walking up the stairs, knowing he couldn't stand this life for 2 more months. At that moment, Ji Yan looked down and suggested they pickle some bean sprouts since they could be eaten in 3 days. Unexpectedly, right then, she stepped poorly onto a piece of broken ground. This directly caused Nurse Jin's body to fall. Her backside tended to slam directly into Han Feng's face. Expected, he directly benefited this time, only letting out a groan. Afterward, Ji Yan clasped her hands in confusion and apologized, while Han Feng's face turned red and he waved his hands as blood spurted, saying he was fine. She innocently added that Mr. Han already had a nosebleed. She offered to check the wound since she was a nurse, but he hurriedly walked away while insisting he was truly fine. Entering the room, Han Feng stopped in surprise while Ji Yan followed behind and asked what was wrong. Inside, magic circles were drawn and candles were lit. Qiu Qiu was standing there casting a spell, calling upon the Great Fortune Eye to issue a summoning order. The little girl gestured and spoke continuously, asking it to descend in its most omnipotent form to help her complete the mission. She then formed hand seals and concluded by commanding the 5th Fortune Eye to appear. Han Feng walked in and asked curiously what she was doing, but she replied it was a ritual to summon the Fortune Eye. Qiu Qiu pointed out that one Fortune Eye had lost control, and looking at the laptop screen, he realized the surveillance camera at the mountain foot had malfunctioned and gave him a scare. In his mountainside villa, since cameras were installed on the only road up the mountain, they could detect everyone coming up. Now Han Feng and Ji Yan were sliding down below. The only problem was that, because of the high winds and heavy snow, the cameras easily malfunctioned. He now had to climb a ladder to repair the surveillance camera, and Han Feng sighed while tightening it, wondering when this damn weather would end. Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound suddenly echoed from the forest. Han Feng was startled and looked over, questioning if it was an enemy or some other sound. He stared intently into the night ahead of him, but there was no response. Ji Yan asked what was happening, and Han Feng replied that he wasn't sure, but a mass of white fog had appeared in the mountains. After finishing the camera installation, he told Nurse Jean that there must be people on the other side and they should return quickly. The next morning, Han Feng initially didn't care about the events in the mountains at all. Now he only wanted to grow vegetables as soon as possible. He went down to the basement and transferred energy to the seedlings, muttering to see if using a rhythmic energy could make the seeds sprout first. The results were not as desired, and as expected, it didn't work because the rhythms he discovered were almost never universal. He decided that it seemed he could only start searching from the beginning again. 30 minutes later, Han Feng was still diligently trying to find a way to speed up the growth of the plants. He clutched his head and sighed, wondering why it was like this. Han Feng looked at the soil and wondered why the vegetables wrapped in the green light in his hand all died. He then noticed that the vegetables on the other side he hadn't touched had grown a lot. He wondered if perhaps only a very weak green light was needed to promote plant growth. Reality proved Han Feng's guess was correct, because if the green light shone for more than 30 minutes, the vegetables would all stop growing. Since he couldn't make the vegetables mature all at once, he could only use the green light every day, and having the 2 girls watch with him made it less boring. Thus, 5 days passed. The first vegetables had reached harvest day, and Han Feng cheered joyfully that his Chinese cabbage had finally matured. On this side, Ji Yan held up a foot-shaped root and asked if its shape was okay, while Qiu Qiu similarly remarked that the shape of the tomatoes was also quite extreme. The little girl's eyes glanced to the side as she marveled in a hesitant tone that the absolute best was. In the corner of the basement, a giant cabbage grew there, and when Han Feng asked if cabbages were normally, Nurse Jean replied that it might be a new species, while he thought to himself that except for Napa cabbage, other vegetables were strange. Wondering if his green light had a problem, Han Feng looked happy with the Napa cabbage in his hand while thinking that it didn't matter because having food was enough in times like these. As Ji Yan suggested they eat radish rib soup and beef stir-fried with tomatoes today. At the dining table, the plates were now almost empty. Everyone sat back in their chairs with full bellies as Han Feng sighed in relief after being busy for half a month, thinking it was worth it, until Qiu Qiu said she wanted to eat strawberries and muskmelons, so they should plant some fruit. He reached out to pinch the little girl's cheek as Cho added that humans take vitamin pills but goddesses need to eat strawberries and muskmelon. Jian pointed at the large porcelain bowl and asked if he really wasn't going to eat anymore. Han Feng turned his face away and replied that he was tired of eating it, just as the little girl agreed, saying she didn't like eating cabbage either. He remembered his cousin Li and said that it would be great if Brother Li were here because he alone could eat all of this. Han Feng closed his eyes and noted that Brother Li's group had been down the mountain for over half a month, so he didn't know how they were, especially since the compressed biscuits given to them had likely run out long ago. Then he let out a sigh and said he hoped they could be safe. From the side of the hills, an explosion occurred and a mushroom-shaped cloud of dust and smoke rose. Cho remarked that the Demon King's roar had appeared again, while Jian added that today was the 6th day they heard the sound, and Han Feng firmly stated that whatever happened outside had nothing to do with them. He leaned back with a toothpick in his mouth and continued that since it only roared once a day anyway, it wouldn't have a big impact. 3 days later, continuous explosions occurred outside Han Feng to hold his head and curse as he couldn't stand it, while the villa also shook slightly. He covered his face and clenched his fists with a groan, complaining that today it had roared dozens of times without stop. Then the scene shifted outside where a ladder was being set up. Han Feng muttered to himself while climbing up that he really wanted to see what exactly was going on. He scrambled onto the roof and then took out his binoculars to observe. Through the binoculars, Han Feng saw columns of smoke and dust billowing up from many places among the hills. Witnessing this made him wonder what was happening. At this moment, Han Feng was moving closer to observe the situation in this snowy area. He used his binoculars to look at the situation ahead, wondering who had done this. His attention caught an ice block and he thought that since someone was making such a big commotion on the mountain, they must not be afraid of revealing their position. Seeing that, he lowered the binoculars and said that although the current distance was quite far, it would be very troublesome if the explosions reached his place later. Immediately after, he stood up to continue observing, wondering if this reinforced house could withstand such a powerful explosion. Han Feng stood in the non-stop snowstorm and said the wall seemed too low and thin, so it needed reinforcement. So he carried a shovel downstairs to tell the 2 girls. He decided to build the wall higher and thicker to avoid being blown up. Hearing that, the little girl in the witch hat asked what he would use to build the wall since there was no cement in the warehouse, but he confidently replied with a chuckle that she shouldn't worry. After that, he led the 2 of them to the stones from when they dug the basement and said that there were materials available right here. Immediately, he instructed the 2 girls to work with him by stacking those stones together first. Then, he took the bucket of water that the girl in the witch hat brought and said that they would pour water over. Immediately, the water froze over. He noted that once the water froze, it would become a wall. To prove its sturdiness, he took a shovel and hit it hard several times. It didn't even break the wall as the current temperature was so low that the ice-stone mixture could be even harder than a concrete wall. Right after that, the 3 of them started building the ice wall together, using all their strength to make it taller and thicker. They even took stones from the abandoned house, and when those weren't enough, he even had to demolish the villa next door. After a period of labor, it was finally finished when 3 days later, a giant ice wall was completed. Han Feng told the other 2 with great confidence that with an ice as thick as this, they could be temporarily at ease until an explosion made the place shake, terrifying everyone and making them wonder if the explosions had really reached their location. Seeing this, he climbed up to observe the situation. As soon as he looked up, Han Feng was shocked and blurted out, "This is..." In front of him was a massive explosion with pitch-black smoke. Immediately, he took out his binoculars to observe, cursing that the explosions had actually reached this far. Suddenly at that moment, Han Feng was utterly bewildered, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Another terrifyingly large explosion occurred, completely destroyed that villa, shattering it into pieces. Suddenly 2 stones flew straight into Han Feng's ice wall. A projectile with immense power was flying toward him. It pierced right past Han Feng's head, leaving him in total shock. His face went blank with disbelief while blood flowed down from his ear. Immediately, he climbed down with a face still full of fear, thinking it was lucky the wall was finished or it would have been dangerous just now. Then, he rushed in to inform the other 2 that there was shelling and they should quickly hide in the basement. The 3 of them hid in the basement together, eating stored vegetables for half a day before returning to the surface. The next day, right after he jumped into the shower, the shelling started again. On the next night while he was bathing, another bombardment erupted nearby. Han Feng hurriedly wrapped himself in a towel and shouted for the other 2 to go down to the basement because the shelling was back. The following day, another shot hit the ice wall. On the morning of the 3rd day, the neighboring villa was blown away and a shell hit the wall. The next day, before Han Feng could even use the bathroom, the shelling started again. On the afternoon of the 4th day, as he was about to use the toilet, the bombardment erupted again. The girl in the witch hat also really needed to use it and told him to hurry up, to which Han Feng replied with embarrassment, asking if she could at least knock on the door first. The ground continued to shake. By this time, he was so frustrated that he put on his pants while grumbling about whether these days would ever end. He said with great anger that they had to hide in the basement every day, unable to eat or sleep well. Then, he strapped his gun to himself. His heart burned with rage and he gritted his teeth, his voice full of hatred as he vowed to see which lunatic kept firing shells at this place. Immediately, Han Feng left after telling the other 2 to be careful and that he would be back. After that, He took his gear and slid down to examine the situation. Suddenly he discovered a very large crater. Immediately after, he moved to pick up a fragment remaining in that hole. Looking at the fragment, he thought this piece of cloth looked like a military uniform, wondering if the explosions were connected to the army. Immediately, he thought of that terrifying group of people and wondered if it was them. At this moment, Han Feng continued to slide down, thinking that there were many corpses along the way which proved the previous battle was extremely fierce. Then, he walked step by step up to the snowy peak to observe, thinking that for safety, he should go to the mountaintop first and look at the situation ahead. When he climbed to the top to observe, he was out of breath from exhaustion. Immediately, he pulled out his binoculars to look. In front of him was a fairly large snow cave which looked like a military base. Suddenly his eyes caught sight of the weapons there. Realizing they were 2 artillery pieces, he saw a group of soldiers standing outside the cave and wondered why they looked so suspicious before they suddenly attacked the cave, making him wonder why they were fighting amongst themselves. But before they could do anything, those soldiers thrown back, causing the group to cry out in pain. At this moment, a soldier was flying toward Han Feng, which startled him. The soldier landed right where he was, making Han Feng run to safety while shouting a curse. The ground was now entirely covered in snow. Then, Han Feng slowly approached to see if the man was dead, concluding that he had indeed passed away. After that, he climbed to the snowy peak to observe further, wondering if those soldiers had been completely wiped out. From inside the cave, he saw a group of people walking out. Seeing them emerge, he was very curious why a family of 3 was walking out like that. Han Feng stared intently at the woman wearing glasses. Suddenly she turned her gaze up toward him. Seeing that, his face turned pale with fear as he wondered if he had been discovered, thinking it was impossible since he was hundreds of meters away, and it must be a coincidence. Seeing this, Han Feng backed away to reassure himself that it was definitely a coincidence and she couldn't have spotted him. He continued to watch those people. Right at that moment, a pink-haired girl pointed a gun at him. Very quickly, that girl opened fire. Massive explosion right on the snowy peak. Immediately, Han Feng slid down and thought that he hadn't expected her to really find him, wondering how she did it, and he quickly hid behind a pile of snow and complained that these people were very strange, so he should first hide further away to see the situation before deciding what to do. Suddenly at this moment, powerful sounds continuously erupted on the mountaintop, booming loudly, making him wonder what that sound was. On another side, a group of soldiers was trying to reach the mountaintop. The battle was now very fierce and the soldiers were trying to hold on while saying they were being chased. Then, those 3 people caught up, soldiers, causing them to turn pale with fright. The 3 people looked at them with sinister smiles. The boy only had to slam his hand hard onto the ground. Immediately, a massive snow explosion occurred, making everyone scream in agony. An avalanche was falling straight toward Han Feng's head, making him cry out in panic about how this could be happening. Seeing that, he felt helpless and gave up, thinking he was finished. Right after, the pile of snow fell and covered his entire body. It poured down from above, covering all the houses here until it stopped at the wall, leaving the whole scene buried in snow just like the other area. Suddenly at this moment, some kind of red light shot out from the snow. Immediately, a red explosion erupted. It turned out the person who created that explosion was Han Feng, who stepped out dragging someone's leg while coughing. He used his hand to brush the snow off himself and complained that he almost suffocated. His hand still pulled the leg of the unconscious soldier as he noted it was lucky this ice wall blocked it. Otherwise he didn't know how far he would have been swept away. Han Feng's face was deep in thought as he remembered that in the moment he was buried, those 3 seemed to be standing on the snow, wondering if they could control ice and snow. He turned to look at the unconscious soldier and hoped the man could provide useful information. Immediately after that, he went to the house covered in snow. He tied up the soldier and placed him on the ground. After that, Han Feng sat down, pointed his gun at the man, and shook him to wake him up, telling him to wake up now. The man then dazedly opened his eyes. Seeing the gun pointed at him, he was terrified and cried out for Han Feng not to kill him, promising to tell everything. Hearing that, Han Feng thought to himself that he had prepared many things for interrogation but hadn't used them yet, and the guy was already confessed. At this time, Han Feng sat on a chair, pointed the gun at the man's face, and interrogated him, saying to be at ease because as long as he told everything about the woman and the child, he would be spared. Hearing this, the man panicked and confessed that they were clearly not human as they knew ice magic and could release energy waves or create explosions. Seeing the man speaking incoherently, Han Feng got angry and kicked his face, yelling at him for rambling and demanding he start with the woman and tell them about each person one by one. The man, with Han Feng's foot pressing against his face, started to reveal the details that the woman knew energy waves and could blow them away with one. Then, the second one continued to terrify him, while that child knew explosive magic and could turn anything into a bomb. He continued describing further that there was another boy who could control ice and snow to create avalanche. The other man could not believe his eyes and shouted that they were not human but were people with superpowers, mages, and monsters. So hearing that, he asked wickedly if it was truly that absurd. Then he looked at his own hand and thought to himself that he probably did not have the right to call others absurd. Han Feng was pensively considering the situation at that time, seeing that there were quite a few people like him, including middle school girls and that big-headed fellow. He continued to interrogate him until he was scared witless, asking the final question of whether they were the ones who had been shelling the villas on the southern hilltop these past few days. But hearing this, the man immediately denied it, saying it was not them because their camp had been stolen by those people long ago. Man spoke while tears and snot flowed out from fear, explaining that this time they had veterans coming from the headquarters to prepare to retake the camp. Hearing him say that, he thought to himself that if that was the case, the initial explosions in the mountains were just those people fighting. He recalled the surrounding scene and considered that with many soldiers being blown to pieces in the mountains, it was surely caused by that woman and the child. He considered every explosion and wondered if the ones who just shelled their villa area were also these three people. Immediately after, Han Feng pressed the gun to the man's head and threatened him. But the man cried out in fear that he did not know them and asked why they would shell him every day, shouting that he did not know any. Hearing this, he stood up, turned away, and let him go, telling him he could leave now, and the man was overjoyed and thanked him profusely for sparing his life. Immediately after, he ran away while still not forgetting to shout his thanks. Unfortunately, this man took a direct hit from a shell flying in from. Successively after that, many shells landed on the snow pile, fired shells at those buildings. Fortunately, the building remained intact. Inside, Han Feng had used his power to block them. He resisted while thinking that these shells clearly were not being fired randomly but were accurately targeted at this place. In his heart, he was quite afraid because being in the middle of these mountains, how could they have discovered his location? The scene shifts to the snow cave of those three. The blonde boy praised the lady for that shell just now, saying she was so skilled, and hearing that, she was very conceited and said it was natural because she used these things every day, so how could she not be used to them? The white-haired lady spoke up, saying that after the shelling, his special ability fluctuations had not disappeared but had even become more intense. Hearing that, the boy slumped down and said if avalanches and shells could not kill him, then he was too strong. But the lady holding the cannon replied confidently without fear that with so many shells, she was not afraid of failing to blow him to death. Immediately after, the white-haired lady directed them to fire a few more shots because if he did not die, they would go there to hunt him down, as letting him escape would only lead more enemies to them. Hearing that, the boy started to worry and asked if they could really defeat someone who was not even afraid of shells. But seeing her little brother's fear, the purple-haired lady encouraged him, saying his power in the snow region was invincible. The scene shifts back to the building where Han Feng was taking. He seemed exhausted, sitting on a chair and gasping for air, thinking the shelling had finally stopped and that if he had not reinforced this room in time, he surely would have died. Immediately after, he looked through the glass to observe and wondered what to do next, whether to take the initiative and go there to face the three people with powers, since hiding at home would mean getting shelled every day. At this moment, he was very determined and said that to live peacefully in the future, he could only think of a way to destroy. Immediately, Han Feng took out a piece of stone to mark lines on the wall. After a while, he finished drawing the diagram and deduced that in front of the dam was a snowfield with mountains on both sides. His gaze focused on those three powers as he analyzed that the enemy had three people, and each had a special. Han Feng remembered the lady who shelled him and deduced that there was a girl who could turn anything she touched into a bomb, but his reinforced buildings could defend against that. And he continued analyzing the air power of the others in that group, noting a woman with very strong airwave techniques who could attack from a distance, which was very dangerous. Next, he analyzed the boy in that group, stating that the most dangerous one was still the child who could create snow waves and avalanche. Then he continued to speculate on the worst-case scenario, that if the boy could control ice and snow from a distance, he could bury both him and the dam at the same time. Immediately, Han Feng began to use the gun. If only he could use this gun to hit targets from a long distance, how wonderful that. He took the gun out to try aiming but realized he was not a professional marksman, so if the distance was a bit far, the probability was high that he would not hit anything. Han Feng was a bit worried now because even if they hid in the mountains on both banks of the dam, he would not be able to detect them in time. At that time, he had quite a headache since he had not found a way to solve the issue of those three. Han Feng considered the option of setting traps on the path they had to pass, but did not know which path that was, especially since one of them controlled ice and snow, making traps useless. Immediately after, he went outside to observe, thinking he could lure them downstream of the dam and then open the floodgate so they would not be able to. The snow outside was falling even more. He went out to calculate how to set the trap, but wondered how to get them downstream and who would open the valve if he was the one luring them. And he observed the situation and thought this drainage valve was too large, at least 7 meters high. In Han Feng's mind, a plan began to form as he recalled that when fishing in the Arctic, the ice must be 2 meters thick and the water level below the ice must be higher than the valve face. Immediately after, he punched the ground hard and thought that to prevent any mishaps, he had to go down and check a bit. Then, a purple substance flowed from Han Feng's hand as he thought that if the valve did not release water at the critical moment, he would surely be finished. He used his power to let it flow down the ground from high to low. The purple mass flowed down to the rock surface below. Afterwards, his purple power retracted. A blue power source began to flow down there. At this time, Han Feng was extremely satisfied and said it was great that there was still water. As long as he lured them down here, he would surely. The snow started to fall heavily. The group of three began to slide down. Right at this moment, the white-haired lady ordered them to. The white-haired woman pointed at the house ahead and said he was in the second house on top of the dam, and hearing that, the purple-haired woman quickly shouted that she would fire a shell at him. Seeing that, the white-haired lady stopped her, saying Yuan Yi should attack first to wait for him to run out and then Zishi would fire. Hearing that, the girl pouted. He reached his hand into the snow. Very quickly a wave of snow surged up. A snow explosion began to shot straight toward Han Feng's shelter. Avalanche immediately poured into the place where he was staying. Inside, Han Feng was using his power to block the pile of snow. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself that they were coming. The place was now completely covered by. At this time, the snow had completely covered the window. Immediately, he made a move to clear the snow. Then Han Feng pointed his gun and aimed, saying he would see where he could find. Instantly, he began searching for their traces. After a while, he found them and shouted that he had located them. Immediately, Han Feng pulled a powerful bullet shot out from his shelter. The bullet was extremely sharp and flew straight very quickly. It shot straight toward this group of people. Were not afraid at all when they saw them. Very quickly, they created a protective, causing the bullet to deflect. Subsequently, other bullets were fired at this group but were blocked by the circle. Immediately after, all three of them slid downward as the white-haired girl said it seemed the avalanche could not destroy the house he was in. So from now on, everything depended on Zishi, who replied it was no problem. Han Feng also discovered that the group of three was approaching his location. Hearing that, he smirked disdainfully and said he had been waiting for them for a long. Immediately after, he went in and climbed onto the long-standing table. Then he used his power to break the ceiling. After breaking it, he climbed to the top of the. At this time, he took a deep breath, thinking the insults he had racked his brain for would surely make them angry. Then a series of insults poured from his mouth toward those three. These words flew straight to that group. Looking at those words, the purple-haired lady was furious and gritted her teeth, saying that man dared to insult them and she had to blow him to death. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman realized someone had taken those. It turned out the one who took them was the white-haired lady, who gently asked the two of them if they knew what she hated most. Immediately after, the white-haired lady took out the cannon and fired rapidly, shouting that he was the whore and his whole family were whore. Those shells hit his shelter repeatedly. Han Feng quickly opened an umbrella and jumped out without forgetting to tease them, calling her an ugly hag and telling her to wash her buttocks first while waiting for him. Seeing him flee, the purple-haired girl shouted that he wanted to escape. The white-haired sister was furious and dragged the other two along, vowing to kill him, while the boy agreed to let him die and the purple-haired woman tried to calm her sister. Those people went down the hole to chase Han Feng. His face was very calm as he said he would see them. Columns of water poured down from above as Han Feng's pink ability flashed on high and the sound of rushing water roared. Han Feng ran at maximum speed, thinking one was not enough so he would add a few more. He cleared each water outlet one by one as they gushed out. The second, the third, the fourth, while elsewhere, a large explosion suddenly occurred on the snowy ground. A simple path was quickly created on the white snow, with the silhouettes of three people approaching in the distance. Yaqing was holding hands with Yuan Yi and She inside a sphere created from special abilities moving on the path. She pointed ahead and shouted that they found that bastard, causing the sphere to stop abruptly. Yuan Yi lowered his head and closed his eyes to release his ability to check, then said that something was wrong because there were no power fluctuations here. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound behind them, making Yuan Yi turn his head and mumble about what that sound was. They saw a huge wall of water crashing down from above, carrying rocks as it drew closer, causing her to scream in surprise that it was a flood. Yaqing hurriedly urged Yuan to run because they had fallen into a trap, while she stood beside her shouting for them to hurry, and Yuan nodded quickly in response. The boys' hands were quickly placed on the column of snow beneath their feet, lifted all three of them up under Yuan Yi's control. The fierce water wave had already closed in. He quickly extended her arm to block the wave's attack and shouted for them to go quickly. All three were enveloped by the same circle as before, as she encouraged them to hold on while Yuan gasped for breath, saying he was exhausted and there was not enough snow left because it had all melted. According to Yaqing's words, the snow column broke and merged into the water flow. All three lost their balance on the snow column as terrified screams rang. She was thrown forward headfirst, but luckily she grabbed her arm and pulled her back, while Yuan suffered the same fate and was pulled back by Yaqing grabbing his collar. Another air bubble was created as she used both hands to hold the two people floundering inside. The water was like a greedy snake opening its mouth to swallow the gas bubble. After a while, the flow spread to both sides to form a temporary creek. At this time, the water that Han Feng had cleared at the source continued to pour down heavily. He used binoculars to observe from below, but although the view was blocked by the mountains making it impossible to see the situation downstream, even if they didn't drown, they would surely freeze. Han Feng told himself while climbing higher that he could now return to the cave and destroy all the cannons without any worry. He thought about the future so excitedly that his face turned red as the beautiful and leisurely days were about to. Rustling sounds rose from the sandals woven from tree bark rubbing against the snow. Han Feng dragged his steps and lamented that it would be great if he could walk on snow as if it were flat ground. The two deep ruts created by his footsteps were getting longer on the. Finally arriving at the destination, Han Feng was now near a hole and held the gun in his hand with a serious expression on his face. Han Feng slowly moved toward the cave entrance where objects lay scattered everywhere. He gripped the gun tightly and observed carefully, assuming there was probably no one inside. Despite having a weapon, Han Feng still pursed his lips to suppress his panic, hoping a group of people wouldn't suddenly rush out and shoot. When he reached the intended spot, his hands touched the ground and released his ability, which emitted a pink light. All the cannons were covered in pink as Han Feng told himself that he had to deal with these two cannons first. He worked nervously while wondering if the shells would explode after softening, since if an explosion occurred and attracted others, it would be very Afterward, Han Feng reassured himself that he didn't care about the shells because without the guns, the shells would be useless. After finishing, he looked inside from the cave entrance with a serious, driven by curiosity. Han Feng entered the large military facility, wondering what else was inside until his pupils suddenly contracted in shock at the sight. Because Han Feng was surrounded by countless cannons and neatly arranged shells, which made him think to himself, "Damn it, why are there so many of these?" Han Feng felt lucky because they had only used mortars to bombard him before, but if they had used these massive... He looked at the sharp warheads lying tidy on the ground and realized if he were bombarded by such a large shell. Han Feng shuddered at the thought that no matter how many times he reinforced the house, it would likely be blown up in an instant. Thinking this, yellow light from his ability flowed from his hand to a cannon as Han Feng muttered in his heart that they must melt. Afterward, he quickly performed the same action with the other cannons, telling them all to melt. After a while, several cannon barrels wilted like leaves withering from lack of water, so Han Feng smiled wryly and said it would. He looked deep into the cavernous cave where there were so many supplies that the quantity was enough to equip an entire army. He walked while looking at the neatly stacked crates, realizing no wonder those soldiers wanted them. Han Feng stopped and crossed his arms, telling himself that he couldn't take all these things away, but it would be a waste to leave them there and dangerous if they fell into someone else's. Then he slowly climbed up while muttering that if the high school girl were here, she could pack all this up and take it away. Han Feng imagined that scenario and sighed in admiration, thinking the picture was too beautiful as just thinking about it was a... Afterward, he climbed back down and touched the supply crates, wondering if he should return and bring the girl here since these things would be safer in his... Thinking this, Han Feng decided to return to the cave end. As soon as he stepped out, countless head-sized rocks fell from above around him. The image of a hand that was turning glowing red appeared on the rocks. Subsequently, the surrounding rocks also had similar handprints emitting scorching heat, making Han Feng cry out in alarm that it would... Sequential explosions occurred as dust and a loud roar rumbled. At cave entrance, three figures looked down at the explosion from CI. She spoke up smugly, asking if he still wanted to kill them and if she should blow him to death. Girl looked at her and urged her sister to see if he was dead. Yaqing sensed for a moment and then opened her eyes in surprise, crying out in realization. Han Feng and Yaqing were still holding hands while CI. She jumped between them, asking if it would explode, and he remained calm enough to make one want to slap him as he sneered like a true villain, asking if they wanted to perish. He frowned defiantly, saying those previous explosions couldn't do anything to him, and asked if they thought he would be afraid, although in his heart he was praying that if all four sides exploded at once, he would likely be heavily injured if not. Ching smiled reassuringly and told Mr. Han not to misunderstand, as they had reached a cooperation agreement, and she only wanted Mr. Han to explain those previous vicious curses. He guiltily rubbed his face and hurriedly withdrew his hand, but she held it tightly, so he pretended to be innocent and asked what vicious curses she was talking about because he didn't remember. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Han Feng scratched his head and switched to flattery, saying that an elegant, wise, gentle, beautiful, and radiant woman like Miss Jiang was the dream of all men, and surely there was a previous misunderstanding. She was quickly won over and turned to blame CI Shi for activating her ability, and told her not to injure their ally gentlemen, as the girl gasped and asked if they weren't going to blow. CI Shi stood with her hands on her hips, acting like a kindergarten bully, and threatened the smelly man not to think that just because he praised her sister she would let. He quickly used the same old trick a second time and began to say winged words that this young lady was truly lively, adorable, innocent, and romantic, so the naive CI She quickly fell for it and asked excitedly if his eyes were actually... Her face turned red and she said in a tough tone that she wasn't easily enchanted by his sweet words, but he did look like a good person, so she wouldn't hold his previous unreasonable actions against him, which left the two adults beside her. At the same time, Nguyen Nia was sleeping soundly on... Han Feng equipped his weapons and said he was leaving and would lead people back in a few days to take some supplies, as he calculated that the generator at home was running out, and he needed to restock. So he asked Miss Jiang what... Yaqing suddenly stretched out on the bed with her body curving and said coquettishly that he could take as much as he wanted, but since it was late at night, why shouldn't he stay and leave? He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, saying that Miss Jiang was indeed more thoughtful. CI Shi, who had a hot temper, asked furiously if he wanted to stay while he could only remain. Then he used incredible speed to run away from the girls, saying his house had business and bid them go. Now that only the girls were left, the child seriously asked her sister if they didn't need to tell him about that ability thing, and Yaqing slowly replied that if they told him now, how would they get him to come and beg her? He sharply called the boy sleeping on the bed and told Nguyen Nia that he was gone, so he didn't need to pretend to sleep. The boy jumped up and sighed in relief, saying he hated talking to strangers, as she concernedly asked if his body had any changes after using his ability so many times. She quickly fumbled over him, saying she wanted. The little girl shamelessly pulled down her pants completely, revealing her bright white buttocks. Having seen what she needed to see, Zihai giggled. "Haha, it's grown on his butt now," the boy cried out helplessly. "Let me..." Natan sighed and said, "Fortunately, it grew on his butt, but to be safe, from now on we must try to use our supernatural abilities." Outside, the wind and snow were... Han Feng walked a few steps, then stopped, groaning, tired, so his heart suddenly pounded. He clutched his chest in pain and felt knees. It's so uncomfortable. I feel like I'm about to suffocate. He stumbled to a halt as an idea flashed into his mind. This won't do, I can't walk any further. I remember there's a hidden surveillance camera up. Without hesitation, he staggered towards it, waving his arms and desperately shouting, "Help! Is anyone?" The atmosphere remained dense and deathly quiet, with not a single sound in response. On the surveillance monitor, his figure appeared with absolute clarity. The room behind the camera was completely empty, with a flickering light as if from a deserted place. As it turned out, Jiyen must have been fast asleep, so deep as if she had reincarnated into another life long ago. In the cluttered room, the little evil king also lay perfectly still. Han Feng's entire body was trembling, wondering if they had all fallen asleep at this late hour and fearing his life was over. Painful contraction wrenched in his chest, his heart thumping violently as if about to explode. He clutched his chest, gritting his teeth to endure the agonizing pain. Then Han Feng collapsed, his body falling onto the freezing snow as his breath rose in white clouds to blend with the mist before slipping into unconsciousness. His eyes dimly perceived a single point. Within his delirium, the image of Ji Yen materialized, blurry yet somehow familiar. Not knowing how long had passed, Han Feng suddenly jolted awake. Bolting up in panic on a warm bed, he tumbled off the bed, completely naked, his mouth stammering incessantly about what had happened and why he was back. Han Feng's face turned bright red as he frantically crawled into the covers, pulling them up to his neck as he wondered why he was unclothed. Right beside him, Ji Yen was calmly wringing a towel in a basin of hot water without a change in expression, while across from them, the little evil king sat perched. Ji Yen recounted that she had suddenly felt hungry last night and went out searching for food, only to happen upon his image on the surveillance camera. "I went down the mountain carrying you back," she casually explained, "to help you quickly recover your body temperature. I had to take off your clothes." She curiously asked, "Your body doesn't seem to be injured, so why did you faint at the foot of the mountain?" He tremblingly replied, "I remember my chest suddenly hurt a lot at that." After that, I briefly recounted what happened yesterday. After hearing the situation, Tri Engian seriously said, "Perhaps it was due to the cold weather, combined with your extreme fatigue, leading to angina," while the little evil king girl next to him gave a thumbs up in admiration and said, "As expected of the one chosen by me, fighting 3 by yourself, truly powerful." He sulkily complained, "Can you please show a little concern for my—" Suddenly his face lit up with excitement and he said, "That's right. Come with me quickly. Those 3 are still waiting for me to go back and transfer supplies." The little girl spread her arms out like she was in a trance and mumbled, "The great evil king is about to make an appearance." Suddenly, Jin Yen spoke, extinguishing their enthusiasm. "No, Mr. Han must rest in bed right now, to avoid cardiac complications. Daily X-ray checks until medical assessment is stable. Thursday. Don't disturb Mr. Han these next few days." So, Han Feng received special care, waited on hand and foot. He lay sprawled on the bed, uttering a sigh of contentment. In the next 5 days, under the care of Nurse Kim, I basically... Beside him, the little evil king girl nonchalantly sat gnawing on a watermelon, her hands sticky with juice, her mouth still incessantly asking, "You've been trying for how many days now? Maybe you've been abandoned by the evil king a long time ago already." But at this moment, Han Feng was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the bed, eyes half closed, hands forming mudras, concentrating intensely as if entering a meditative state. "Don't disturb me. I must focus my mind, just a little bit." In just a moment, Han Feng's body was beaded with sweat. In his mind, a strange image appeared, just inclined in a bizarre posture to the extent that it caused brainwaves to fluctuate violently. He sensed Nurse Kim already. What is she doing? What a strange At the same time, in another part of the villa compound, Nurse Kim was using the restroom when she suddenly froze, shuddering. "Oh, that's strange," she thought. "Why do I feel like someone's staring intently at..." Han Feng's face was contorted as if he had just undergone a spiritual cultural shock. He murmured in amazement, "So that's it. Truly miraculous." At the foot of the snow-covered mountain, Natan's group was waiting for... She sat still in her wheelchair, her face etched with disappointment as she said, "I thought he would return soon, but unexpectedly. I've waited for 8 whole..." She frowned and continued, her voice becoming even more incomprehensible, and she even brought 2 more ability users. Zihai, standing beside her, was startled, her face changing color, so angry that her whole body trembled. "Antico, there are 3 ability users again? No way." Yuan Nia was still the calmest, his voice trembling slightly. "We're not fighting anymore. What is there to be afraid?" As soon as the words fell, Han Feng's group appeared before. He spoke up to greet them. "Long time no see. Miss Kwong and I are here to collect supplies. Pointed towards Natan's group and introduced them. They are the 3 ability users I mentioned. Now we are out. Jiyen stepped forward half a pace and bowed politely, saying in a refined voice that it was a pleasure to meet them and asking for their guidance. While the little evil king girl stood frozen like a statue and blankly muttered a greeting, causing the atmosphere to suddenly turn dead silent as Yaqing stared wide-eyed at her, who then immediately turned her back and spoke listlessly, saying that if she had known it would be like this, she never would. Till Yaqing asked excitedly, "Big sister, why are you here?" Upon hearing those 2 words, the other 4 felt as if they had been struck by lightning as their faces darkened simultaneously, and they all cried out in unison,